Chapter 31. Carefree Valley. Division Master Meng, wait for me. Song Qingshu shouted in horror. Roar! 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 The 50 spirit beasts followed closely behind, driving Song Qingshu's group into the valley. Song Qingshu missed his footing and rolled down the mountainside. Montez led the elite hall subordinates to a stop at the mountainside. Then they watched in horror as the 50 spirit beasts stopped. Roar! 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 The cries of the spirit beasts rang out in all directions. The mountains around Carefree Valley were filled with spirit beasts. There were wolf spirit beasts, leopard spirit beasts, snake spirit beasts, tiger spirit beasts, and all sorts of spirit beasts. They all showed ferocious expressions as they drove one figure after another into the valley. How can it be like this? Why are there so many spirit beasts? Why are there so many spirit beasts? Let me go. I did not do it on purpose. I did not kill anyone. I will leave the innate puzzle world immediately. Let me out. The surrounding demonic beasts let out roars, and behind the crowd of demonic beasts, there were black-robed men playing flutes that slowly revealed their heads. The flute music was beautiful. However, it sounded like a death knell in everyone's ears. Division Master? The elite hall disciples looked anxiously at Montez. It's over, Montez said with an unsightly expression. On a mountain peak outside the valley, the red-clad ninth young master showed a cold smile as he looked at the crying people in the valley. Ninth young master, we drove out nearly all the people we could find in the surroundings. There are a total of 2,600 people. A black-clad man reported respectfully. All of them? That's good. The ninth young master said coldly. The ninth young master stepped forward and leaned over, looking down coldly. Who are you? A disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Aren't you supposed to not interfere in our matters? Montez exclaimed. Not interfere? That is your own fault. You are becoming increasingly unruly. The ninth young master said coldly. Roar. Thousands of demonic beasts roared in unison, glaring at the crowd. Everyone looked at the ninth young master worriedly. You forced us here. What do you want? There are no rules in the innate puzzle world. Montez shouted. Don't talk to me about rules. I like to hear your screams. So what? Don't say that I didn't give you a way out. This is a Go puzzle left behind by the Pavilion Master. It is also the most basic Go puzzle. If you can solve it, I will let you live. If you can't, then this Go puzzle will decide your life and death, said the ninth young master coldly. As he spoke, he flung his sleeves. Boom. From the ninth young master's sleeve, billowing black fog suddenly gushed out. The black fog soared into the sky like a black cloud that covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Carefree Valley. Above the dark clouds, traces of light blossomed. It was as if there were stars in the night sky. A Go puzzle left behind by Old Man Guanxi? Montez suddenly roared in shock. The countless cultivators in the valley immediately showed horrified expressions. What? How can it be possible to solve a Go puzzle left behind by Old Man Guanxi? Old Man Guanxi is the best in the Go Dao. Who can solve it? What ritual array is this? Why do I feel like death is looming over us? Me too. All my hair is standing on end. It feels like a saber is hanging over my head. The surrounding cultivators cried out in horror. I already said that this is not the Pavilion Master's strongest Go puzzle. It is just something he casually made. However, I doubt that you can solve it either. Weren't you very arrogant when you slaughtered the residents of Carefree Valley back then? You can enjoy the despair they felt back then. The ninth young master's cold laughter came from the black clouds. It has nothing to do with me. I did not kill them. I did not. Let me out. I'll leave immediately. I beg you. Let me go. The crowd shouted. Boom. Suddenly, a huge platform descended from the black clouds, landing in the center of the valley. Buzz. A huge Go board appeared on the platform. A large number of Go stones were already placed on the Go board, forming a Go puzzle. The black clouds glowed with starlight. Beams of light immediately shot down, heading for every Go stone. It looked like every Go stone was connected to a star. What ritual array is this? Montez exclaimed. The Heavenly Saber Death Match. The winner lives and the loser dies. Everyone, are you ready? Ah. The ninth young master's cold laughter came from the black clouds. Run. A cultivator immediately rushed up the mountain in horror, wanting to charge out of the black clouds. Ching. Suddenly, a saber hum rang out, and a cold air surged into everyone's hearts. A white light suddenly appeared in the black clouds. The white light was a 300-meter-long saber chi. The saber chi tore through space, producing a sharp howl as it charged at the man charging up the mountain. That man screamed and immediately took out his sword to face the saber chi. Ching. The saber chi stopped in midair, and the saber chi cut through the man's body before vanishing. Everyone goggled and watched as that man froze there as if he was hit by a body immobilization art. Just as everyone was goggling, Pala! The fleeing man suddenly split into two halves from between his eyebrows and fell into a pool of blood. Ah! Ah! Some female cultivators in the crowd let out startled cries. A perfectly fine person got chopped in half by a saber chi in an instant? Let's charge out together. Charge out together. We can definitely charge out. Someone shouted. Ha! The ninth young master's cold laughter came from the black clouds. There are still 9,324 heavenly sabers in the heavenly saber death match. If you do not believe me, you can give it a try. The ninth young master's voice rang out. Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. There were only 2,000 odd people, but there were more than 9,000 heavenly sabers? Looking at the black clouds covering the sky, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It felt like there were many heavenly sabers in the black clouds pointing at them. As long as they made any strange movements, they would be instantly killed. No. I don't want to die. Sup. I don't want to stay here anymore. I did not kill anyone. I did not kill anyone. Cries of horror rang out in the valley. Many cultivators with weak mental states were already crying. Everyone saw that earlier saber strike. Not to mention their current innate realm cultivation, even a golden core realm cultivator would be killed in one strike. Even a cultivator from the Yuanying state would not be able to escape. Now, more than 9,000 heavenly sabers hung above their heads. Everyone showed expressions of despair. Montez's expression turned unsightly. Song Qingshu's eyes widened in despair. Carefree Valley Spirit Spring Cave, bang. Suddenly, a soft sound rang out around Gao Xianji, and a ripple spread out from her body. You broke through? The second layer of the innate realm? Gao Xianji said excitedly. However, when Gao Xianji saw that everyone was immersed in raising their cultivation, she quickly suppressed her excitement and continued absorbing the surging spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the small pool where Gu Hai was, the blue light was the most abundant. This meant that the water-attributed spiritual energy was the most abundant. However, Xiao's body was like a bottomless pit. The surging water-attributed spiritual energy entered her body at a horrifying speed, nourishing her. Xiao coiled around Gu Hai's shoulder comfortably, enjoying the boundless water-attributed spiritual energy. On the other side, the purple light around Gu Hai was still the same. The spiritual progenitor Qi quickly entered Gu Hai's body without any stagnation. It was as if the spring water was endless. After 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, Gu Hai felt that he had received more spiritual stones than the last time the Clear River Sect Master had helped him. A dragon's roar sounded in Gu Hai's dantian. The original 1 drop of quintessential essence suddenly turned into 9 drops of quintessential essence. Boom. The 9 drops of quintessential essence merged into one, turning into a peanut-sized quintessential essence droplet. A huge force surged out from Gu Hai's body, and the surrounding spring water splashed everywhere. Condensing liquid into a pearl, the second layer of the innate realm? Gu Hai opened his eyes and they shone brightly. Without hesitation, Gu Hai closed his eyes again and continued to absorb the spiritual energy in the water. After another day, Xiao's injuries healed completely. At this moment, she absorbed the surging spiritual energy as she stared at Gu Hai in a daze. Xiao stared at Gu Hai like this. As she stared, she blushed slightly and revealed a sweet smile. 1 day later, Gu Hai stared at the quintessential essence pearl in his dantian. As the surging spiritual energy poured in and the quintessential essence continuously absorbed, the 1 quintessential essence pearl turned into 9. The 9 peanut-sized quintessential essence pearls looked like they were going to merge for the second time to break through to the 3rd layer of the innate realm. The dragon-shaped quintessential essence circled around Xiao Chen, as if it was accumulating energy to break through to the 3rd layer of the innate realm. Suddenly, Gu Hai's expression changed and he opened his eyes. Xiao, who was staring at Gu Hai, was startled and looked away in a fluster. There is no more spiritual energy? Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the pool. Indeed, there was no color in the pool. The blue and purple light from before had disappeared. It seems to be gone. Xiao discovered the abnormality in her fluster. At the side, Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan opened their eyes as well. When the two saw the pool turn clear, regret flashed in their eyes. How unfortunate. If only it could have lasted longer. Qin Tianshan said with a regretful expression. Guhai also felt regretful. However, he soon revealed a faint smile and said, "Never mind. This breakthrough is already enough." "Hey, Venerable Yan Sheng is still not awake?" Xiao asked out of curiosity. Everyone looked at Venerable Yan Sheng strangely. Venerable Yan Sheng seemed to be in a meditative state, not moving at all. "Should we wake the Venerable?" Qin Tianshan asked with a frown. "There's no need. The Venerable instructed us not to disturb him," Guhai said while shaking his head. "Right?" Everyone nodded. "All right. I think I heard miserable cries outside earlier." "No, it seems like there is a miserable cry every now and then," Xiao suddenly said with a frown. Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 32. Carefree Valley. Guhai walked out of the Spirit Spring Cave. However, no one in the valley noticed the sudden appearance of a few people. After covering the entrance of the cave with charred wood, the group headed to the other side of the grave. What a horrifying aura. I feel a saber hanging above my head in these dark clouds. Gao Xinji said as she looked at the sky with an unsightly expression. Is this a ritual array? A ritual array encases Carefree Valley? What kind of ritual array is this? Qin Tianshan asked, his expression changing. Guhai looked at the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky. Starlight shone down like stars in the night sky. In the distance, there were even two brightest pillars of light shooting towards the center of the sky. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge platform in the center. More than 2,000 people surrounded it. All of them showed horrified expressions as they looked at the huge platform. Hundreds of corpses lay below the platform. The corpses were split vertically from their foreheads. Their internal organs fell out and blood dyed the place red. It was an incredibly horrifying sight. When the 2,000-odd people saw these corpses, they trembled in fear. Some of the women even cried continuously to hide the fear in their hearts. Guhai saw Song Qingshu among the crowd. At this moment, Song Qingshu also appeared bewildered as he stared at the huge platform. There was a go board on the platform. However, starlight shone on the go stones on the go board. The two brightest beams of light encased the two players. The two players played go above the sea of corpses. The surrounding 2,000-odd people all stared at the go board in horror. What are they doing? Xiao felt confused as she watched this scene. The one playing is Elite Hall's Earth Division Master Montes? Qin Tianshan asked, his eyes lighting up. Montes? Guhai looked in the direction Qin Tianshan pointed. Then he saw a bearded man sitting on one side of the go board, controlling the white go stones. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. He still remembered Venerable Lun Yan's meaningful reminder before he left. The one playing the black go stones was a white-clad man. At this moment, he stared at the go board in horror, showing a flustered expression. No, I was the one who won just now, I was the one who won. The white-clothed man exclaimed. Montes took a deep breath and said, the outcome has already been decided. I'm sorry, I can only blame the lack of time. Pa. Montes placed a white stone. Boom. On the go board, a large number of black go stones were surrounded and instantly pulled out. Bang. The black pieces suddenly disappeared, and the outcome was decided in an instant. YZ wins. A booming sound suddenly came from the dark clouds. Branch leader Meng won? Many people cried out. No, Montes, you tricked me, I'm going to kill you. The white-clothed man glared and jumped up, grabbing his sword and stabbing towards Montes. Boom. Montes punched the tip of the sword. It immediately knocked the long sword back. The white-clad man revealed a ferocious expression. He wanted to stab again, but at this moment, the sound of a saber rang out from the dark clouds. Ching. It sounded like a saber being drawn from its scabbard. A 300-meter-long saber chi shot towards the white-clad man. A sharp sound tore through space, so piercing that Guhai's eardrums hurt. The saber chi swept through everything in its path, charging at the white-clad man. It was too fast. The white-clad man could not fight Montes in time. He could only hastily raise his sword to meet the saber chi. At the same time, his face contorted in horror. No. The white-clad man roared in despair as his sword soared into the sky. Boom. The sword chi and sword could not block the ferocity of the 300-meter-long saber chi. They all exploded in an instant. Guhai quietly looked at the go board in the go game. However, the others looked at Montez in anticipation. After the 18th ghost stone, Montez suddenly showed joy on his face. Clack. A white ghost stone was placed and suddenly, it surrounded a black ghost stone. What? The black ghost stone is surrounded? The countless cultivators in the valley immediately revealed shocked expressions. Old Man Guanxi's black ghost stone is surrounded? How can that be? This is great. This is great. The black ghost stone is lifted. Could it be that he can win? Will Division Master Meng win? He will win. This is just a casual move by Old Man Guanxi. Furthermore, Old Man Guanxi is already dead. This is just a setup. It is not Old Man Guanxi himself. He will definitely win. This is great. Everyone felt like they saw a ray of hope, feeling excited. There was a chance of survival. Everyone clenched their fists. Indeed, with a roar, the dark clouds in the sky churned. The surrounded black ghost stone suddenly flew out of the go board and to Montez, looking like it had been lifted. Then that heavenly saber in the sky charged at Montez. Oh no! Everyone's expression changed. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from Montez's body. His veritable energy materialized, a 30-meter-long brown dragon-shaped veritable energy around Montez's body as it charged at the heavenly saber. This time, the heavenly saber did not chop down on Montez. Instead, it seemed to have been lifted and swallowed up by the dragon-shaped veritable energy. Roar! After the 30-meter-long dragon-shaped veritable energy swallowed up the 300-meter-long heavenly saber, the true dragon slowly grew larger. He got lifted to strengthen his momentum? Everyone's expression changed. This is great. Division Master Meng is going to win. He is going to win. Many people cheered. Montez also revealed an excited expression. Smack, smack, smack. The two sides continued placing ghost stones. Every few ghost stones, Montez would eat a black ghost stone. Gradually he placed more ghost stones. Roar! 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 The dragon-shaped veritable energy grew increasingly larger. In a short time, it had already swallowed up 13 heavenly sabers. The 150-meter-long dragon-shaped veritable energy roared at the sky, looking like it wanted to compete with the ritual array above. In a short time, Montez won one battle after another. It looked like he would win a great victory soon. Long live Division Master Meng. Division Master Meng quickly win. He is going to win. He is going to win. He finally won't have to die. The group of cultivators cheered loudly. The situation looked good, and it looked like victory would come soon. We are saved. We are saved? Everyone looked at Montez with grateful gazes. The elite hall disciples all felt excited. Outside the crowd, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly as he muttered to himself, "Wrong. Montez made the wrong move from the start." What? Qin Tianshan looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai shook his head, ignoring Qin Tianshan. Indeed, when Montez swallowed the 15th black ghost stone, his expression suddenly changed. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. Division Master Meng, quickly make your move. The crowd shouted anxiously. After gaining successive victories, Montez's dragon-shaped veritable energy swallowed up 15 heavenly sabers. Now it had grown to 60 meters long. Its ferocious aura shook the world. However, Montez's forehead was covered in sweat. He could not make his move no matter what. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? Montez looked at the go board in horror. Division Master Meng, quickly. The crowd urged anxiously. Shut up. Montez rebuked. Everyone's excitement died down as they looked at Montez in confusion. Ching. 30 breaths of time soon passed. A heavenly saber suddenly hovered above Montez's head. Now he needed to make his move. Montez had no choice but to quickly play a white ghost stone. Clack. After the white ghost stone was played, a black ghost stone suddenly appeared. Dragon slaying? Gao Xinji's expression changed. Ah, what dragon slaying? Is it slaying the dragon-shaped veritable energy? Xiao asked, feeling confused. No, dragon slaying is a term used in Go. It means that Montez will have a large number of white ghost stones, and the other party will kill them instantly, Gao Xinji explained. Indeed, when the black ghost stone was played, bam, 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 large numbers of white ghost stones were picked up and eaten up by the black ghost stones. In the blink of an eye, the situation changed. Earlier, Montez had won 15 ghost stones. Now everything changed. Montez had split the ghost stones 15 times, swallowing one black ghost stone each time. However, Old Man Guanxi used only one time, swallowing 38 of the other party's ghost stones in one go. Immediately the victor was decided. After swallowing 38 ghost stones, the black ghost stones overwhelmingly won. In that instant the white ghost stones had nowhere to run. In the blink of an eye they suffered a crushing defeat. No. How can it be like this? We were still winning earlier. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Countless cultivators were stupefied as they looked at the Go board in horror. Montez also showed a horrified expression. I got dragon slayed in an instant? Ha ha ha. The black Go wins. The ninth young master's loud laughter came from the dark clouds. His laughter was filled with contempt, as if he showed disdain for Montez. Boom. Suddenly 38 heavenly sabers appeared in the dark clouds. The moment the vast group of heavenly sabers appeared, a sharp killing intent surged out. The killing intent froze space like snow. The 38 heavenly sabers carried a strong aura as if they wanted to instantly kill Montez. No, bastard. I am Elite Hall's Earth Division Master. How dare you? Montez exclaimed. Boom. The 38 heavenly sabers suddenly charged down, and an aura that could destroy the world instantly arrived before Montez. Roar. Montez's dragon-shaped veritable energy soared into the sky. The 600-meter-long dragon-shaped veritable energy carried a ferocious aura as it charged at the group of heavenly sabers. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and the clash gave off an overwhelming light. It was so piercing that no one could open their eyes. The berserk aura kicked up a storm and knocked everyone back. Rumble. Rumbles rang out endlessly from the center of the explosion. Roar. Roar. A dragon roar rang out. Guhai vaguely saw a brown veritable dragon explode in the rubble. Boom. After the final sound, everything calmed down. The 2,000-odd cultivators climbed to their feet and looked at the center of the surging dust cloud in horror. The square Go board was still there. Montez actually did not die from the 38 heavenly sabers. However, Montez was now a bloody mess. He looked like he had suffered 1,000 cuts as he fell into a large pit at the side. Inside the crater was an earthen yellow shield. However, that earthen yellow shield was currently filled with spiderweb-like cracks. Division Master Meng is still alive? That is Elite Hall's Earth Divine Shield? Even among nascent soul-grade magic treasures, it has the strongest defense. The Earth Divine Shield protected Division Master Meng? However, the Earth Divine Shield shattered? Even the Earth Divine Shield is no longer working? Everyone showed horrified expressions. Division Master. The group of Elite Hall disciples quickly rushed over and helped Montez up. Then they quickly fed him medicinal pills. Blarg. Montez vomited a mouthful of blood. He looked at the dark clouds with a horrified expression. His body twitched as if he could instantly die with just a little more force. The churning dark clouds churned. Humph. Elite Hall's Earth Divine Shield? It is merely SOSO. Consider yourself lucky this time because of the Earth Divine Shield. However, the game is not over yet. Just wait. Will be your turn soon. I want to see how many Earth Divine Shields you have. Montez convulsed. Division Master, what should we do now? The Elite Hall disciples asked worriedly. Everyone looked at Montez. He was the only survivor, even though his injuries were too horrible to look at. Stall for time. The Sky Chess Pavilion will not ignore this. Montez said with much difficulty. After saying that, Montez seemed like he could no longer move. He sucked on a medicinal pill and went limp. The group of Elite Hall disciples quickly stood guard for Montez. Everyone in the formation looked up with a look of despair. The more miserable the loss, the more intense the ritual array's killing blow would be. Who would be next? It's fine. Division Master said to stall for time. We have to stall for time. Song Qingshu called out from the side. Everyone nodded. However, despair still filled their eyes. Wait for the Sky Chess Pavilion's first elder to save us? Is that possible? At the entrance of a large hall in the innate puzzle world, the doors to the large hall opened, but the interior was incredibly dark. No one could see inside. A black-clad man knelt on one knee outside the hall. First Elder, the ninth young master, used the Heavenly Saber death match to trap more than 2,000 outsiders in Carefree Valley. The various elders have differing opinions. First Elder, please make a decision. The black-clad man said respectfully. In the gloomy hall there was a moment of silence. After a long while, a faint voice sounded. I know about Little Joe's matter. My Sky Chess Pavilion will not interfere in their matters. However, they have indeed gone overboard this time. The faint voice rang out. First Elder, should we stop the ninth young master? The black-clad man asked respectfully. There's no need. Wait until the matter at Carefree Valley is over. Then inform little Gio not to make a move. We also need to teach these outsiders the rules. Although the pavilion master has fallen, my sky chess pavilion was once a sect. No one can be presumptuous here. The faint voice rang out. Yes, this subordinate understands. In Carefree Valley, no. No. It's not me. It's not me. A beam of light encased a gray-clad man. That man crumbled on the spot, feeling horrified. In his horror, the gray-clad man did not step onto the go board. Instead, he screamed at the dark clouds in horror, kneeling and begging for mercy, begging the people outside to spare him. Boom. A heavenly saber instantly chopped down. Before that gray-clad man could cry out, it chopped him in half, turning him into a bloody mess. Horrified screams rang out in the valley again. Boundless despair enveloped everyone. Despair. I like to hear such sounds of despair. Ah. Again. Sinister laughter came from the dark clouds. Buzz. Suddenly, another beam of light shot down, instantly enveloping a person. Song Qingshu. Qin Tianshan exclaimed from nearby. The light encased Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu was chosen as the next person to die? No? Division Master Meng, save me. Save me. Why is it me? I don't want to die. Song Qingshu immediately cried out. Stall for time. Play according to my previous go strategy and wait for the Sky Chess Pavilion's people to make their move. While regulating his breathing, Song Qingshu said with difficulty and entered a meditative state again. Stall for time? Song Qingshu slowly stepped onto the go board with an unsightly expression. When he stepped onto the go board, everyone immediately lowered their heads as if they were afraid of making eye contact with Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu stood on the go board and scanned the people below with an unsightly expression. Wherever his gaze landed, many people dodged as if they were fleeing from the plague. I have to choose my opponent within 30 breaths. Who should I choose? Who should I choose? Song Qingshu was anxious. His gaze inadvertently landed on Montez. Perhaps Montez could no longer play Go. If I choose him, he will definitely lose. I can stall for time, but for how long? Furthermore, Song Qingshu forcefully suppressed this desire and continued to scan the crowd. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression changed as he saw Gu Hai's group. Gu Hai. Song Qingshu suddenly glared and said angrily. Huh. Below the go board, Gu Hai frowned slightly. The cultivators around Gu Hai quickly dodged. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's group was exposed before everyone. I choose him. I choose him. Gu Hai. Song Qingshu shouted as he pointed at Gu Hai. Buzz. Suddenly, a beam of starlight from the dark clouds fell on Gu Hai. Gu Hai became the chosen person. Brat, quickly get on the go board. Otherwise, the heavenly saber will chop down on you. Someone called out kindly. Song Qingshu, how bold of you. Are you trying to send the division master to his death? Qin Tianshan's expression changed as he glared. Song Qingshu's expression turned ferocious as he said, no matter who I choose, one will die. Who dies first, me or him? Gu Hai, accept your fate. My Go Dao is not comparable to that of the division master. However, I am definitely stronger than you, someone who has not played Go for 30 years. Die. I want you to die. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Song Qingshu, I already gave you 3 chances. This is the 4th. Gu Hai slowly walked to the Go board. I have not played Go with anyone for 30 years. Do you still want to beat me? Song Qingshu retorted coldly. Chapter 33. Carefree Valley. Song Qingshu stood high above the Go table. He looked at Gu Hai like he was looking at a dead man, a sinister look in his eyes. What should we do? Xiao felt very anxious at the side. Qin Tianshan also showed some worry. However, Gao Xinji showed confidence in her eyes. Gu Hai slowly walked to the Go table. Everywhere he passed, the surrounding cultivators avoided him like he was the plague. Elite Hall's Water Division Master? He is finished. He has not played Go with anyone for 30 years. Won't he lose for sure? This Song Qingshu is also a ruthless person. As the surrounding cultivators discussed softly, Gu Hai had already stepped onto the Go table. The instant the light from the dark clouds enveloped him, Gu Hai felt a ferocious aura hovering above his head. It felt like it would charge at him at any moment. The white light entered his skin and seemed to connect with the veritable energy in his dantian. Gu Hai looked up at the sky. He did not like the feeling of his fate being controlled by others. Gu Hai, don't blame me. You asked for it. Song Qingshu said coldly. Gu Hai smiled coldly and ignored Song Qingshu. Instead he slowly sat down. According to the rules, the person chosen by the opponent would play black. The black Go piece would go first. The Go board was already empty. The 2 Go vats were already filled with Go stones, waiting for the 2 to start. Gu Hai picked up a black Go stone between his index and middle fingers and slowly placed it on the Go board. Although Song Qingshu was confident of victory, he still did not dare to be careless. The moment Gu Hai took out the Go stone, Song Qingshu's expression turned solemn, and he sat down cross-legged. After all, Song Qingshu had already suffered at Gu Hai's hands. Song Qingshu waited patiently. The countless cultivators below also stared at the Go board. Everyone saw Gu Hai slowly place a black Go stone. Clack. When the black Go stone landed, nearly all the cultivators goggled. The Heavenly Prime? He placed the Heavenly Prime? The Heavenly Prime is the centermost position of the Go board. It is rarely used in a Go game. His first Go stone is useless? Is he crazy? How could he waste such an opportunity? Countless Xiuzhi cried out in alarm. It was because whoever left first would have a great advantage, able to make arrangements in advance. But this huge advantage was wasted by Gu Hai? Branch leader really hasn't played chess for 30 years. Why did he take the Heavenly Prime step? Qin Tianshan asked anxiously. Will we lose if we go to Tianyuan? Xiao asked anxiously. Ha. Qin Tianshan let out a long sigh, confirming Xiao's worries. Ah. Xiao revealed an anxious expression. Not necessarily. Gao Xinji shook her head. The people below discussed spiritedly. On the Go table, Song Qingshu was stunned at first. Then he revealed an expression of wild joy. Gu Hai really did not know how to play chess. He actually wasted such a good opportunity. Ha ha Gu Hai, I want to stall for more time. Don't lose too badly. Song Qingshu laughed loudly. After delaying for 30 breaths of time, Song Qingshu picked up a white chess piece and slowly placed it down. Clack. After placing the white Go stone, there were still 30 breaths of time for Gu Hai to think. However, in less than 1 breath, Gu Hai placed a Go stone. Clack. Gu Hai placed a black Go stone. What? Song Qingshu suddenly goggled. The people below the Go table also burst into an uproar. Isn't there 30 breaths of time? Why is he not stalling for time? Why is he placing his Go stone so quickly? Gu Hai, slow down. Slow down. You cannot place your Go stone too quickly. If you have more time, we will have more hope of surviving. The surrounding people shouted anxiously. However, Gu Hai ignored them. Song Qingshu waited for 30 breaths of time before placing a white Go stone. Clack, clack. Gu Hai placed another black Go stone even faster than before. Gu Hai, are you tired of living? Song Qingshu immediately roared in anger. Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, whether I live or die is not up to you to talk nonsense. Why didn't you wait for 30 breaths of time? Why didn't you wait before placing your Go stone? Song Qingshu anxiously roared. I don't need you to teach me how to play Go. 30 breaths of time are up. Place your Go stone. Gu Hai coldly said. Song Qingshu glared. However, he immediately placed a white Go stone. Clack, clack. Gu Hai followed closely behind. Blackie did not even think as he quickly landed. If you want to die, then don't blame me. Song Qingshu said, his eyes bloodshot. Song Qingshu continued to wait for 30 breaths of time before placing his Go stone. However, Gu Hai continued to place his Go stone as quickly as before. Gu Hai placed his Go stone so quickly that the surrounding people became extremely anxious. In the blink of an eye, 100 Go stones were placed. Originally, everyone thought that Gu Hai was simply seeking death and was casually placing his Go stones and would soon lose to Song Qingshu. However, after 100 Go stones were placed, Gu Hai did not lose a single Go stone. That's impossible. How can it be like this? Haven't you not played Go for 30 years? Song Qingshu grew increasingly frustrated. 150th Go stone was placed. Song Qingshu showed some confusion in his eyes. Although Gu Hai had not extracted a Go stone from him, he had not extracted a Go stone from Gu Hai either. Furthermore, Song Qingshu found that he could not understand this Go game at all. At first, he had been doing as he pleased. Now, he felt like he was being led around by Gu Hai's black Go stones. How can this be? Impossible. How can Gu Hai win against me? In the blink of an eye, 200 Go stones were placed. It was now Gu Hai's turn. However, this time, Gu Hai did not place his Go stones as quickly as before. Instead, he suddenly glanced at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu stared at the Go board, his mind seemingly occupied by the Go board. He could not care less whether Gu Hai had placed a Go stone or not. His forehead was covered in cold sweat as he clenched his fists. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile as he slowly placed a black Go stone. Clack. The black Go stone was placed. They suddenly connected with the position of the first stone, Tianyuan. In an instant, Gu Hai's scattered black stones formed an inescapable net due to the position of the first stone, Tianyuan, and the last stone, trapping a large number of white stones in the net. Large swathes of white Go stones were surrounded. Bang! 64 white Go stones were suddenly placed. They suddenly disappeared. What does this mean? How is this possible? Song Qingshu suddenly jumped up in shock. Just a moment ago the Go board was still tied. However, in an instant his Go stones were placed and 64 of them at that. This was no longer a matter of slaying dragons, but of slaying 3 dragons in an instant. The black Go wins. A clear shout came from the dark clouds. The black Go wins? The black Go wins? The one holding the white Go stones is going to die? I'm going to die? Song Qingshu felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. Impossible. How can you beat me? You haven't played Go with anyone in 30 years. How can you beat me? You cheated. You cheated. Song Qingshu roared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai sneered. I haven't played Go with anyone in 30 years. It's not that I haven't played Go with anyone in 30 years. What do you mean? Song Qingshu roared in shock. Gu Hai softly smiled and did not explain. And this dramatic change made everyone below the stage look surprised. How can this be? That Go stone? One Go to slay 3 dragons? The first Go stone, Tianyuan, is actually not a useless Go stone? It's actually so ingenious? It's a coincidence, right? It's not a coincidence. Slay 3 dragons. When did you see slay 3 dragons play? A huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. This was because everyone had been focused on the Go board like Song Qingshu. It was like they had not seen this dangerous Go stone at all. One Go stone, one Go stone. This was simply a startling reversal. At the back of the crowd, the weak Montez goggled at that stunning Go stone. One saber slay 3 dragons? The Gu Hai from an ordinary country? I understand now. Cough, cough. He has not played Go with anyone in 30 years because no one was qualified to play Go with him in 30 years? Cough, cough. Montez looked at Gu Hai, who was on the Go board, with an unsightly expression. That's great. Benefactor won. He won. Xiao cried out excitedly. How incredible. Didn't he not play Go with anyone in 30 years? Why is he still so incredible? Qin Tianshan exclaimed, goggling. Gao Xinji frowned and said, I'm guessing that the Division Master's Go skills were too strong. Back then, the Division Master did not think highly of the ordinary people of several countries, right? Did not think highly of them? Qin Tianshan gaped in shock. On the Go board, Song Qingshu suddenly understood what Gu Hai meant. Gu Hai had not played Go with anyone in 30 years not because his Go skills were too weak. On the contrary, it was because his Go skills were too strong. You lied to me? You lied to me? Song Qingshu roared at Gu Hai. Rumble. The dark clouds churned and a 300-meter-long heavenly saber slowly appeared, aiming at Song Qingshu. It looked like it would chop him down. I don't want to die. You lied to me. Gu Hai, you lied to me. I want you to die. Song Qingshu roared in despair. Song Qingshu seemed to have gone crazy. He suddenly threw a palm strike at Gu Hai. A large amount of veritable energy surged out of his palm, carrying a resolute force. It looked like he wanted to kill Gu Hai in an instant. Be careful. Qin Tianshan and Xiao suddenly cried out. However, Gu Hai immediately stood up. His eyes turned cold as he said, It has only been a few days since the explosion. Your injuries have not healed yet, right? As Gu Hai spoke, he stomped down with his left foot. A loud sound rang out, kicking up a strong wind. Then he took half a step with his right foot and all his muscles tensed up. A large amount of veritable energy surged out of his body, forming a ferocious dragon head on his skin. Ah! Gu Hai shouted. He tensed his entire body and gathered all his strength in his right fist. Brr! A dragon roar seemed to come from Gu Hai's right fist. The dragon roared, and the dragon head veritable energy followed Gu Hai's right fist and struck Song Qingshu's incoming palm strike. Boom! A loud sound rang out and the ground below shook, kicking up a large amount of dust. Blarg! Song Qingshu suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. He moved back 4 or 5 steps and fell off the Go board. What? The group of elite hall disciples exclaimed in shock. This was because Gu Hai stood calmly on the go board, not taking a single step back. He showed a ferocious expression as he looked at Song Qingshu, who was knocked back by his punch. Song Qingshu was severely injured from the explosion that day. However, he had already recuperated for several days. No matter how weak he was, that palm strike filled with hatred still contained the strength of a fourth-layer innate realm cultivator. However, he could not last more than one move against Gu Hai? That's not right. Gu Hai is even stronger than before? Montez exclaimed in shock as he goggled. Song Qingshu fell off the go board. Before he could cry out in pain when he fell to the ground, he saw the heavenly saber in the air charging down with an unstoppable aura. No. No. Song Qingshu roared in despair. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and Song Qingshu was chopped in half. Song Qingshu's final scream echoed in the entire valley. No one knew whether it was Song Qingshu's unwillingness to lose to Gu Hai or despair at the heavenly saber's descent. However, everyone could hear the boundless regret in Song Qingshu's scream. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. However, there was no turning back. Song Qingshu's blood splattered everywhere. The entire valley fell silent as everyone looked at Gu Hai, who was on the go board. Everyone knew that the winner would face the heavenly saber death match next. Gu Hai did not regret Song Qingshu's death. Instead, he looked up at the sky with a ferocious expression. Chapter 34. As Gu Hai looked coldly at the sky, the Go board on the Go table changed. The original Go puzzle was now completely messed up, returning to its original state. However, the black Go stones and white Go stones were switched. Gu Hai continued to play with a black Go stone. Ching. Suddenly, a 300-meter-long heavenly saber appeared from the dark clouds. A ferocious aura surged wherever the heavenly saber pointed, looking like it would tear Gu Hai in half in an instant. 30 breaths are almost up. Is Heavenly Saber urging Division Master Gu to play? If Gu Hai still does not play his Go Stone, Heavenly Saber will chop down. Play according to Division Master Meng's earlier move. Quickly play. Quickly play your Go Stone. The people below called out worriedly. Benefactor, quickly play. Quickly. Xiaoro roared anxiously. On the Go board, a murderous intent surged into Gu Hai's heart. He showed a cold expression. He extended his hand and picked up a black Go Stone. Clack. Gu Hai played his Go Stone. Buzz. Heavenly Saber's murderous intent vanished. Then Gu Hai slowly looked at the Go board. Hey. This is not where Division Master Meng placed his Go Stone earlier. What is Division Master Gu doing? Did he place his Go Stone wrong? Many people showed worried expressions. However, Montez, who was protected by the elite hall people, narrowed his eyes slightly. Gu Hai's Go Stone is the 9-5? The 9-5 prime position? Clack. A white Go Stone instantly landed, and the match with the Heavenly Saber death match officially started. Gu Hai slowly sat down and did not hesitate to place another black Go Stone. Why did Division Master change his Go Stone? Why not follow the order in which Montez placed his Go Stone? Qin Tianshan asked anxiously. Gao Xianji, who was at the side, shook her head and said, "Why continue a sequence that is destined to fail?" But, although Montez was defeated, Montez had made amazing achievements before. Maybe. Qin Tianshan frowned. There is no ifs. A loss is a loss. Branch Master disdains to reconsider. Gao Xinji shook her head. Then let's start again? This is the situation that old man Guanxi left behind. Can the Division Master win? Qin Tianshan asked in disbelief. I think so. Qin Tianshan looked at Gao Xinji as if he was looking at a lunatic. Outside Carefree Valley, thousands of demonic beasts were stationed everywhere. Rolling dark clouds covered the entire Carefree Valley. He trapped Carefree Valley into a dangerous place where no one could escape. A large number of black-clothed men stood on the surrounding mountain peaks and looked at the center of the rolling dark clouds. Countless amounts of water vapor condensed into a huge mirror. The mirror projected the scene of everything in the valley, including the horrified gazes of everyone in the valley and the Go stones that Gu Hai placed on the Go board. All these details were displayed before the black-clothed men. On one of the mountain peaks, a red-clothed man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Go board in the mirror. Ninth Young Master, the elders did not give any instructions. A black-clothed man reported respectfully to the red-clothed man. The ninth Young Master smiled coldly and said, "Those old fellows are finally willing to let me make a move? If they had done so earlier, my Sky Chess Pavilion would not have lost so many treasures." Ninth Young Master, This is what the pavilion master instructed us to do back then. The black-clothed man said worriedly. Humph. Back then the pavilion master only instructed us, not gave us an order. Furthermore, the pavilion master is already dead. In my opinion, these intruders should have been taught a lesson long ago. The ninth young master said coldly. The black-clothed man's respectful attitude suddenly changed. Ninth young master, please conduct yourself with dignity. The pavilion master's instructions are orders. Everyone in the Sky Chess Pavilion thinks the same. Even if the pavilion master is dead, the ninth young master must not be presumptuous towards the pavilion master. Those old fellows don't care about me, and you want to care about me too? The ninth young master glared at him. I wouldn't dare. I'm guessing that the elders allowed the ninth young master to bring us here to teach these intruders a lesson not because they wanted to go against the pavilion master's wishes, but because you, the ninth young master, have passed the 9 palaces chess formation and are qualified to leave. That's why the elders allowed you to do as you wish, the black-clothed man said solemnly. You also know that I passed the 9 palaces chess formation? How dare you speak to me like that? The ninth young master retorted coldly. The 9 palaces chess formation is difficult to pass. However, I believe that some of the elders can do it. However, the elders are willing to accompany the pavilion master's coffin, so no one is willing to touch it. Ninth young master, please be careful with your words. The black-clothed man said respectfully. Humph, the ninth young master snorted coldly. The ninth young master turned his head and looked at the screen again. In the screen, the ritual array moved the white ghost stones while Gu Hai played the black ghost stones. Gu Hai used a jar of black ghost stones to do his best to dismantle this vast ritual array. On the Go board, Gu Hai's attention slowly focused on the Go board. The old man Guanxi lives up to his reputation indeed. Gu Hai sighed as he played the ghost stones. There was no nervousness in his eyes. Instead there was excitement and joy. He had not met a match since 30 years ago. Now this heavenly saber death match allowed Gu Hai to rediscover the long-lost feeling of playing Go. As for the earlier match with Song Qingshu, it was like a game of cat and mouse, meaningless. As the black ghost stones fell, starlight encased Gu Hai. Gu Hai felt his veritable energy connect with the starlight, like it merged with the ritual array. Gu Hai vaguely felt like he was sitting in the clouds, slowly playing Go with a white-haired old man. Pa. 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 Gu Hai played his 20th black ghost stone. However, neither side could do anything to the other. Indeed, Division Master Gu is not as good as Division Master Meng. When Division Master Meng played his 18th ghost stone, he beat Old Man Guanxi by 1 ghost stone. However, Division Master Gu played his 20th ghost stone and still did not win. Division Master Gu should have played like Division Master Meng did. Division Master Gu is finished. After this we will be in trouble. We will be hunted down again. I don't want to die yet. As Gu Hai played more ghost stones, the cultivators below turned nervous and horrified again. Despair appeared on many people's faces again. Gu Hai continued playing ghost stones. Finally, when he played his 26th ghost stone, clack. The white ghost stone is surrounded. The white ghost stone is surrounded. Someone suddenly exclaimed. This exclamation made the eyes of the cultivators who showed despair earlier light up. Ching. A heavenly saber descended from the sky, charging at Gu Hai. Gu Hai ignored it. However, the veritable energy in his body was instantly attracted. Roar. The veritable energy condensed by the true dragon innate cultivation technique took the shape of a dragon. A 3-meter-long purple dragon-shaped veritable energy soared into the sky, opening its mouth and charging at the heavenly saber. Boom. The 3-meter-long small dragon instantly swallowed up the 300-meter-long heavenly saber. The small dragon immediately grew to 20 meters. Saber energy emitted from its body as if it had some indigestion. After all, Gu Hai's veritable energy was slightly weaker than Montez's. However, it still swallowed it in the end. The 20-meter-long small dragon opened its mouth and roared. Roar. It roared at the sky, at the dark clouds in the sky. This Go. Outside, the 9th young master suddenly opened his eyes wide. In the valley, Montez's face also darkened. Jianghu? This game? Clack, clack. The white ghost stone was played, followed by the black ghost stone. Suddenly, another white ghost stone was surrounded. Another ghost stone? You don't even need to rest? Clack, clack. True dragon sky swallowing saber continued. Clack, clack. Again? Is he continuously playing ghost stones? This is already 3 times in a row. Division Leader Gu plays one ghost stone after another? Previously, Division Leader Meng played several ghost stones before he played one ghost stone. How can he be like Division Leader Gu? Look, Division Leader Gu is going to play ghost stones again. A series of ghost stones were played, mixed with the sound of the true dragon sky-swallowing saber. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the true dragon swallowed 10 ghost stones in a row before it slowed down. The ghost stones continued. This time the white ghost stones and the black ghost stones both lost. The white and black pieces were placed and the game continued. The true dragon above Gu Hai's head had already grown to a height of 300 meters. It had swallowed so many heavenly sabers that the true dragon's shape changed. The scales on the true dragon's body turned into heavenly saber scales and stood up. This was no longer an ordinary true dragon, but a monstrous evil dragon full of heavenly sabers. The ferocious evil dragon hovered above Gu Hai's head, spitting out billowing evil chi. The evil chi rushed into everyone's heart, making them tremble. Monte's true dragon only grew to a height of 600 meters, but Gu Hai's evil dragon grew to a height of 300 meters. A huge mutated blade evil dragon roared into the sky. The Go puzzle continued and the evil dragon continued to grow. A glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's heart. The various cultivators clenched their fists and watched excitedly as Gu Hai played ghost stones. Roar! It grew bigger. The evil dragon grew bigger. What a horrifying aura. This is great. Even bigger. Even bigger. 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 Everyone murmured excitedly. Xiao was so excited that her snake body tensed up. Her entire snake body stood up, praying for Gu Hai. Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji also showed strange excitement in their eyes. As Xiao Chen gained more ghost stones, the blade evil dragon grew to a length of 200 meters. Boom! The blade evil dragon roared, and a surging ferocious chi seemed to penetrate the watery mirror outside the valley and into the hearts of everyone outside. Sup. Outside the valley, thousands of demonic beasts suddenly prostrated themselves on the ground. It was as if they had lost all will to fight after being struck by the evil dragon's might. Each and every one of them was inexplicably frightened and frenzied. As they prostrated themselves on the ground, some demonic beasts even fled in fear. Ninth young master, this is bad. What should we do now? A black-clad man shouted in horror at the ninth young master. Ninth young master, that person seems to be about to solve the heavenly saber death match. What should we do? Are we really going to let them go? Ninth young master, he is about to solve the heavenly saber death match. That person is about to solve the heavenly saber death match. Should we let them go? The ninth young master showed an uncertain expression. Then he showed a sinister expression. Solve the heavenly saber death match? That is just an excuse for me to torture them. Since they can't play anymore, let them die together. Heavenly saber absolute kill formation. As the ninth young master spoke, he waved his hand. He controlled the ritual array. Rumble. The dark clouds suddenly churned intensely. Suddenly, beams of white light appeared in the ritual array. Dense saber chi seemed to slowly emerge from the tip of the saber from the dark clouds. Inside the valley, what? Oh no. Look at the sky. So many new heavenly sabers are forming? What should we do? Division Master Gu won and they are going back on their words? Bastards. You are going back on your words. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Everyone in the valley looked at the sky in horror, because everyone's hair stood on end, and the threat of death rushed into their hearts. Qin Tianshan showed a panicked expression. Xiao looked at the sky in horror. However, Gao Xianji and Montez stared at Gu Hai's go board, clenching their fists tightly. Gu Hai moved faster and faster. As he continuously played, the evil dragon swallowed up the heavenly sabers. Its eyes turned scarlet, and the evil aura around it intensified. Go to hell. Suddenly, a cold shout came from the dark clouds. Boom. A heavenly saber suddenly appeared and rushed towards Gu Hai. This time it was not for the evil dragon to eat. Instead, it wanted to kill Gu Hai. Ching. The saber was ferocious and seemed to tear the void apart. It carried an overwhelming murderous aura as it charged at Gu Hai. It looked like it would hit Gu Hai soon. The evil dragon roared and rammed into him. Boom. With a loud bang, the heavenly saber was suddenly shattered into pieces and disappeared into thin air. The ninth young master's expression changed. It was blocked so easily? A black-robed man said in shock. That evil dragon already swallowed 200 heavenly sabers. It is now 1 kilometer long. It has grown stronger. The ninth young master's expression turned sullen. So what if you can block one heavenly saber? I have 10 heavenly sabers, 100 heavenly sabers, 1,000 heavenly sabers. Let's see how you block them. With a cold shout, dark clouds churned above Gu Hai's head once more. Ching, ching, ching. Suddenly, 100 heavenly sabers appeared in the dark clouds. A strong murderous aura instantly shrouded the entire valley. Many cultivators felt their scalps go numb. The threat of death seemed to freeze all the blood in their bodies. Many people showed horrified expressions. These 100 heavenly sabers pointed at Gu Hai. When the evil dragon blocked this aura, Gu Hai felt better. However, he was still startled. He stopped playing Ghost Stone and looked up. The evil dragon faced the sky and roared ferociously. The evil dragon faced the 100 heavenly sabers that were about to arrive. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. You want to kill me now? Isn't it too late? As Xiao Qin spoke, he suddenly placed a black ghost stone on the go board. Clack. The ghost stone seemed to infuse boundless energy into the evil dragon. Roar. The evil dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. The evil aura around its body suddenly soared like a gust of wind. The surrounding cultivators were immediately thrown to the ground. As the evil dragon roared, it no longer guarded Gu Hai's head. Instead, it flew up with a ferocious expression and charged at the 100 heavenly sabers. It bit at the churning dark clouds and charged at the heavenly saber death match in a barbaric manner. Roar. Chapter 35. Roar. The evil dragon showed a ferocious expression as it roared and charged at the 100 heavenly sabers. The ferocious aura formed a black storm. Outside the valley, the demonic beasts became more frightened and chaotic. The evil dragon's evil aura made the men in black restless. All of them looked at the ninth young master. Huh. The ninth young master opened his eyes wide. Humph. Your dragon might was given to you by my array. How dare you resist me with something I gave you? The ninth young master said coldly. When Xiao Qin waved his hand, the 100 heavenly sabers materialized and charged at the evil dragon. Roar. The dragon might was vast. Although the cultivators in the valley were knocked to the ground by the evil dragon's aura, they were not angry at all. On the contrary, they clenched their fists and looked at the evil dragon with anticipation, hoping that it could block the 100 heavenly sabers. At the go board, after Gu Hai placed his Tianyuan stone, the layout of the go board changed dramatically. When he placed his go piece, a large number of white go stones appeared. Boom. The 100 heavenly sabers collided with the evil dragon. Almost everyone in and outside the valley opened their eyes wide. However, they saw a boundless white light at the point of collision, so bright that they were blinded. The loud sound created surging shockwaves. The shockwaves spread in all directions, creating a huge storm in the valley. Even though everyone was knocked around, they still stared at the center of the dazzling explosion. Roar. A dragon roar came from the center of the light. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of heavenly sabers exploded, their fragments falling to the ground. However, the evil dragon opened its mouth and swallowed nearly 30 complete heavenly sabers. This was a berserk rampage. After defeating the heavenly sabers, it swallowed the heavenly sabers. Roar. As the evil dragon roared, it did not stop and charged at the dark clouds. What? The evil dragon can still charge? Many cultivators were overjoyed. Gao Xinji and Montez stared at the chessboard. As Gu Hai placed his Tianyuan piece, the entire situation changed completely. The white pieces lost all their advantages. The black pieces did not gain the upper hand. Instead, they gained an overwhelming victory. That's impossible. How could the Sin Dragon eat Skyblade, which is of the death attribute? Heavenly Blade killing formation, crush this evil dragon for me. The ninth young master's angry roar came from the dark clouds. Gu Hai stood up and looked at the sky. Then he revealed a cold smile. It is too late. The heavenly saber death match is no longer something you can control. Break. Boom. The evil dragon rushed into the dark clouds and soared up. In just a moment, the dark clouds scattered as the ninth young master controlled the formation to kill the evil dragon. However, the evil dragon had already matured. Even if the heavenly blade wanted to kill it, it would still swallow it. Boom. As the evil dragon swung its tail, it immediately knocked aside a large number of heavenly blades. The churning dark clouds immediately shattered. One could vaguely see the sunlight of the outside world through the dark clouds. Roar. Wherever the evil dragon swung its claws, it immediately shattered many heavenly blades. Its saber-shaped dragon scales stood upright, crashing into all the heavenly blades in the surroundings. When the evil dragon opened its mouth, it looked like a whale swallowing, wildly sucking in the heavenly blades. The heavenly blades were huge, 300 meters long. However, the evil dragon was now 400 meters long. As the evil dragon's massive body churned, it kicked up a storm. As the storm raged, the cultivators in the valley tumbled to the ground. As for the many animal spirits outside the valley, they fled in panic under the dragon might. They saw the crystal go board shatter into countless shards, scattering in all directions. As the shards fell, they slowly disappeared into the air like they vaporized. As for the victor, the evil dragon, it was not in a good state. That final clash was a suicidal attack. Most of the evil dragon's body shattered, leaving only a small dragon head. The dragon head suddenly turned into a clump of purple energy. Strands of the heavenly saber's aura descended from the sky, heading for Gu Hai. Boom. This clump of purple energy was Gu Hai's veritable energy. Then it instantly surged into Gu Hai's body. Buzz. Compared to the veritable energy that Xiaoqin released earlier, this clump of veritable energy poured into his dantian, heading for the whirlpool in his dantian. It quickly condensed into veritable essence energy. Boom. The 9 peanut-sized veritable essence pearls merged again, turning into an even larger veritable essence energy bead. The innate realm's third layer? Gu Hai goggled. Earlier, when he was in the spirit spring, the spiritual progenitor was not enough for him to break through to the third layer. However, the veritable energy he released earlier actually helped him break through after absorbing the heavenly saber deathmatch's energy. Furthermore, this veritable energy was still increasing. After a while, Gu Hai felt like he had reached the peak of the third layer. However, he did not have enough energy and could not advance further, so he stopped. However, this was already enough for Gu Hai. The innate realm's third layer? How long has it been? Excitement flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Then he turned his head and looked at the shattered go board. Then he frowned slightly. The heavenly saber death match? What an incredible old man Guanxi. Unfortunately, you were not the one playing against me. Instead, you set up a pattern earlier. Hence, I won by luck. Old man Guanxi? If only you were still around. Gu Hai showed a regretful expression as he looked at the go board. Gu Hai, who rarely found an opponent, did not feel envious of people with strong go skills. Instead, he felt sympathy for them. He hated that he could not have a proper match with old man Guanxi. Unfortunately, old man Guanxi had already fallen 800 years ago. Benefactor, you won. You won. Xiao rushed over excitedly. Congratulations, Division Master. Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan also felt excited. Many thanks, Division Master Gu. Many thanks, Division Master Gu. The surrounding cultivators cheered. Montez was protected in the center by the elite hall people. As he recuperated from his injuries, he looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression mixed with jealousy and coldness. Bang, bang, bang. Many spirit beasts slowly crawled out of the rubble in the surroundings. These spirit beasts were all innate realm cultivators. Although they had slipped and ended up buried in the ground, their strong strength allowed them to struggle free quickly. Many of the surrounding mountains collapsed. However, many of them remained. A large number of black-clad men surrounded the 9th young master on a mountain peak. The heavenly saber death match? He broke the heavenly saber death match? The 9th young master, what should we do now? The group of black-clad men looked at the 9th young master. The 9th young master stared coldly at Gu Hai. Murderous intent radiated from his eyes. Beep, 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 beep. The surrounding black-clad men quickly played their flutes. A large number of spirit beasts crawled out and immediately surrounded the area. Without the evil dragon's might, the spirit beasts no longer felt afraid. At this moment, they bared their teeth and stared in Gu Hai's direction. It looked like they were waiting for an order to charge at him. At this moment, the cultivators in the valley crowded around Gu Hai. After cheering, they looked worriedly at the surrounding spirit beasts. At the same time, they drew their weapons. They stared coldly at the crowd of spirit beasts. Gu Hai's heavenly saber death match seemed to become everyone's mental support. They surrounded Gu Hai, waiting for Gu Hai's orders. Gu Hai was in the center of the encirclement. At this moment, he raised his head and looked coldly at the 9th young master on the mountain peak. Elite Hall's Gu Hai greets your distinguished self. How should I address you? Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. You are not qualified to know who I am. You destroyed the heavenly saber death match that the pavilion master left behind. You destroyed the pavilion master's things? The ninth young master said coldly as he stared at Gu Hai. I am not qualified to know who you are? Never mind. I'm not very interested in you. The heavenly saber death match broke not because of me but because of you. You are too careless. Gu Hai retorted coldly. Careless? Do you think that you can still leave? Do you think that I will let you off? The ninth young master retorted coldly. You went back on your word. You went back on your word. Angry voices rang out in the surroundings. However, Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, You want to keep us here? I already said that you are too careless. Chapter 36. Are you getting careless? The ninth young master revealed a cold smile. Roar! 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 The surrounding spirit beasts roared. It seemed like they would charge into the valley and tear the cultivators to shreds as long as the ninth young master gave the order. The cultivators around Gu Hai revealed worried expressions. Back then, the spirit beasts forced the cultivators here. Could they escape from this group of spirit beasts? Back then, it was these 4,000 spirit beasts that forced you all here. Now there are still 4,000 spirit beasts. What are you going to use to fight? Do you think there is still that evil dragon from earlier? That evil dragon from earlier only borrowed the might of the heavenly saber death match. The ninth young master sneered. Division Master Gu, what should we do? Division Master Gu, what should we do? Everyone felt anxious. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly. Indeed, we outnumber the spirit beast. However, why should we fight with the spirit beast? Gu Hai sneered. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Fellow Taoists, do you see that? That person. Gu Hai extended his hand and pointed at the ninth young master. Everyone looked in the direction Gu Hai pointed. We only have one enemy, him. In the innate puzzle world there are only innate realm cultivators. We have 2,000 innate realm cultivators, but he has only one innate realm cultivator. With 2,000 against 1 will we lose? Gu Hai shouted to all the cultivators as he pointed at the ninth young master. The group of cultivators immediately shivered. Indeed. This group of spirit beasts listens to him. As long as we kill him, we will be leaderless. If he dies, the spirit beasts will scatter, right? It is just 2,000 of us against 1. The eyes of the horrified cultivators immediately lit up. At the same time, all of them stared at the ninth young master with bloodshot eyes. As long as we kill him, we will be saved. Perhaps we will run into obstructions. However, 2,000 against 1. Even if there are obstructions, it is reasonable. Many people drew their weapons and stared at the ninth young master. On the mountain peak, the ninth young master's expression changed. Gu Hai stepped forward and stared at the ninth young master. He said, This sir, from the Go game earlier, I could see the old man Guanxi's Go style. He should be an open and upright person. I believe the Sky Chess Pavilion will carry out his will. The ninth young master stared at Gu Hai. Since we already broke the heavenly saber death match, I ask that you lead your people and spirit beasts away. Otherwise, the group of cultivators beside me will disregard life and death and aim to kill you. If they do not kill you, they will die. If they kill you, they might die, but they will also live. Withdraw. Gu Hai said coldly. The ninth young master stared at Gu Hai with a cold gaze. Then he revealed a sinister smile. Are you threatening me? Brat, you are still too inexperienced. Tear them apart. Roar. 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 The spirit beasts roared in unison, charging at the group amid loud rumbles. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly at the ninth young master's disregard. Remember, I am Gu Hai. A large number of cultivators around Gu Hai raised their weapons and charged at the ninth young master. Kill him and we can live. Otherwise we will die. The cultivator at the very front shouted. Quick. Stop that person before the spirit beasts arrive. No matter how strong he is just an innate realm cultivator. We are all innate realm cultivators. He cannot block us. If you don't want to die, charge. The group of cultivators immediately charged at the ninth young master, who was on the mountain peak, in a frenzy. The ninth young master showed a sullen expression as he looked at the countless experts charging over. The surrounding black-clad men quickly moved closer to the ninth young master, as though they wanted to protect the ninth young master. The spirit beasts charged over from all directions. However, they quickly moved to block the cultivators at the very front, stopping these frenzied cultivators. Boom. Evil beasts die. Brr. The cultivators at the very front already clashed with the spirit beasts. Sabers, swords, and claws clashed, sending a large number of rocks flying, kicking up dust and smoke. The cultivators at the back did not hesitate, continuing to charge up the mountain. At this moment there was no need for orders. Everyone understood that if they killed the ninth young master they would be saved. Otherwise the spirit beasts would tear them apart. The cultivators did not shrink back. Advancing meant life and retreating meant death. After experiencing the horror of the heavenly saber death match, everyone's desire to live intensified. Rumble. A huge battle started. It was incredibly bloody. A large number of spirit beasts' blood splattered everywhere. Many cultivators were riddled with wounds. At this moment no one felt fear. Instead they kept advancing. As the cultivators advanced they got closer to the ninth young master. There were not many black-clad men, only about 100 of them. As they watched the sinister faces of the outsiders approach, the group of black-clad men showed worried expressions. These people did not care about their lives anymore. The black-clad men grabbed their weapons and looked at the ninth young master. However, the ninth young master narrowed his eyes slightly. Through the churning dust he looked at Gu Hai, who was at the bottom of the valley. Gu Hai did not move. He stared coldly at the ninth young master. Gu Hai surrounded Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Xiaoro. "Division Master, are we leaving now?" Gao Xianji asked softly. "Leave? Why leave?" "Gao Xianji, what do you mean? Didn't the Division Master make it very clear? As long as that person dies we will all be safe. With 2,000 people trying to kill him, how can we fail?" Chen Tianshan glared from the side. However, Gu Hai did not refute Gao Xianji. Instead he took a deep breath and said, "Something is wrong." Gao Xianji said, feeling confused. "It seems like we can't leave." Gu Hai's expression changed. "What do you mean?" Chen Tianshan appeared confused. On the other side, Montez covered his injuries, protected by the elite hall disciples. "Quickly leave. This opportunity will not come again. Let's take advantage of the chaos to leave this place first." Montez shouted. "Yes." The group of elite hall disciples carried Montez and fled to the back. The group of experts at the very front looked like they were about to charge up the peak, getting closer to the ninth young master. They all showed ferocious expressions as they grasped their weapons. It looked like they wanted to chop the ninth young master in half with their swords. When the large group of experts approached, the ninth young master suddenly had nowhere to run. "Die!" the cultivator at the very front roared. The ninth young master revealed a cold smile. However, he did not panic. Instead, he suddenly held up a golden ghost stone between his right index and middle fingers. "Tongtian land, materialize!" the ninth young master shouted coldly. Boom! A huge force knocked the cultivator at the very front into the air. Then, boundless clouds suddenly appeared with the ninth young master as the center. The clouds instantly encased the valley in all directions. These clouds were even larger than the dark clouds of the heavenly saber death match earlier. Suddenly, white fog covered everything, forming a surging cloud sea that stuck to the ground. Whoosh! The expressions of the fleeing elite hall disciples immediately changed. With the fog covering the area, they could no longer see their surroundings. They did not know where to flee to. Furthermore, a horrifying aura pressed down from the ninth young master's direction. "What is that?" Chen Tianshan, who was in the valley, exclaimed. Chen Tianshan saw a huge tail sweeping towards the cultivators charging up the mountain. Boom! Arg! 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 The tail immediately sent dozens of cultivators flying. All the cultivators charging up the mountain felt their hearts skip a beat. They stopped and looked at the summit in horror. Clouds encased the summit. However, there seemed to be a colossal creature in the center of the clouds, looking like the evil dragon from earlier. This was a huge snake formed by the clouds. The snake was 1 kilometer long but had 9 heads. The 9-headed cloud snake spread its body ferociously. The various heads showed ferocious expressions. Half of the ninth young master's body was on the centermost head. The golden ghost stone in his hand seemed to be placed on the snake's head, controlling the huge 9-headed cloud snake. Roar! Roar! The 9-headed snake showed a ferocious expression as it roared at everyone with a berserk, vicious aura. As it roared, it seemed to form a whirlwind. This whirlwind blew at all the cultivators in the surroundings. Boom! As the whirlwind blew, it swept all the cultivators to the center. Arg! 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 A series of miserable cries rang out. Everyone fell from a high altitude and crashed into the center. Even the elite hall disciples who had just fled far away, were swept up by the whirlwind and instantly swept into the center. Roar! The nine-headed snake twisted its body and quickly slithered to the front of the group. A vast, ferocious aura surged at the group. Everyone surrounded Gu Hai, showing horrified expressions. What's going on? Aren't we limited to the innate realm? What is that? What kind of monster is that? Horrified cries rang out in the surroundings. Cloud Beast? It's that golden ghost stone in his hand. Montez suddenly exclaimed. What? Everyone looked at Montez. Someone used it in the past. The innate puzzle world's laws are a boundless big picture. This world has a large number of golden ghost stones. As long as one finds a golden ghost stone, one can use one's go energy to connect to this world and use one's go energy to materialize the corresponding cloud beast to defend against the enemy. He used that golden ghost stone to connect to this world and materialize this cloud beast. Montez explained, his expression changing. What should we do? Division Master Meng, what should we do? Everyone asked anxiously. There's nothing I can do. Unless someone finds another golden ghost stone and connects to this world to materialize a cloud beast, Montez said anxiously. Ah! Everyone panicked. Roar! The nine-headed snake roared. I already said that you can't escape. The ninth young master on the largest snake head revealed a sinister smile. As the nine-headed snake spoke, it swung its huge snake tail at the 2,000 cultivators. The cloud beast's strength was simply too great. When the snake tail swung, the pressure stifled everyone, making it even more ferocious than the evil dragon earlier. Ah! I don't want to die. Just as everyone panicked, a huge blue palm suddenly appeared behind them. It was a transparent human palm, but it was about 100 meters wide. Then the huge palm smashed towards the snake tail. Boom! With a loud bang, the void trembled, and the huge shock wave flipped everyone to the ground. However, the palm knocked the snake tail back. Who is it? The ninth young master exclaimed in shock as his expression turned cold. Amateus Buddha, ninth young master, when possible one should be lenient. Back then old man Guanxi was matchlessly trustworthy. Don't ruin the Sky Chess Pavilion's reputation at your hands. A voice came from behind the crowd. The huge, transparent blue palm suddenly returned to the back of the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw an old monk wearing a kasaya holding a Buddhist staff. He showed a solemn expression as he bowed with one hand. Venerable Yan Sheng? Xiao exclaimed in pleasant surprise. How can this be? Isn't this place limited to innate realm cultivators? How can Venerable Yan Sheng bring out such great strength without using a golden ghost stone? How can this be? Qin Tianshan exclaimed in disbelief. On the nine-headed snake head, the ninth young master's expression changed. Bodhisattva Yan Sheng? Bodhisattva? He is a bodhisattva? Many people revealed shocked expressions. Gu Hai also looked at Venerable Yan Sheng in shock. He is a bodhisattva? Bodhisattva Yan Sheng, why are you in my innate puzzle world? The ninth young master asked while glaring. Bodhisattva Yan Sheng smiled faintly and said, Back then old man Guanxi promised me something. It should be in the hands of your first elder, right? This time this humble monk is here for this. Ninth young master, are you still going to silence me for the sake of the Sky Chess Pavilion's reputation? The ninth young master looked at Bodhisattva Yan Sheng with an uncertain expression. Then he turned to look at the cultivators, and some unwillingness flashed in his eyes. However, even though he was unwilling, he could only suppress his anger. Humph! Consider yourselves lucky today, the ninth young master said coldly. Then the ninth young master clenched his fist, and the golden ghost stone entered his palm. The nine-headed snake immediately turned into mist and disappeared. The surrounding clouds also exploded and turned into water vapor. The surroundings turned clear in the blink of an eye. Greetings, Bodhisattva Yan Sheng. The group of black-clad men in the distance bowed respectfully. Bodhisattva Yan Sheng nodded and said, Go back and inform the first elder that this humble monk will be here soon. Yes. The group of black-clad men replied respectfully. Let's go then. The ninth young master shouted coldly. Then he stepped on the head of a spirit beast, looking like he was going to lead the group of spirit beasts away. Wait! Gu Hai shouted from the crowd. Ha! The ninth young master frowned and stopped. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. The cultivators were rejoicing when they heard Gu Hai's shout. They all showed worry. Brat, are you still thinking of stopping us? The ninth young master sneered. Fellow Taoists from the Sky Chess Pavilion, I am Gu Hai of Elite Hall. I came to the innate puzzle world this time not to target you but to find someone. This world is vast, and finding someone is like finding a needle in a haystack. Today all of you came here because I want to inquire about one person. If you know him, please tell me or tell him, Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. The ninth young master narrowed his eyes. This person is called the Unborn Man. If you know where he is, please tell him that the elite hall master is looking for him. I will wait at the exit during the last month before this world closes. Gu Hai said solemnly. The group of black-clad men from the Sky Chess Pavilion revealed confused expressions. Clearly they had never heard of this name before. The Unborn Man? The ninth young master's pupils constricted. Oh, you know? Gu Hai immediately showed joy on his face. Ha! I know. However, why should I tell you? Go ahead and search. You will never find him. Ah! The ninth young master guffawed. Rumble. The Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, the spirit beasts, and the ninth young master quickly left. Gu Hai looked at the departing figures and released a long breath. Then he revealed a faint smile. Finally, there is some progress. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. The group of cultivators quickly bowed to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, grateful for his earlier help. Chapter 37. Carefree Valley. The cultivators who managed to escape felt extremely grateful to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng was also very kind. After responding to everyone's gratitude, he did not say anything else. Many thanks, Division Master Gu. After the surrounding cultivators thanked Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, they also felt very grateful to Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, everyone is too polite. However, I have something that I would like to ask everyone to help me with. Division Master Gu, please speak. If I can do it, I will definitely do it. If not for Division Master Gu and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, we would have died here. Division Master Gu, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Just speak. What is it? I will definitely do it. The cultivators immediately patted their chests and promised politely. As I said earlier, I entered the innate puzzle world this time to search for someone called the Unborn Man. If everyone remains in this world and sees this person, please help me inform him. Just tell him that I will be waiting at the exit during the last month. If he is not willing to come, you can inform me during the last month, Gu Hai said solemnly. The crowd was stunned. Everyone felt stunned. They had not expected Gu Hai's request to be so simple. Division Master Gu, rest assured. I will contact the sect and get all my senior brothers to help Division Master Gu keep an eye out. Division Master Gu, rest assured. I will immediately meet up with Master and help you keep an eye out. The cultivators all promised. Many thanks, everyone, Gu Hai said with a smile. With this, even more people searched for the Unborn Man. After exchanging some pleasantries, the group left. Although the danger was resolved, everyone was still worried about this place. They worried that the ninth young master would return. After saying goodbye to Gu Hai and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, everyone left. Greetings, Division Master Meng. Gu Hai said with a smile as he looked at Montes. Meng Tai stared at Gu Hai, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. Division Master Gu, you have good Go skills. Division Master Meng said with a frown. It's all luck. Branch Master Meng is heavily injured. Do you need to travel together with us? Gu Hai said with a smile. There's no need for that. We're all looking for the Unborn Man. We'll have more chances if we split up. Division Leader Gu, farewell. Montes shook his head and refused. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai watched as the Class 1 hall members left and he narrowed his eyes. Branch Leader Song Qing-shu and them might have. Gao Xinji said with a frown. I know. Gu Hai shook his head and said in a deep voice. Yes. Gao Xinji nodded. At the side, Qin Tianshan revealed a confused expression. What did Song Qing-shu mean by this? Everyone left, leaving only Gu Hai's group and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, many thanks for making a move this time. Gu Hai said gratefully to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Division Master Gu, before I made a move, I think I saw you take out something from a small authority token space to deal with the Cloud Beast's invasion. Perhaps I don't need to make a move. You have a solution, right? Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng is laughing at me. How could I have a solution? It's just something that gives off a small explosion. I'm going to throw it at that ninth young master, but I don't know if it will be effective. Back then when I tried to blow up my elite hall's traitor Song Qing-shu, he was fine. That ninth young master should be able to avoid it, right? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng did not say anything more. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Division Master Gu, are you still concerned about the spirit spring? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng must be joking. I was just curious. Gu Hai smiled and did not refute. There is no harm in telling you. I checked earlier. Old man Guanxi left a treasure below. If you are interested, you can give it a try. With your Go skills, you should be able to gain something, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said with a smile. Oh, Go skills? Gu Hai showed some curiosity. Do you still remember the golden Go stone in the 9th young master's hand? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng asked solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes flickered. After all, the 9th young master used a Go stone to drive the power of the world and materialize the 9-headed snake cloud beast. Normally, golden Go stones will appear in the surroundings 3 months after this world opens, waiting for the fated person. There is a ritual array under the spirit spring. After 3 months, golden Go stones will appear. However, I already messed up the ritual array, so you can obtain it now. The golden Go stones can only be used in this world. Once this world closes, they will lose their effect, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng explained. The golden Go stone that the 9th young master used to summon the 9-headed snake cloud beast? Qin Tianshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao also felt shocked. However, Gu Hai showed some doubt. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng, I don't understand. 3 months after this world opens, golden Go stones will appear, waiting for the fated person. Isn't that giving the outsiders a chance to gain more power? Furthermore, based on what Montez said earlier, Old Man Guanxi seemed to have instructed the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples not to target the outsiders and let them do whatever they want in this world. Why did Old Man Guanxi do this? You are right. This is Old Man Guanxi's intention. In this world, the countless treasures of the Sky Chess Pavilion were laid down by Old Man Guanxi for the outsiders to collect, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng explained. Oh, I don't understand. Gu Hai appeared confused. Back then, Old Man Guanxi lost and died. However, he still managed to lay down a big plan. As for the outcome, no one knows. Perhaps this is part of Old Man Guanxi's plan. You don't need to know why. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng shook his head. Gu Hai frowned slightly before finally nodding. Let's go. I'll bring you over to take a look, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said with a smile. 3 white-clad men rushed over in a panic at the innate puzzle world's exit. That old demon Gu Hai killed martial uncle Song Qingshu. If he finds out that we are First Song sect disciples, he will definitely hunt us down. Quick, go back and report to the sect master. The ancient demon killed 40 of my First Song sect disciples. He is a demon. Our senior and junior brothers all died at the ancient demon's hands. Go back and report to the sect master to exterminate the ancient demon's entire clan. The 3 First Song sect disciples fled to the exit with hatred in their hearts. They had met Song Qingshu in Carefree Valley earlier and knew what happened. Even though Gu Hai saved them earlier, the 3 still hated Gu Hai, so they left silently. The 3 rushed to the exit. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out and the 3 stopped abruptly. They saw a black-robed man blocking them. The black robes covered his entire body. However, there was a golden sun pattern on his chest. This black-robed man looked extremely mysterious. Who are you? Why are you blocking us? One of the First Song sect disciples asked with a cold expression. We have already taken control of the exit. From now on, this world will be closed. Only entry is allowed, exit is forbidden. The black-robed man said coldly. You? That First Song sect disciple said, feeling confused. Indeed, there were still a few black-robed men in the distance. They seemed to be sealing off the fog zone's exit. Senior brother, don't listen to his nonsense. The others are still far away. Let's charge out. A First Song sect disciple said coldly. All right. The 3 answered. Then they ignored the black-robed man and rushed to the fog zone's exit. Humph! The black-robed man snorted coldly. Bang! The head of the First Song sect disciple at the front suddenly exploded. Ah! The other 2 cried out in alarm. They did not see the black-robed man make a move. It was like he did not make a move at all. With a cold snort, his junior brother's head exploded. Scram back, the black-robed man said coldly. Yo. We are First Song sect disciples. The sect master will definitely not let you off. The other First Song sect disciple cried out in horror. Humph. Boom. That First Song sect disciple's head exploded again. Without any warning, it suddenly exploded. The last First Song sect disciple immediately fell to the ground in fright and continuously retreated. Demon. That First Song sect disciple retreated in horror. All the hair on his body stood on end. However, that black-robed man did not give chase. It seemed like he would not care as long as that first song sect disciple did not leave. The last first song sect disciple retreated in horror. Then he looked into the distance and saw a total of 20 black-robed men guarding the fog zone. They allowed only entry and not exit. This is too horrifying, too strong. With a cold snort? With just a cold snort, the other parties had exploded? Isn't this the innate puzzle world? Didn't all the cultivators have their cultivation suppressed to the higher heaven stage? How did he do it? That first song sect disciple fled in horror. However, when he turned his head, he saw that the black-robed man from earlier was actually kneeling on one knee. All 20 black-robed men were kneeling on one knee. Who is it? Who made this group of demons kneel? That first song sect disciple exclaimed, goggling. Whoosh! A group of figures slowly walked out of the fog. There were about 1,000 people, all of them wearing black sun robes. 30 people at the back carried a 30-meter-long coffin. These people slowly stepped into the coffin. More than 1,000? More than 1,000 demons? The 1,000-odd black-robed men entered. The leader held a 5-colored scepter as he looked up at the sky. The 1,000-odd black-robed men behind him also knelt on one knee, kneeling to the person holding the scepter. Only the person carrying the coffin remained standing. Master is about to come out of closed-door cultivation. You know why we are here, right? The black-robed man holding the scepter said indifferently. Please give the order, Great Myojin, the 1,000-odd black-robed men said respectfully. Do your best to find Queen Wa's whereabouts. Even if you have to tear down the Sky Chest Pavilion, you have to find her. Otherwise you will all die. The Great Myojin said coldly. Yes. This subordinate will definitely do our best. The group of black-robed men said respectfully. Do our best? You still do not understand. Master is about to come out of closed-door cultivation. If he does not see Queen Wa, I am not qualified to protect you. No one can save you. Only Queen Wa. The Great Light God King said coldly. Yes. The group of black-robed men answered solemnly. The Great Light God King nodded. Then he turned his head to look at the first song sect disciple in the distance. Although the Great Light Divine King wore a hat and covered his face, that first song sect disciple could still feel a pair of eyes staring at him. That pair of eyes felt like the heavens staring at an ant. In that instant, that first song sect disciple seemed to be frozen in place, not daring to move recklessly. He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling inexplicably horrified. Chapter 38. There was a magnificent hall in the innate puzzle world known as Guanxi Palace. Guanxi Palace was extremely dark. One could vaguely see 18 people seated cross-legged in it. However, one could not see their faces clearly. In the north of the hall there was a coffin. The only source of light in the hall was a chessboard above the coffin. The chessboard was not infinitely large. Instead, it was an ordinary chessboard formed by 19 golden lines. However, this chessboard was filled with chess pieces. All 361 positions were filled with chess pieces. Of the 361 ghost stones, there were 200 white ghost stones and 161 black ghost stones. These ghost stones slowly floated in the air, giving off a faint light. The 18 people sat quietly in the hall, not saying a word. Buzz. Suddenly, one of the black ghost stones gave off a faint light. Everyone stared at this black ghost stone. The light lasted for a while. Then the black ghost stone in the light slowly changed color, turning into a white ghost stone. There are 201 white ghost stones now, one of the 18 exclaimed with some excitement. Yes, First Elder. There are 160 black ghost stones left. When all the black ghost stones turn into white ghost stones, another person said excitedly. Be careful with your words. The First Elder's voice rang out again. Yes, this humble one misspoke, that person said respectfully. The innate puzzle world opens again and outsiders enter, creating many variables. This is the Pavilion Master's coffin. We cannot afford to lose it. From today onward, the 18 of us will take turns guarding this place. 9 will be stationed here permanently to prevent anyone from disturbing him, the First Elder said. Yes, the others answered. Have you warned little 9? The First Elder asked indifferently. Hey, First Elder, perhaps there is no need for us to warn him. Little 9 suffered greatly this time, one person said with a bitter smile. Oh. Little 9 used his cloud beast. Unfortunately, he ran into Bodhisattva Liansheng, so he could only retreat. Bodhisattva Liansheng? He is here? The First Elder said gravely. I heard that Bodhisattva Lien Sheng is coming to find First Elder to get what the Pavilion Master promised him. First Elder, what did the Pavilion Master promise him? The First Elder remained silent for a while before saying, he came in the end. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng? Back then he played a game of chess with the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master was moved by his kindness and agreed to help him. Mercy? Pavilion Master, you can tell from that Go game that he has compassion for all living beings. Even Pavilion Master is full of praise for this person's breadth of mind. If you meet him again, don't make things difficult for him. Bring him to me directly. Little Nine's retreat was a wise decision. He was no match for Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. It should not be difficult for someone who can play Go with the Pavilion Master to solve the Heavenly Saber Death Match, the First Elder said solemnly. Hey, the one who broke the Heavenly Saber Death Match was not Bodhisattva Lien Sheng but someone else. Oh. A person called Gu Hai. I heard that he's one of Class 1 Hall's branch masters. Class 1 Hall? Gu Hai. The Great Elder was slightly puzzled. I heard that he entered this world to find the unborn man. Looking for the unborn man? Do you know what it is? The First Elder asked with a hint of worry in his voice. He said that the Elite Hall Master is looking for him. First Elder, should we inform the unborn man? The First Elder remained silent for a while. Then he shook his head and said, no. No matter what, do not alarm the unborn man. He has his own mission. Yes. Everyone answered. First Elder, Little Nine's movement of the cloud beasts might hasten the appearance of the golden ghost stones in the surroundings. This group of outsiders is going to start fighting over my Sky Chess Pavilion's treasures again. We do not stop them every time letting them snatch them. What? We do not need to pay so much. This is the Pavilion Master's order. Just follow it. As long as the century lifespan Immortality peach tree is still there, let them snatch the other treasures. But that person said unwillingly. Enough. This is an order. The First Elder said coldly. Yes. Carefree Valley, Gu Hai, Gao Xianji, Qin Tianshan, Xiaoro, and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng returned to the cave from before. The earlier intense tremors did not collapse this mountain peak. The cave remained the same, illuminated by night pearls. However, at this moment the spring water vanished, revealing 3 large pits. A circular jade plate floated at the bottom of the pool. Gao Xinji sat beside the circular jade plate and placed her hand on it. After what seemed like a long time, she placed it on the jade plate. Buzz. The jade plate trembled and a beam of golden light spread out from Gao Xinji's palm. Gao Xinji opened her eyes, and shock flashed in her eyes as she looked at her palm. A golden ghost stone appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. This is? A few days ago, the golden ghost stone that the 9th young master used to summon the cloud beasts? How did it end up in my hands? Gao Xinji exclaimed in shock. Gao Xinji, you have been sitting there for 3 days not moving at all. What happened? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Gao Xinji looked at the golden ghost stone in her hand and thought for a while. Then she shook her head and said, I don't know either. I vaguely remember someone teaching me how to play Go. I kept playing until that person acknowledged it. In the end, he gave me a golden ghost stone. However, that was a dream. How did this golden ghost stone appear in my hand? Gao Xinji felt confused. However, Gu Hai's group looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng smiled faintly and said, there's no need to look at me. I don't know either. This golden ghost stone is hidden in this ritual array, right? Ritual array? It is this circular jade plate. It is one of the enchanted treasure of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Old man Guanxi refined it back then and triggered the spirit spring here. It was also this circular jade plate that had been hidden underground. I found it, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a smile. Spirit spring? A natural ritual array? No, this ritual array to create the spirit spring is actually the enchanted treasure that old man Guanxi refined? Qin Tianshan's eyes turned slightly bloodshot. To think that such an enchanted treasure could create a spirit spring. How could Qin Tianshan not be tempted? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng smiled faintly and said, there are at least 3 golden ghost stones hidden in this ritual array. Follow Gao Xinji's method and slowly take them out. After you take them out, keep this ritual array properly. Don't let others discover it. Once they do, they will definitely hunt you down. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, you don't want it? Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng in shock. Is Bodhisattva Lien Sheng giving the 3 golden ghost stones and this ritual array to my group? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng smiled faintly and said, there's no need. This item is useless to me. I will be leaving soon to look for the Sky Chess Pavilion's First Elder. Be careful here. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Qin Tianshan immediately said excitedly. However, Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, we have no friendship with Bodhisattva in the past. Why does Bodhisattva keep helping us? Why are you giving away such a precious treasure? Everyone looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng looked at Xiaoro and said, Division Master Gu, your actions moved me. Perhaps we are kindred spirits. I do not have many kindred spirits. It is fate that I can meet one. Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng with some doubt in his eyes. However, he could only nod. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng looked at Gu Hai and remained silent for a while. Then he said, however, speaking of which, I sense a familiar aura from Division Master Gu. Gu Hai revealed some doubt. It is not you. It should be someone you came into contact with in the past who left behind a trace of his aura. It is very mysterious, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said after thinking for a while. Someone I came into contact with? Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng in surprise. This is my unique magic skill. It should not be wrong, right? We do not have time to investigate further this time. There might be another meeting soon. At that time, if there is any trouble for Division Master Gu, I hope that Division Master Gu can help us out, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a smile. Bodhisattva is too polite. As long as I, Gu Hai, can do it, I will definitely do my best, Gu Hai said NOY. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded and pressed his palms together. Since that is the case, let us meet again if fate wills it. Sending Bodhisattva Lien Sheng off. The group immediately returned the greeting. Everyone slowly sent Bodhisattva Lien Sheng out of the cave. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng left in a hurry, quickly vanishing from everyone's sight. After Bodhisattva Lien Sheng left, the group returned to the cave. Gao Xianji brought up the rear, carefully covering up the cave to prevent others from discovering it. Gao Xianji, you obtained a golden ghost stone. Give it a try. Can you drive the power of the world and materialize a cloud beast? Qin Tianshan immediately asked anxiously. Gao Xianji shook her head and looked at Gu Hai. Qin Tianshan felt slightly confused. A golden ghost stone materializing a cloud beast would cause too much of a commotion. Let's test it after we all obtain the ghost stones, Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Oh yes. Qin Tianshan immediately answered, nodding. Qin Tianshan, give it a try. Obtain the second golden ghost stone. Gu Hai said NOY. Yes. Qin Tianshan said excitedly. Then Qin Tianshan sat down cross-legged and placed his hand on the circular jade plate. Buzz. The circular jade plate suddenly gave off a white light. Qin Tianshan immediately felt dazzled as though he entered a meditative state. Division Master, was this the case for this subordinate earlier as well? Gao Xianji asked with a slightly sullen expression. Gu Hai nodded and said, that's right. This ritual array should have pulled your attention. Gao Xianji, do you feel unwell? Gao Xianji closed her eyes and sensed for a while. Then she shook her head and said, I don't feel unwell. It felt like I was being taught go in the dream. The old man in the dream seemed to be controlling my ghost state. This subordinate does not like that feeling. It is a feeling of not being in control of myself. 3 days later, Buzz? Qin Tianshan was suddenly jolted awake. I obtained a golden ghost stone as well. Qin Tianshan said excitedly. Is it the same as Gao Xianji's dream? Gu Hai asked, feeling bewildered. Oh, that's right. It was hazy and I can't remember it clearly. I think an old man taught me go in the dream. Qin Tianshan said with a frown. Gu Hai looked at the circular jade plate and remained silent for a while. Then he took a deep breath and slowly sat down. Then he placed his hand on the circular plate. Buzz. Another beam of white light appeared. Then Gu Hai entered a trance as if he entered a meditative state. Whoosh. Gu Hai suddenly felt his mind turn blurry. Gu Hai's mind seemed to enter some kind of dream. For a moment he seemed to lose himself. Just at this moment, the black ghost stone in Gu Hai's forehead space trembled violently. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and Gu Hai's mind shuddered as he regained his senses. The instant Gu Hai woke up, he discovered an illusory body in his forehead space. His mind formed an illusory body in his forehead space. Beside the illusory body was the black ghost stone that brought him from Earth to this world. Earlier, the black ghost stone trembled and startled him awake. Otherwise he would still be in a trance. Gu Hai was startled. In his forehead space, the black ghost stone reigned supreme. Below it were 100,000 Go boards with 100,000 Go puzzles. Originally everything looked the same. However, now this forehead space was shrouded in a white fog. It was like a surging sea of clouds had invaded Gu Hai's forehead space. A white-haired old man sat cross-legged in the sea of clouds. Gu Hai could not make out the white-haired old man's appearance. Although he was right in front of him, his appearance was extremely blurry. A Go board was placed before the white-haired old man. However, this Go board looked extremely strange, with 28 lines running horizontally and horizontally. Sit down. Let me see your Go skills. The white-haired old man said slowly. This humble one is Gu Hai. Might I know who you are? Gu Hai said solemnly. Sit down. Let me see your Go skills. Sit down. Let me see your Go skills. Sit down. Let me see your Go skills. The white-haired old man repeated as if he did not hear Gu Hai's words. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. This old man is not a spiritual body? Is he just a puppet that has been programmed long ago? If not for the fact that Xiao Chen was already awake, would he be hypnotized into playing Go with this old man? Gu Hai did not resist. Instead, he slowly sat down. In an instant, the two sat across from each other on the Go board. Play a game with me and this golden Go stone is yours, the old man said emotionlessly. Copy 80 pieces. The two continued placing Go stones. Gu Hai stared at the Go board. This Go game was indeed different. Gu Hai suddenly gained a lot from it. Outside, Gao Xinji and Chen Tianshan waited patiently. Gu Hai's main body placed his hand on the round jade board, immersed in the dream. However, Gu Hai was awake in the dream. Go stone. Go stone. Go stone. Go stone. The illusory body in Gu Hai's mind continued placing Go stones. The white-haired old man and Gu Hai's Go game continued. Soon, the white-haired old man filled up the Go puzzle diagrams behind him. He had already copied nearly 1,000 Go puzzle diagrams and was still continuing. The two did not stop placing Go stones. At the same time in Guanqi's hall, a group of elders sat cross-legged in the dark hall. Suddenly one of them exclaimed, Look! Look at that Go board. Everyone looked at the Go board floating above Guanqi's coffin. There were 201 white Go stones and 160 black Go stones. However, one of the black Go stones flashed rapidly. That black Go stone? It looks like he met with a Go expert and is copying his Go skills, the first elder said with a smile. Is that the 9-5 position? Will the 9-5 position's black Go stone turn white? That can't be. It takes a very long time for a black Go stone to turn white. Even if he met with a Go expert, it shouldn't be enough to fill the 9-5 position, right? It's flashing very intensely. The group of elders discussed spiritedly. They all stared at the black Go stone in the 9-5 position. At this moment in Carefree Valley, Gu Hai's mind illusory body was playing Go with the white-haired old man. Smack. 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 The two played Go stones very quickly, continuously placing down Go stones. Gu Hai was also unprecedentedly serious. As the two played Go stones, the white-haired old man slowly made 10,000 copies of Go puzzles behind him. However, Gu Hai was like a bottomless pit. Even after making 10,000 copies, Gu Hai still could not be emptied. It was as if Gu Hai's Go skills were bottomless. I have 100,000 Go puzzles. Continue, are you a programmed puppet left behind by old man Guanqi? Let's see how much ability you have. Gu Hai sneered. Smack. 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 As Gu Hai stared at the Go board in Guanqi's hall, 18th Elder was also staring at the black Go stone in the 9-5 position. First Elder, half of the Go stones have turned white? What kind of expert did we meet this time? Maybe it's not one person. Maybe it's the result of the Go skills of many people? It's too fast this time. It's too strange. After a moment of silence, the first Elder said, This is good news. Everyone nodded. Carefree Valley. The illusory body of Gu Hai's consciousness continued making Go stones. After another day, the white-haired old man had made 20,000 copies of Go puzzles behind him. However, at this moment, the illusory body of Go puzzles seemed to be reaching its limit. The copies of the cloudy Go puzzles were much blurry. Gu Hai stared at the Go board, fully immersing his consciousness in it. Gu Hai had learned a lot from this Go game. As he continued making Go stones, the two played against each other, and the battle grew increasingly intense. Outside, the round jade plate that Gu Hai's main body pressed against suddenly gave off a red light. Red light? What's going on? Xiao exclaimed in shock. We never had a red light before. Chen Tianshan also revealed a shocked expression. Gao Xinji slowly approached, feeling confused. It's hot. Is this round jade plate slowly heating up? Gao Xinji exclaimed. What's going on? Qin Tianshan exclaimed. Will Lord Benefactor be fine? Xiao asked worriedly. Gao Xinji showed an uncertain expression. She shook her head, indicating that she did not know. At this moment she did not dare to disturb Gu Hai, so she could only watch quietly. Inside Guanqi's hall, buzz? The black ghost stone in the 9-5 position turned completely white. Ah! Another one turned white. That's great. We had a great harvest this time. It would be great if they were all like this. Everyone rejoiced. However, at this moment, the first elder said seriously, something is wrong. What's wrong? Isn't this good? Everyone looked at the first elder. The black ghost stone in the 9-5 position did turn white. However, it did not stop. The first elder asked, feeling confused. Hey, that's right. It seems to be turning white and even brightening. What's going on? Everyone exclaimed. Who did we meet this time? The first elder asked gravely. Carefree Valley. Gu Hai played faster and faster. Slowly, Gu Hai felt like he was playing to his heart's content. He had not felt so good in a long time. The Go puzzles continued to be replicated. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qin had already replicated 30,000 Go puzzles. However, the white-haired old man seemed to have reached his limit. This was because there was not enough fog for him to gather. As the Go puzzles were replicated, the fog grew thinner. Even the white-haired old man's body turned transparent. However, Gu Hai did not stop playing, not giving the white-haired old man any chance to stop. Smack. 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 As Go puzzles were played, Gu Hai's fighting spirit grew stronger. Furthermore, after such a long and intense battle, Gu Hai finally revealed a confident smile when 40,000 Go puzzles were replicated. Starting from this black Go stone, the victor of this Go puzzle will finally be decided. Unfortunately, I am going to win. Gu Hai said confidently. Clack. A Go stone was placed. However, the white-haired old man suddenly paused. Then, a large number of Go puzzles were replicated. The white-haired old man's figure trembled, nearly crumbling. Clack. The white Go stone continued. The white-haired old man continued replicating Go puzzles. Unfortunately, you are not old man Guanqi himself in the end. You are just a programmed puppet that he left behind. I am going to win. If you continue to play, the Go puzzles you replicated earlier will crumble. All your efforts will be for naught. Gu Hai said seriously. Clack. Gu Hai continued playing Go stones. Clack. A white Go stone was placed. Outside Kacha. A crack suddenly appeared on the circular jade plate that Gu Hai's main body pressed against. What? Isn't this the enchanted treasure that old man Guanqi refined? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said that this is a ritual array diagram. Why did it crack? Qin Tianshan exclaimed in shock. Crack, crack, crack. More cracks appeared on the circular jade plate, growing larger and larger as if it would shatter. Gao Xinji, Xiao, and Qin Tianshan goggled. At the same time in Guanqi's hall, the 18 elders stared at the white Go stone in the 9-5 position. That white Go stone gave off an increasingly brighter light, gradually becoming like a light bulb illuminating the hall. First elder, what should we do? There's a problem with this Go stone. However, we can't do anything about it. We don't know where the Go energy and Go state came from. Who is it? We can't stop it even if we want to. It exceeds what this Go stone can handle. It's overloaded. What should we do? Quickly stop. That's enough. That's enough. The group of elders felt very anxious. That white Go stone had already lit up to its limits. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and the Go stone in the 9-5 position suddenly exploded, scattering into mist. Rumble. The 18 elders immediately stood up and stared at that Go board with wide eyes. It exploded? It exploded? How can it be like this? What should we do? Everyone felt inexplicably flustered. Of the 361 chess pieces on the chessboard, one of them had exploded? It overloaded and exploded? Something big is going to happen, the first elder shouted with an unsightly expression. Chapter 40. Clack. When the white-haired old man placed his final white Go stone, he finally overloaded his Go stone and crumbled. Boom. The white-haired old man and the 40,000-odd replicated Go boards behind him exploded, forming a storm that looked like it would wreak havoc in Gu Hai's forehead space. At the same time in the outside world, the circular jade plate in the hands of Gu Hai's main body, bang! After countless cracks appeared, The jade plate finally turned into countless powder-like fragments and exploded. What? Xiao exclaimed. Isn't this the treasure that old man Guanqi refined? Why did it explode? Gao Xianji's expression changed. Buzz. The fragments turned into powder and instantly exploded in all directions, crashing into the mountain and vanishing. I feel like the fragments passed through our bodies earlier, Xiao said with a glare. Gao Xianji looked at her hands. Earlier, she saw the fragments and powder flying toward her palms but coming out from the back of her hands. After the powder scattered, we already left the cave? Qin Tianshan asked with a frown. The powder is very small. Most people would not be able to see it clearly. When the wind blows, it scatters, Gao Xianji said seriously. Qin Tianshan nodded. Did you smell it? Xiao asked. Smell what? Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan asked, feeling confused. A fragrance. A kind of fragrance. It's very special. Xiao exclaimed in shock. Huh? Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan exchanged glances but did not smell the fragrance. Xiao slowly swam over to Gu Hai. Then she slowly circled around Gu Hai and carefully smelled him. It should be the smell of the powder from earlier. Benefactor, it is very strong on you, Xiao said in shock. Xiao continuously circled around Gu Hai. Slowly her nose reached Gu Hai's forehead. It is here. It is the thickest here. Xiao exclaimed in shock. The division master's forehead? Qin Tianshan revealed some doubt. Xiao, don't disturb the division master. He is not awake yet. Gao Xinji immediately called out. Oh. Xiao immediately retreated, afraid that she would disturb Gu Hai. Gu Hai was not awake, but the explosion between his eyebrows had caused a change. Gu Hai had used his Go powers to explode the programmed puppet left behind by old man Guanqi. At that moment, the programmed puppet exploded. He completely collapsed. The 40,000-odd Gu Hai Go puzzles that the programmed puppet had copied turned into nothingness. Not a single one was copied. Most importantly, after the programmed puppet exploded, the black chess piece between Gu Hai's eyebrows suddenly produced a suction force. Hoo! In an instant, all the clouds and mist were sucked in. After absorbing the fog, the black Go stone suddenly released strands of black light. Then the 100,000 Go puzzles below doubled in speed. The 100,000 chessboards trembled as if something was about to happen. The illusory body of Gu Hai's mind looked at the black chess piece and the vibrating chessboard below it in astonishment. What's going on? That's not right. The black Go stone did not absorb all the clouds and mist. Gu Hai's expression changed. However, he saw a small white crystal in the air not far from the black Go stone. The small crystal was not large, only 1,000th the size of the black Go stone. However, that small crystal body seemed to be emitting some sort of strange energy as it trembled. Gu Hai stared at this small crystal. He saw that there was an extremely small chessboard on the small crystal. The small Go board had 28 vertical and horizontal lines. This was the Go board that Gu Hai played earlier. However, the Go stones on it moved wildly as if they were demonstrating the various Go puzzles. The movement of the Go stones on the 28 horizontal Go board produced a strange energy field. Perhaps this was the fragrance that Xiao smelled. This is a program puppet? The white-haired old man who played Go with me earlier was this program? Gu Hai goggled. As Gu Hai looked at the Go board on the small crystal, the 100,000 Go puzzles trembling, and the black Go stone that remained calm like an ancient well, he suddenly felt that this program was useful to him. The 100,000 Go puzzles trembling below had something to do with it. Furthermore, this program should hide a great secret. Suddenly, Gu Hai's main body opened its eyes. Division Master? Gao Xinji looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai looked at his palm. A golden Go stone had appeared there at some point in time. However, the golden Go stone could no longer attract Gu Hai's attention. I'm going into closed-door cultivation for a while. Don't disturb me. It might take a long time, Gu Hai said. Yes. Qin Tianshan and Gao Xinji answered. After saying that, Gu Hai ignored the others and sank his consciousness into the space on his forehead. The program on the small crystal continuously jumped as Gu Hai slowly immersed himself in this Go board. The program's secret technique that old man Guanqi left behind definitely had something extraordinary. Gu Hai immersed himself in the Go board. Outside, Xiao, Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan exchanged glances. What's going on? Qin Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Gao Xinji shook his head with a blank expression on his face. Xiao, do you still smell the fragrance? Gao Xinji asked. Xiao nodded affirmatively and said, Yes, it is very fragrant. It is the same fragrance as the fragments that exploded earlier. Furthermore, it is even stronger. Benefactor's body continuously gives off a fragrance. Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan exchanged glances. What should we do now? Qin Tianshan looked at Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji took a deep breath and said, no matter what happens to the division master, we are not to disturb him. However, are we not going to look for that unborn man? Qin Tianshan asked with a frown. Even the division master is not anxious. Why are you so anxious? Gao Xianji said, shaking her head. Qin Tianshan felt speechless as he nodded. I know that many people in the outside world are searching for the Sky Chess Pavilion's treasures. However, we might not find them even if we go. The Sky Chess Pavilion disciples have been there for many years in the vast sea of people. Would they let us pick up any loopholes? Let's just wait, Gao Xianji said seriously. Qin Tianshan thought for a while before nodding. All right. Xiao said that the division master's forehead is giving off a fragrance. If you have nothing to do during this period, check to see if this fragrance has any effect, Gao Xianji said. That's fine. Qin Tianshan nodded. However, Xiao leaned against Gu Hai, looking gently at Gu Hai. Innate puzzle world, a group of black-robed men slowly stopped at the summit of a mountain. There were about 100 people, and the leader was the great Myojin who held the five-colored scepter. The great Myojin looked up at the sky, and the others stood respectfully. Is there still no news? The great Myojin asked indifferently. Yes. This world is very large and it will be difficult to search quickly. Furthermore, there are no clues. We captured a few Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, but they do not know the situation. Great Myojin, do you want to go to the Sky Chess Pavilion's headquarters and ask the Sky Chess Pavilion's first elder? A black-robed man asked respectfully. It is not time yet, the great Myojin said indifferently. However, everything in this independent world is calm. We cannot find Queen Wa's whereabouts at all. Come. Since it is calm, I will make it boil. The great Myojin said seriously. I will make this world boil. You all need to find Queen Wa within half a year. The great Myojin said seriously. Yes. However, great Myojin, what are you going to do? What is the most famous treasure in this independent world? The century lifespan immortality peach tree. Could it be? That's right. I found the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The great Myojin said indifferently. Everyone exclaimed in shock. You hit it well. Unfortunately, you still could not escape my eyes. The great Myojin said coldly as he looked at the sky. As the great light god king spoke, he slowly raised his scepter. Divine light appear. Break for me. The great Myojin shouted coldly. Whoosh. A five-colored rainbow suddenly appeared on the scepter. The moment the rainbow appeared, it soared into the sky and instantly illuminated it. Countless cultivators looked up at the sky under the five-colored light. In a small valley, Montez led the elite hall disciples here to recuperate. After several days of recuperation, their injuries were much better now. Division Master, look. That's a rainbow. An elite hall disciple exclaimed in shock. Boom. A loud sound rang out in the sky. That five-colored rainbow crashed into a huge white cloud. Bang. The white cloud exploded and scattered. It turned into heavy rain that fell in all directions. However, the countless cultivators no longer paid attention to the rainbow or the heavy rain. Instead, they all inhaled sharply. Gasp. That is? Montez said in shock as he goggled. After the white clouds exploded, he saw a huge peach tree that was 10 feet tall floating in the sky. The peach tree was emerald green and lush. On the peach tree, among the countless leaves, he could faintly see a golden peach the size of a human head. The gigantic peach tree floated in the air. Its roots seemed illusory yet corporeal, as if they were inserted into the depths of space to absorb some strange nutrients. The century lifespan immortality peach tree? An elite hall disciple exclaimed in shock. It was not just here. Countless cultivators in this independent world goggled. That is the century lifespan immortality peach tree? It's true. So, it has been hiding in the clouds all along. No wonder no one found it previously. If it is hidden in the clouds, who can find it? Golden immortality peaches? Eating one will increase one's lifespan by 100 years. A lifespan plant. This is a rare treasure. I want to obtain it. The eyes of countless cultivators turned bloodshot. In a valley there was a large number of palaces. The ninth young master returned in a rage. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the sky. The ninth young master turned his head to look. He saw the five-colored rainbow exploding a white cloud in the sky, revealing the century lifespan immortality peach tree. What? Who is it? Who broke through the ritual array around the century lifespan immortality peach tree? The ninth young master's expression changed. That is. Some Sky Chess Pavilion disciples goggled. Clearly, even ordinary disciples did not know the whereabouts of the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Inform the first elder that something happened. I will go and protect the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The ninth young master ordered with a glare. Yes, the group of subordinates answered. The ninth young master extended his hand and picked up the golden ghost stone. Boom. Suddenly, surging clouds covered the surroundings. Then a nine-headed snake cloud beast materialized in the clouds. Roar. The nine-headed snake roared and carried the ninth young master towards the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the sky. At the same time, it seemed like someone else in the independent world obtained a golden ghost stone. Boom, boom, boom. Three clouds surged towards the century lifespan immortality peach tree from three directions. Clearly, three cloud beasts were charging at the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The ninth young master showed a ferocious expression as he stood on the nine-headed snake's head. It is one thing for you to snatch the other treasures, but the century lifespan immortality peach tree? You want to snatch it? You are seeking death. Countless cultivators in the independent world immediately stared at the center of the sky. The entire place burst into an uproar. At the summit, the great Myojin calmed down after doing all this. The century lifespan immortality peach tree? Great Myojin, since you discovered it, why don't you fight for it? A black-robed man asked in surprise. Remember, look for Queen Hua first. I showed the location of the century lifespan immortality peach tree to stir up this independent world and make it easier to find Queen Hua. If you can't find her, all of you will die. Even if you obtain the century lifespan immortality peach tree, you will not be able to escape, the great Myojin said coldly. Yes. The group of black-robed men replied, startled. Chapter 41. Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan were outside the cave, checking to see if there was anything special about the fragrance. Suddenly, a five-colored rainbow soared into the sky in the distance and knocked aside a large white cloud. Rattle, rattle. The white cloud scattered and countless drops of rain fell. However, the two stared at the 30-meter-tall peach tree floating in the air. The century lifespan immortality peach tree? Chen Tianshan exclaimed with wide eyes. The century lifespan immortality peach tree? Hidden in the clouds? Was that five-colored rainbow from earlier intentional? Gao Xinji's expression changed. No, I have to snatch it. Even if I manage to snatch a peach, I will have profited. All right. I have a golden ghost stone. Can I materialize a cloud beast and charge up? Chen Tianshan said with bloodshot eyes. As Chen Tianshan spoke, he took out the golden ghost stone, wanting to try using it. Wait. Gao Xinji immediately stopped Chen Tianshan. Gao Xinji, what are you doing? Chen Tianshan immediately shouted in rage. Senior Chen, wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Gao Xinji said while shaking her head. Wait, do you know what that is? The century lifespan immortality peach tree is one of the most precious treasures in the world. Just one peach can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Do you understand? Do you understand? Chen Tianshan immediately shouted. Calm down. Senior Chen, calm down. This century lifespan immortality peach tree will not be given to you for no reason. How capable are you? Can you fight over it with all the foreign cultivators? How capable are you to be able to defeat all the Heavenly Go Pavilion disciples? I know how precious that century lifespan immortality peach tree is. You know that. Others are fools. Do they not know that? Gao Xinji shouted. Huh. After shouting, Chen Tianshan suddenly calmed down significantly. Indeed, at this moment, a white cloud in the distance flew towards the century lifespan immortality peach tree. A 300-meter-long nine-headed snake showed its ferocious face on the white cloud. Roar. The nine-headed snake roared and arrived at the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the blink of an eye. Three more white clouds soared into the sky from three other directions. Clearly, other people also obtained golden ghost stones. Chen Tianshan's eyelids twitched. He clenched his fists and looked at Gao Xinji, who tried to dissuade him. He smiled bitterly and said, Gao Xinji, thank you for your reminder. That's what I should do. You and I are colleagues now, so we should support each other. Gao Xinji sighed softly. Qin Tianshan smiled bitterly and said, "You don't understand. You don't understand how precious it is. If you knew, you wouldn't be so calm." "Senior Qin, if you don't find it troublesome, can you tell me about it?" Gao Xinji asked doubtfully. Qin Tianshan looked at the peach tree in the distance and nodded. "In this world, everyone has a limit to their lifespan. It's just that those with higher cultivation have longer lifespans. But in the end, they will still die of old age. So, in order to live longer, people keep on cultivating. What is the purpose of cultivation? Isn't it because of longevity? Spirit plants could grow plants with various attributes. They could be used to refine pills to increase one's cultivation. However, they could not increase one's lifespan when used to heal injuries. Spirit plants were already much more precious than ordinary plants. However, there was something even more precious in the world. Lifespan plants. Lifespan plants might not have much energy. They might not be able to increase one's cultivation or help with cultivation. However, they could increase one's lifespan. That was enough. Wasn't the ultimate goal of all cultivation to live longer? Lifespan plants did that. As long as you eat one peach, you can live longer. Hence, no matter who it was, they would go crazy when they saw a lifespan plant. Its value is immeasurable. Do you know? As long as you take out one of these golden immortality peaches, the other party would not hesitate to kill 10 of my Clear River sects. Do you know? That is just one peach. However, this is a tree. The century lifespan immortality peach tree bears fruit once every 100 years. Do you know its value? In the entire world, there are no more than 10 such precious lifespan plants. It's the entire world, the entire world. Do you understand? Gao Xinji frowned slightly. According to what you say, we cannot go for now. Why? Qin Tianshan asked while glaring. You saw it earlier as well. Someone purposely exposed the century lifespan immortality peach tree. That 9th young master is from the Sky Chess Pavilion. Since he went to protect the century lifespan immortality peach tree, that means that the one who exposed it is not from the Sky Chess Pavilion but an external faction. Since an external faction knows the location of the century lifespan immortality peach tree, why is he not going to snatch it? Gao Xinji said. Huh. Qin Tianshan felt slightly stunned. I smell danger. If I charge forward now, I will only be cannon fodder. The Sky Chess Pavilion and that unknown faction did not make a move. If you charge to the front, what do you think will be waiting for you? Gao Xinji asked. Ah. Qin Tianshan's expression changed. Treasures are precious, but you need to be alive to obtain them, right? Gao Xinji looked at Qin Tianshan. Qin Tianshan remained silent for a while before nodding. In that case, what do you think we should do? Always plan before acting. Furthermore, the division master has not come out of closed-door cultivation yet. Let's wait and see first, Gao Xinji said NNY. All right. Qin Tianshan suppressed the desire in his heart and nodded. At this moment, high in the sky, boom. The 9th young master's 9-headed snake arrived at the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Clouds covered the surroundings as the 9-headed snake opened its mouth and roared at the 3 huge cloud beasts charging over first. The 9-headed snake was 1 kilometer long. The 3 cloud beasts charging over were a leopard, a tiger, and a wolf. All 3 cloud beasts were only 1 kilometer long. There was a man on each cloud beast's head. Half of his body was in the cloud beast's head while the other half held a golden ghost stone, controlling the huge cloud beast. The 3 stared coldly at the 9th young master. To think that you found the golden ghost stone so quickly? The 9th young master glared at the 3. This old man entered this realm 200 years ago. Naturally, I know that there are golden ghost stones here that can help us obtain greater strength. This old man is not greedy. There are a total of 10 golden immortality peaches on this century lifespan immortality peach tree. I'll take one and leave immediately, one of the old men said NNY. I want 3. Another person said coldly. If we fight, it will not benefit either of us. I'll take 3. The last person said with a cold smile. The 9th young master looked at the 3 and revealed a cold smile. You are not greedy at all. You did not think of taking away the immortality peach tree as well. The 3 controlled their cloud beasts and slowly approached the 9-headed snake. However, how can you touch what belongs to me, the Sky Chess Pavilion? Today, I will use you to teach others the consequences of having designs on the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The 9th young master shouted coldly. Brr. The 9 heads suddenly reared up and roared in unison. Then the 9-headed snake turned around. Bang! Bang! The nine-headed snake swung its tail extremely quickly, knocking aside the wolf-shaped and tiger-shaped cloud beasts. After all, the nine-headed snake was too big. The leopard cloud beast did not get knocked aside. Instead, the nine-headed snake's tail wrapped around it. That man with the leopard cloud beast cried out in alarm. The nine-headed snake was extraordinarily strong. The leopard cloud beast man could not struggle free at all. One of the snake heads suddenly opened its mouth and bit. The two of you quickly save me. The leopard cloud beast man shouted anxiously. Roar. The other two cloud beasts immediately charged over. Clearly, they needed to work together to snatch the century lifespan Immortality peach tree. Otherwise, they would not be able to snatch it later. Boom. The ferocious cloud beast clawed at the nine-headed snake. Whoosh. The snake swung its tail and immediately released the cloud leopard. Then it knocked aside the cloud wolf and coiled around the cloud tiger. However, one of the snake's jaws swallowed half of the cloud leopard's body. Oh no. The cloud wolf cried out in shock and anger. Then it charged over again. Rumble. The three cloud beasts immediately clashed. The sky shook, and surging clouds surged in all directions. The cloud beasts were as large as 300-meter-tall buildings. Although the battle looked simple, it was still very shocking. The countless cultivators below goggled, feeling a chill in their hearts. Right now they were only innate realm cultivators. Could they defeat them? Boom. A loud sound rang out and a large amount of clouds shattered. However, the cloud leopard, cloud wolf, and cloud tiger stopped moving. No, perhaps they were still struggling. However, they could not break free at all. The snake's jaws were too ferocious. Each of the nine-headed snake's 3 heads swallowed half of a cloud beast. Quickly, let me go. Let me go. The 3 men cried out in alarm. Gulp. One of the snake heads swallowed up the cloud leopard and the man controlling it. No, no. The expression of the man controlling the cloud tiger changed. He immediately leaped into the air, leaving the cloud beast. He did not even want the golden ghost stone. The man fell from several kilometers in the air. The man controlling the cloud wolf suddenly recalled his cloud beast, and the cloud wolf scattered. Then the man holding the golden ghost stone fell from the sky. Whoa! The snake head twisted and swallowed that man along with the golden ghost stone. Bang! Only the man who gave up on the golden ghost stone fell into a distant forest, his fate unknown. The cloud wolf, cloud tiger, and cloud leopard all lost. Oh no! That 9-headed snake grew bigger? Qin Tianshan exclaimed, goggling. After the 9-headed snake swallowed the cloud beast, it instantly digested it. Its original size swelled rapidly, reaching 1,500 meters in the blink of an eye. Cloud beasts can strengthen themselves by swallowing other cloud beasts and golden ghost stones? Gao Xinji narrowed her eyes slightly. High in the sky, the 9th young master twisted his head. 3 pieces of trash. To think that the Go energy in the golden ghost stone is only this small? My 9-headed snake swallowed your Go energy, and it only grew by this small amount? Humph. The 9th young master felt very upset. However, the surrounding cultivators felt a chill in their hearts as they watched. Chapter 42. Clack, 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 clack. The Go stones on the 28-row Go board on the white crystal under the black Go stone on Guhai's forehead kept changing. Guhai's illusory body stared at this Go board. This stare lasted for 3 days. Guhai's main body ate something subconsciously, but his consciousness remained immersed in this Go board. As Guhai watched, his consciousness illusory body seemed to comprehend something. He slowly shifted his gaze away from the white crystal and suddenly looked at the 100,000 trembling Go puzzles below. The 100,000 Go boards trembled as though they sensed Guhai's thoughts. Go puzzles can be pieced together? Guhai suddenly narrowed his eyes. All of a sudden, 4 of the 100,000 chessboards moved to the center. Bang! A loud sound rang out and the 4 Go boards merged into one. Originally, each Go board had 19 vertical and horizontal lines. Now they merged into one large Go board. Now each Go board had 38 vertical and horizontal lines. A large Go board was born. After the 4 Go boards were pieced together, there were 1,444 Go stones. A large Go board was born. After the Go stones were placed, boundless variables appeared. Piecing together? Guhai's eyes lit up. It was like he had found something he liked. Bam, bam, bam. With Gu Hai's combination, the 100,000 Go puzzles below merged into one. Then, the 4 Go puzzles merged into one, continuously piecing together 1,444 Go stones into a large Go board with 1,444 Go stones. The small Go puzzles that merged into one suddenly underwent a drastic change, becoming boundlessly complicated. Gu Hai also seemed to gain enlightenment. Gu Hai felt his field of vision widen as the Go puzzles were pieced together. It was a feeling of good fortune coming to him. In fact, Gu Hai felt that because of the platter this time, his soul was undergoing a baptism. It was an indescribable feeling, as if his spirit had been elevated. Not just any 4 pieces could be pieced together into a Go board. Only certain pieces could do so. Gu Hai's mind seemed to be divided into 2 parts. One part watched the 100,000 Go boards merge together, while the other part stared at the small Go board on the crystal. Although the small Go board only had 28 lines, it seemed to hide a big secret. He had only seen half of it, but it had already benefited Gu Hai a lot. Gu Hai had a feeling that he could learn more from this Go board. Furthermore, Gu Hai sensed that as the pieces on the small chessboard moved, waves of energy were expended. The program of the chess pieces could only be displayed once. After this display was over, it would be gone. Therefore, Gu Hai treasured this opportunity very much. Bam, bam, bam. As the 100,000 Go puzzles merged together, Gu Hai immersed himself in comprehending the small Go board. Outside, Qin Tianshan and Gao Xinji waited outside the cave while Xiao waited inside. Xiao kept guarding Gu Hai. When she felt tired, she would sleep for a while. When she woke up, she would look at Gu Hai. She did not find this boring at all. Occasionally, when she saw Gu Hai with his eyes closed, she blushed slightly. "Benefactor, thank you for saving me." At that moment, I saw the god of death. It was like the entire world wanted me dead. I felt so helpless, so hopeless, and so cold. Back then, I was very weak. Perhaps I would have died just like that. However, when I saw you walking over, your entire body gave off a radiance. Your radiance made me feel very warm. Thank you, benefactor. Xiao muttered as she looked at Gu Hai, her eyes turning increasingly gentle. Outside the cave, Gao Xinji looked up at the sky with a grave expression. Rumble. At the century lifespan Immortality Peach Tree, the 9-headed snake fought a group of cloud beasts again. Furthermore, as the 9-headed snake consumed the other cloud beasts and golden Go stones, it grew increasingly larger. In just a few days, it had already reached 1,500 meters long. Roar! The 9-headed snake roared, and a ferocious aura that tore through the world shook the entire world. Now the 5-headed snake bit down on a total of 5 cloud beasts. Let go of us. Damn it! I should have come later. I came early. Ah! The cultivators immediately abandoned the golden Go stones and cloud beasts and fell from the sky. Roar! The 9-headed snake roared and swallowed the 5 cloud beasts together. Buzz! The 9-headed snake grew by another 30 meters. The 9th young master stood on the central snake head, coldly watching the 5 cultivators falling from the sky. A bunch of trash. To think that your Go skills overlap so much with the previous people. Humph. The 9th young master snorted coldly. Then the 9-headed snake swung its tail at the 5 cultivators. Boom. Arg. Arg. The 5 cultivators immediately went flying while vomiting blood. The battle high in the sky came to a stop. The 9th young master looked around and said, "Come then. Don't you want the century lifespan Immortality Peach Tree? If you want it, then come and deliver yourself to death." 10 more cloud beasts scattered in the distance. However, these cloud beasts did not charge at the 9th young master. Instead, they watched coldly. After all, these cloud beasts were too small. Gao Xinji narrowed her eyes slightly as she stared at the tyrannical 9-headed snake. "Whoosh. Senior Qin, how is it?" Gao Xinji immediately asked. Qin Tianshan took a deep breath and said, "I investigated thoroughly. Every place where the natives live has something that produces golden Go stones. Rumor has it that they rarely appeared 200 years ago. However, with this opening, golden Go stones appeared like a geyser." The news already leaked. Nearly all the outsiders rushed to the natives' residences, wanting to obtain the golden Go stones. As for how to obtain them, I do not know. However, I believe that more and more people will obtain golden Go stones. There will definitely be more cloud beasts as well, Qin Tianshan said with a frown. Gao Xinji narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the 9-headed snake and the 10 cloud beasts in the sky. "Gao Xinji, do you think we should wait?" Qin Tianshan asked somewhat anxiously. Gao Xinji took out her golden Go stone. After a moment of silence, she said, "As long as we use our minds to communicate with this golden Go stone, it seems like it can read our Go energy. We can also feel the power of the world through it and materialize our cloud beast." Indeed. Furthermore, it looks like it can consume other people's cloud beasts and even their Go energy to grow stronger, Qin Tianshan said with a frown. Gao Xianji nodded. Roar! Roar! The winged dragon and the huge ox ignored the man, immediately charging over. Rumble! A huge battle in the sky started. At the century lifespan Immortality peach tree, the ninth young master's expression suddenly changed when he saw the battle in the sky. Oh no! In the mountain forest below, as Montez looked at the sky, his expression sank as well. Are the big fish eating the small fish? Hurry up and find the golden Go stones. The sooner we do, the greater our chances. If this drags on, we will lose our chance. Yes. The group of elite hall disciples answered. Chapter 43. Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan rode on their cloud beasts and soared into the sky. However, the two did not notice that there were already many abnormalities around Carefree Valley. However, these abnormalities were not as obvious as they appeared. An indescribable fragrance wafted out and spread in all directions of Carefree Valley. The fragrance was very faint and very peculiar. Even Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan could not detect it. Under a large tree, a group of ants was walking in formation with food in their mouths. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted over. Buzz! All the ants immediately paused. They turned their heads and threw away the food in their mouths. The ants turned around and slowly crawled in the direction of the fragrance. The ants were very small, but there were many of them. The fragrance was very faint, but it was a fatal temptation to the ants. The fragrance spread in all directions, attracting more and more ants from farther and farther away. The ants put down everything and continuously crawled toward Guhai's cave. The ants were too small, so they crawled very slowly. When they were hungry, they would find something to eat along the way. When they were tired, they would rest for a while. After they recovered their strength, they would continue crawling toward Guhai's cave. These tiny ants did not catch Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan's attention at all. Who would have thought that they were ants? 2 days after Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan left, the first batch of ants slowly gathered in Carefree Valley. However, even so, they were still very inconspicuous. The first batch of ants did not charge toward Guhai's cave. Instead, they fought with each other. As more and more ants gathered in Carefree Valley, they slowly approached the cave. Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan hid the entrance of the cave, leaving only a few small holes for ventilation. However, to the ants this was a broad path. Furthermore, the ants could dig their own holes. Inside the cave, Xiao was arranged to stay behind to take care of Guhai. With regards to this request, Xiao naturally agreed without hesitation. Furthermore, she was extremely happy. Seeing Guhai sitting cross-legged there, Xiao slowly swam to Guhai's side. She circled around Guhai, coiled around him, and gently rested her head on Guhai's leg. Smelling the fragrance emitted from Guhai's forehead, she was incomparably intoxicated. Guhai's consciousness sank into the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, the 100,000 Go puzzles continuously paired up and merged. The 4 small Go puzzles turned into one large Go puzzle. The black Go piece was still cold and elegant, looking down from above, not moving at all. The illusory body of Guhai's consciousness stared at the white crystal below the black chess piece. On the white crystal, there were 28 lines of latitude and longitude. The chess pieces on the 28 latitude and longitude chessboard moved faster and faster. Guhai's mind seemed to be drawn. Gradually, Guhai seemed to see something. Using Go to control ritual arrays? The eyes of the illusory body of Guhai's consciousness lit up. Is this Go board demonstrating to me how to use the Go pieces to form a ritual array? The Tao of ritual arrays is complicated, split into yin and yang balancing each other. The white Go piece is yang, controlling life. The black Go piece is yin, controlling death. The Go Tao is the Tao of ritual arrays? Using the Go pieces as the zeros to form a large Go formation? Old Man Guanqi's Go Tao ritual array? The stronger one's Go skills, the stronger the ritual array? Guhai exclaimed in shock. Perhaps the ritual array was not that simple. However, the Go board before Guhai was demonstrating a special way to lay a ritual array. Using Go to lay a ritual array was not just a yin-yang ritual array or a life and death ritual array. Go power was the ritual array's power. The Go board before Gu Hai seemed to be demonstrating all the details of a ritual array using Go power. This was teaching Gu Hai how to turn Go power into combat prowess. This was more attractive to Gu Hai than any other cultivation technique. Gu Hai possessed powerful Go power, but Go power could only be used for self-entertainment, for intelligent calculations or for specific circumstances. However, the demonstration of the Go board before Gu Hai was teaching him how to turn his Go power into a technique with destructive power. The stronger one's Go power, the greater the destructive power. This was a method to turn Gu Hai's theory into practice. It turned out that Go power had such a wondrous use. This Go board is demonstrating a kind of balance, the balance of a Go power ritual array, demonstrating all sorts of sudden changes. Old man Guanxi truly lived up to his reputation as the #1 Go player in the world. So, this is also a kind of heavenly Tao. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with resolve. At this moment, Gu Hai became even more focused, completely immersed in this Go board. It was like he did not want to miss out on any mistakes. Perhaps only someone with extraordinary Go power like Gu Hai could see so deeply. If it were anyone else, they would only see an ordinary Go board. The Go stones on the Go board moved, giving off a faint fragrance of energy. As the fragrance wafted out, Xiao smelled it and looked at Gu Hai in a daze. After some time, Xiao suddenly felt a sharp pain at her tail. It felt like a wound had opened and blood leaked out. Xiao startled awake and turned her head to look. Xiao shrieked. Then she saw blood flowing out of her tail. Furthermore, thousands of ants crawled out of the wound, drinking her blood. However, this was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that ants had already crawled all over the cave, covering the sky and the ground. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? Xiao exclaimed. Bang! Xiao curled her body and swung her tail. Immediately, a large number of ants flew out. However, ants were already crawling all over the cave. The entrance of the cave was densely packed, as if a small mountain had been piled up to block the entrance. Why are there so many ants? Why are there so many ants? Xiao exclaimed. Xiao turned her head to look at Gu Hai. Benefactor, quickly wake up. Oh no, benefactor. Xiao felt so anxious that she wanted to cry. However, at this moment, Gu Hai was already completely immersed in that Go board. More and more of his attention was drawn to the Go board. The Go Dao ritual array looked simple. However, it contained too many variables. Even with Gu Hai's astonishing mental power, he needed to focus fully at this moment. Once Gu Hai focused fully, it was like he could not hear anything outside. Benefactor, quickly wake up. Xiao called out anxiously. However, Gu Hai could not wake up immediately. Countless ants swarmed towards Gu Hai. Oh no! It's the fragrance. It must be that fragrance. Xiao exclaimed. Whoosh, whoosh. The ants continuously swarmed towards Gu Hai. Don't touch my benefactor. Don't touch my benefactor. Go and die. Xiao screamed. Bam! 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 Xiao's snake tail moved quickly, shaking off the ants and shaking them off. However, the ants were too small. Xiao's tail could not get rid of all of them. Some managed to slip through the cracks and continued to swarm towards Gu Hai. Xiao felt incredibly anxious as she continuously attacked the ants. No, there are more and more ants. We have to bring benefactor away. Otherwise, the ants will eat us up sooner or later. Xiao exclaimed. Ants were small and did not have much killing power. However, if there were too many of them, it would be a different story. Many a little makes a mickle and water accumulates into a sea. This was the case for ants. Xiao already had 2 small wounds on her body. Xiao looked at the cave entrance. Scram! 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 Boom! Xiao charged towards the cave entrance, knocking aside large numbers of ants. She wanted to break open the cave and bring Gu Hai away. Whoosh! 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 Countless ants blocked the passageway. Although Xiao gained intelligence, she did not have the corresponding cultivation. After all, Xiao was only 8 years old. How could she have any magic energy? She could only rely on brute force. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Xiao broke open the cave entrance. The trees and rocks blocking the cave entrance were immediately knocked aside. However, after breaking open the cave entrance, Xiao suddenly froze at the entrance, stunned by the scene outside. Gasp! Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Carefree Valley outside was completely black, looking like a black sea. Furthermore, this black sea was made up of countless ants. The boundless ants surged over like the waves of the sea. Xiao immediately started crying in shock. Xiao was already tired of dealing with the ants in the cave. However, the Black Sea outside Carefree Valley seemed to destroy her last bit of hope. It was like the entire world was filled with ants. Why are there so many? Why are there so many? Benefactor. Benefactor. Xiao cried in fright. However, when Xiao turned her head to look, she saw that a large number of ants had already crawled over to Gu Hai. No. Don't hurt Benefactor. You ants. Scram. Scram. Xiao immediately rushed over and continuously used her tail to slap the ants away, helping Gu Hai to get rid of the ant army on him. Whoosh. The ants did not know fatigue. Outside more and more ants swarmed in. Benefactor, quickly wake up. Sup. Sup. Quickly wake up. Xiao cried in fright. Xiao continuously swung her tail, shaking off the ants around Gu Hai. Many wounds appeared on her hard snake skin. Although some ants were small, their bites were very strong, inflicting pain on Xiao time and time again. Benefactor. Xiao cried continuously. However, Gu Hai could not hear her at all. In the blink of an eye, it was like seawater had poured into the cave. A layer of ants floated in the cave, along with countless ant corpses. This group of ants seemed to want to eat up Gu Hai, to get to the source of the fragrance. The ants were more interested in the fragrance. They bit Xiao because Xiao was blocking them. If Xiao rushed out, she could still escape from this sea of ants. However, Xiao did not. Xiao kept swinging her tail, swinging until she had no strength left. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao quickly wrapped around Gu Hai and dragged Gu Hai out of the cave. Scram! Scram! Xiao screamed in horror. Everywhere she went, millions of ants crawled on her body. They continuously bit her. It was like they wanted her to put down Gu Hai and let them eat him. I won't let you hurt Benefactor. I won't. Sup. Sup. Benefactor, quickly wake up. What should I do? Xiao cried as she fled. The ants on her body continuously clung to her, biting her tail until it bled. Xiao wrapped around Gu Hai and rushed out of the cave. However, Gu Hai was the source of the fragrance. Wherever Gu Hai went, the army of ants would follow. Boom. 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 Xiao's tail flailed as she rushed out of the valley. However, the boundless ants did their best to pounce and bite her. Xiao clenched her teeth and swung her tail as she cried. Her body was already bitten to the point of bleeding. The heart-wrenching pain nearly made her faint. However, she persisted. I can't sleep. If I sleep, Benefactor will be eaten by the ants. Sup. Sup. I can't sleep. I have to protect Benefactor. Xiao's conviction supported her. However, there were too many ants outside. After Xiao escaped, she was already lost in the sea of ants. She could no longer tell north from south. Furthermore, the ants did not decrease. Instead, they increased in number. More blood flowed out. Xiao did not know how long she persisted, but her body was already a bloody mess. She was so weak that she nearly fainted several times. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. Xiao shook her bloody tail while trembling. At the same time, above the white crystal on Gu Hai's forehead, clack. When the final white piece was placed on the chessboard, the entire chessboard suddenly exploded. It completely dispersed, turning into a final burst of energy that dissipated. It was also the final burst of fragrance that was released. Buzz. Gu Hai's heart trembled as he finally sobered up. What a strong Go ritual array. Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. It was finally over. Gu Hai could still savor the earlier scenes. Great joy surged into Gu Hai's heart. He understood that he had obtained a great inheritance. Or rather, he had learned a great way to use the Go Dao. With this inheritance, his strength would definitely improve by several levels. Gu Hai immersed himself in excitement. Suddenly, a voice could be vaguely heard. I can't sleep. I can't sleep. Xiao's extremely weak voice entered Gu Hai's ears. Gu Hai's main body suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 44. Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Gu Hai's body suddenly relaxed as if he had fallen into a sandpit. Xiao, who was at the side, could not hold on any longer and fainted. As far as the eye could see, the ants covered the sky, looking like a vast sea. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he happened to see Xiao's expression of relief. When Xiao saw that Gu Hai had woken up, she could no longer hold on. Tears streamed down her face, but in the end, her lips curled up in a smile. Xiao! Gu Hai suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai immediately hugged Xiao. Boom! Veritable energy suddenly burst out of Xiao Chen's body. A shockwave instantly scattered the surrounding ants. Xiaorou's tail tore open, bleeding profusely. Many ants stuck to the bloody tail, greedily drinking Xiaorou's rapidly drying blood. Evil creatures. Guhai glared. Xiao Chen held Xiaorou with one hand and pushed his veritable energy forward with the other. However, this veritable energy was not connected. Instead, it turned into countless tiny veritable energy dots, looking like a Go board with veritable energy clusters arranged. Boom. The cluster of veritable energy dots arranged in an extremely ingenious manner. Suddenly, a clump of saber chi appeared. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the veritable energy dots arranged the Go board shape was the same as the heavenly saber death match that Guhai experienced not long ago. However, Guhai's veritable energy was still too weak. Even so, the saber chi that it released was incredibly ferocious. Boom. The saber chi surged out. Everywhere it passed, it crushed countless ants. Xiao Chen stomped on the ground, stepping on the saber chi as he leaped into the distance. Bam. 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 Guhai quickly leaped and fled, carrying the unconscious Xiaorou. Xiaorou was weak, so she could not block the sea of ants. However, Guhai was different. Guhai was a peak third-layer innate realm cultivator. After a few leaps, he reached the summit of a mountain. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw an overwhelming number of ants gathering in the valley. Guhai's face turned cold. Then he turned around and looked at Xiaorou's tail. Pa 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 pa. He quickly helped Xiaorou clean up the remaining ants on her bloody tail. Guhai quickly took out the medicine from the small space in the token and carefully applied it on Xiaorou. Ah! Xiaorou groaned in pain while unconscious. Seeing Xiaorou's teary face, Guhai felt touched. If you can't save me, don't force yourself. After gently applying the medicine on Xiaorou, Guhai could guess what had happened from the scene in front of him. As for why there were so many ants, Guhai could also guess. Between his eyebrows, the Go board on the white crystal continued to change, releasing waves of mysterious energy. Perhaps that was the main culprit. After helping Xiaorou apply the medicine, Guhai rubbed Xiaorou's head and turned his head to look at the surging sea of ants again. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Guhai reached out and took out a spirit stone. Kacha kacha. Guhai crushed the spirit stone. It turned into countless tiny shards. Evil creatures, although you do not have intelligence, I am not happy, Guhai said coldly. Then he took out a portion of the shards and wrapped them in his veritable energy, arranging them into the shape of a Go board. Boom. The small fragments that had been wrapped up immediately burned with a raging fire. Bang. Guhai tossed out this fireball which looked like a flaming bomb. Ci. A large number of ants immediately burned. Furthermore, the fire continued. Xiao Chen used the various shards to arrange the Go board, connecting them with his veritable energy. Immediately, many fireballs appeared. As Guhai tossed them out, many fireballs fell from the sky like a meteor shower, enveloping the surging sea of ants. Boom, 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 boom. A huge fire suddenly erupted. The fire soared into the sky. As the Go board laid out, the flames grew increasingly intense. As long as the spirit stones and the spirit stone shards did not run out, they would produce boundless flames. Rumble. The ant corpses started burning as well. The boundless ants wanted to flee, but they were too slow. The surging flames soared into the sky, covering the mountains and plains. Carefree Valley turned into a furnace in the blink of an eye. Flames soared into the sky, burning it red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sea of flames appeared. Perhaps because Xiaorou applied medicine, the medicine stimulated her wounds and woke her up in pain. The moment she woke up, she happened to see Guhai setting fire to the vast sea of ants. Although it was not worth it, Guhai still did it. Xiaorou vaguely looked at Guhai. When she saw that Guhai was fine, Xiaorou smiled. Xiaorou saw that Guhai was taking revenge for her by setting fire to the surging sea of ants. Xiaorou smiled even more happily. Benefactor, thank you. Xiaorou called out weakly. Xiaorou, you're awake. That's great. Use this spirit stone. Guhai immediately took out another spirit stone and handed it to Xiaorou. There's no need. Benefactor, Xiaorou's life is cheap. I do not need this spirit stone and will not use it. As long as Benefactor is well, it will be fine. Xiaorou said weakly. With me around, nothing will happen to you. Guhai consoled as he hugged Xiaorou. Xiaorou lay in Guhai's embrace as she looked at the huge fire before her. A look of infatuation flashed in her eyes. Xiaorou was a snake spirit and did not like fire. However, when she looked at this huge fire, she did not feel any disgust. Instead, she felt infatuated with it. This was because her benefactor set this fire for her, to take revenge for her. This vast fire was more intoxicating than any beautiful scenery. This sea of fire is so beautiful, Xiaorou said weakly. In her weakened state, Xiaorou looked like she would fall asleep again. Gu Hai's expression changed. He knew that Xiaorou's injuries were too severe. Her blood was nearly drained and she could die at any moment. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the sky. Then he glared. Cloud beasts? The century lifespan immortality peach tree? The golden immortality peach? Perhaps your injuries will heal after you eat the golden immortality peach? Gu Hai extended his hand and took out a golden ghost stone. High in the sky, rumble. The cloud beast battle continued. However, there were no longer just a few cloud beasts. Nearly 1,000 cloud beasts gathered in the sky. Furthermore, they were extremely large. The 9-headed snake still guarded the century lifespan immortality peach tree. It was 600 meters long, looking extremely vast. However, there seemed to be 300 allied soldiers behind the 9-headed snake. Roar! The 9-headed snake opened its mouth and roared. The cloud beasts guarding the century lifespan immortality peach tree also roared, appearing very ferocious. Humph! You outsiders can find the golden ghost stone. Do you think that I am the only one who can stop you? The elders are not willing to make a move. However, there are still the ordinary residents of this realm. They are potential Sky Chess Pavilion disciples. However, they are not Sky Chess Pavilion disciples yet. You can help me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. The 9th young master roared ferociously on the 9-headed snake's head. These 300 cloud beasts were all 1,500 meters long. They were all the strongest cloud beast. A native of this realm stood on each cloud beast's head, following the 9th young master and glaring at the surroundings. There were 700 cloud beasts in small groups surrounding the century lifespan immortality peach tree. However, these 700 cloud beasts were smaller in size. The largest rain-winged dragon was only 1,500 meters long. The other cloud beasts were even smaller. Naturally, the one on the rain-winged dragon's head was Gao Xianji. Dozens of people followed behind Gao Xianji. These were all temporary alliances. On one hand, they prepared to charge at the 9-headed snake's army. On the other hand, they prevented others from consuming them. This group of people glared at the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the center. As for the other large group, it was Elite Hall's group, Montes. Montes stood on a huge rain-winged dragon, slightly smaller than Gao Xinji's rain-winged dragon. However, it was not much smaller. Most importantly, this group had the most people, more than 300. As for the other small groups, there were also many experts standing around. At this moment, everyone stared at the center with bloodshot eyes. Everyone? Montes shouted. Everyone looked at Montes. If we fight on our own, the 9-headed snake's army will exhaust us sooner or later. How about we go all out and attack the 9-headed snake's army together? After the 9-headed snake's army is destroyed, we can split the century lifespan immortality peach tree. How about that? Montes shouted. All right. All right. All right. A series of roars rang out. Roar. Countless cloud beasts roared in unison, and a new round of battles started. Rumble. The surging cloud beasts charged to the center, charging at the 9th young master. Kill! The 9th young master shouted. Roar. The 9th young master's cloud beasts roared in unison as well. A devastating battle started once again. Thunderous sounds echoed in the sky, reverberating in all directions. In the small world, almost everyone was watching this unprecedented battle. On a mountain peak in the independent world, the great Myojin, who held the 5-colored scepter, watched quietly. Great Myojin, there is still no sign of Queen Hua, a black-robed man said worriedly. Continue searching. Keep watching. She will appear. The great Myojin said. Yes. Is there any movement from the Sky Chess Pavilion? The great Myojin asked indifferently. No. After the initial commotion, the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples were suppressed by the first elder. All the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples can only watch and are not allowed to interfere. The great Myojin smiled coldly and said, Not allowed to interfere? That's fine. The first elder? That old fellow is really patient. Chapter 45. At the century lifespan Immortality peach tree, boom. On one side were the natives guarding the tree, and on the other side were the outsiders fighting for it. Ferocious beasts roared and started fighting. At Meng Tai's shout, nearly everyone's eyes turned red with envy. The outsiders all rushed forward one after another. This was because the outcome of this decisive battle would definitely be decided. Furthermore, the person at the very front had the highest chance of obtaining the golden immortality peach. Although it was dangerous, it was worth the gamble for the golden immortality peach. Qin Tianshan had been fighting for several days already. Now his eyes were bloodshot. Like most people, he roared and controlled the huge bull to charge forward at full power. "Senior Qin, wait!" Gao Xinji exclaimed, her expression changing. However, she could not stop Qin Tianshan's crazy charge to the very front at this moment. Gao Xinji showed an unsightly expression. She wanted to tell Qin Tianshan not to charge forward too ferociously. However, everyone was now united. She could not allow Gao Xinji to say anything discouraging. Otherwise she would become the target of everyone. "Gao Xinji, quick! We will definitely be able to crush them this time." Ah! Qin Tianshan excitedly charged to the very front. He wanted to be the first to obtain the golden immortality peach. Roar! A ferocious look flashed in the eyes of the ninth young master on the nine-headed snake. He swung his large tail and commanded all the natives to start fighting. Qin Tianshan was in the fastest group of people. Gao Xinji showed an anxious expression, but she could not stop Qin Tianshan. She could only helplessly follow him. As the initiator of this general attack, Montez controlled the huge dragon to slow down. The elite hall disciples followed beside Montez. Soon Montez's army fell to the very back. Montez watched the battle at the very front with a cold expression. The natives, Qin Tianshan, and the other hot-blooded people were the first to clash. Rumble. Roar. 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 The cloud beasts at the very front suddenly bit ferociously. The cloud beasts at the back pushed forward with all their might. The ninth young master and Montez stood at the ends of the battlefield, coldly watching the center of the battlefield. Ah! 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 At the center of the battlefield, many cloud beasts were defeated and many cultivators fell. Qin Tianshan faced an incomparably ferocious cloud tiger, which was even stronger than Qin Tianshan's giant bull. Boom! 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 After a series of attacks, Qin Tianshan was about to lose. As Qin Tianshan looked at the nearby golden immortality peach, dissatisfaction appeared on his face. "No, why?" Roar. Qin Tianshan roared unwillingly. Boom. With a swipe of his claws, Jianghu tore open the giant bull's neck and bit down. "Get lost! Get lost!" Qin Tianshan screamed in despair. "Am I going to lose my chance? Am I going to lose my chance? Give up the golden chess piece and fall from the sky? Or was he eaten by Jianghu?" As expected, after the giant bull was defeated, Jianghu swallowed and the giant bull was sucked into Jianghu's mouth. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. You can't eat me." Qin Tianshan roared as he glared, refusing to let go of the golden ghost stone. It looked like Qin Tianshan would end up in the tiger's belly. Boom. With a loud bang, a dragon's tail slammed into the cloud tiger's body. The cloud tiger suddenly froze. "Quickly let go. Qin Tianshan, you lost. Quickly jump over to me." Gao Xinji shouted angrily. Qin Tianshan turned his head to look at Gao Xinji. When he saw Gao Xinji's wide-eyed expression, he startled awake. Roar. Jianghu roared and sped up its consumption. Whoosh. Jianghu swallowed up the giant bull and the golden ghost stone. However, Qin Tianshan gave up at the last moment and jumped out. Bang. Gao Xinji immediately caught Qin Tianshan. Roar. The winged dragon roared, wanting to retreat. Rumble. Immediately, 7 or 8 cloud beasts in the surroundings attacked Gao Xinji at the same time. Aside from the natives, there were also attacks from the outsiders. "Kill all those who retreat," the outsiders shouted coldly from behind. The winged dragon was sandwiched between thousands of cloud beasts. At this moment it was pincered. It could only advance and could not retreat. However, if it advanced, the cloud beasts in front would be extremely ferocious. It could only be used as cannon fodder. "Qin Tianshan, in order to save you, you got me into trouble this time," Gao Xinji said bitterly. Gao Xinji could only deal with the pincer attack. Previously she was in an alliance, but now they were all fighting for themselves. After all, this was only a temporary alliance and could not last long. When they saw Gao Xinji in danger, no one came to save her. However, the winged dragon fought ferociously. Despite being pincered by 2 cloud beasts, it could still counterattack, managing to avert danger time and time again. Gao Xianji was already covered in sweat. After all, she faced too many cloud beasts. At this moment, Qin Tianshan woke up completely. As Qin Tianshan looked at the countless cloud beasts around him while he was in the center of the most danger, he felt deep regret. I let my greed get to my head. I'm sorry, Gao Xianji. Qin Tianshan said bitterly. Now is not the time to speak nonsense. If only the division master were here. With the division master's Go skills, he would definitely be able to produce a super cloud beast. Gao Xianji sighed as she ran for her life. Gao Xianji did not know how long she could last. Even if Gao Xianji's cloud beast was huge, she could not endure facing 10-odd cloud beasts. What should she do if the winged dragon lost? Gao Xianji felt anxious and uneasy. However, Qin Tianshan no longer had a cloud beast. Now that he had some free time, he turned his head to look at Carefree Valley. Suddenly, Qin Tianshan's eyes widened. At this moment, flames soared into the sky from Carefree Valley like a volcano erupting. The fiery light soared into the sky, looking incredibly dazzling. Oh no! Oh no! Something happened to the division master. Qin Tianshan exclaimed. What? Gao Xianji's expression changed as she turned her head to look. She happened to see the huge fire. Boom! 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 Roar! While Xiao Chen was distracted, the winged dragon suffered several severe injuries. It cried out miserably as its figure swayed, nearly falling. Gao Xianji's expression immediately turned unsightly. She had no choice but to control the winged dragon to fight. However, the winged dragon seemed to be injured, struggling with increasing difficulty. This winged dragon can't hold on for much longer. Kill it. If I eat the winged dragon, my cloud beast will definitely strengthen by several folds. This cloud person looked like a general. At this moment, it held a halberd and glared at the sky. Humph! A monster that is neither human nor ghost. So what if it is a cloud beast? It is only 300 meters long. The 9th young master snorted coldly. Montez had the same expression. So what if it is a man and a horse merging? It is still too small. My huge dragon will swallow it in one gulp, right? Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more horse neighs rang out. 2 more cloud horses climbed out of the clouds where Gu Hai was. 2 soldier-like cloud people rode on the cloud horses. How did he summon 3 cloud beasts? He can control all of them at the same time? Montez exclaimed in shock, his expression changing. Whoosh! 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 Horses continuously climbed out of the clouds where Gu Hai was. More and more of them appeared. This sight goggled the eyes of the 9th young master, Montez, Qin Tianshan, and the others. 3 horses? 10 horses? 50 horses? 80 horses? 100 horses? 200 horses? The eyes of the 9th young master and Montez slowly turned round. They looked like they had seen a ghost. What is going on? Can this be any more ridiculous? The division master used only 1 golden ghost stone? There are already hundreds of cloud beasts. How can he summon a group of cloud beasts? What is going on? Qin Tianshan gaped in shock. Let's go! Gu Hai shouted. Giddy up! The cloud beast general swung the halberd and whipped the horse. Boom! The cloud beasts carried Gu Hai and Xiaoro into the sky. The army followed closely behind in a grand and imposing manner. Hundreds of horses? No, there were still more in the clouds. Although the cloud beasts were only 300 meters long, Gu Hai did not summon just 1 cloud beast but a vast army. What kind of ghost skills does he have? How can this be? How can he summon so many cloud beasts? The 9th young master exclaimed, goggling. It was indeed a magnificent army. That galloping momentum, the rumbling sound of horse hooves, even carried a strong killing intent of the battlefield. It was as if the might of the heavens had descended, majestic and mighty. That's impossible. How can he summon cloud beasts like that? The 9th young master exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, all the cloud beasts in the battle paused for a moment. Everyone saw this shocking and discordant scene. One person. A golden chess piece had summoned an army of thousands of men and horses? Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped over, their momentum soaring to the sky. That scene even seemed to condense into rolling sand. The horses were all Fergana horses, and the soldiers on the horses had murderous looks on their faces. All the soldiers held long sabers in their hands, and under the lead of the general holding the sky-piercer halberd at the front, they galloped over. More importantly, a large banner was raised in the middle of the vast army. It was a commander's banner with the word Xiang written on it. Rumble. The galloping horses shook the sky and ground. Back then, Qin Tianshan summoned a 300-meter-long cloud beast. He had to fight with his wits and bravery, going through countless battles and consuming a large number of cloud beasts before reaching the size of a cloud beast. Now, that person was still summoning 300-meter-long cloud beasts. However, how could he summon thousands of them? This was cheating. Many people felt their scalps tingle when they saw the surging murderous aura and the galloping horses. How can this be? Holy sh*t. Can't they fight properly? Someone exclaimed in shock. Chapter 46. At the peak of a mountain, the great Myojin and his subordinates looked up at the sky. They had been paying attention to the sky battlefield for the past few days. Tens of thousands of cloud beasts suddenly appeared. Even the great Myojin was slightly taken aback. Tens of thousands of cloud beasts? Interesting. The great Myojin sneered. Huh, that is? Suddenly the great Myojin's voice rose several octaves. Great Myojin, look at the front of the tens of thousands of cloud beasts. That person is holding. A black-robed man suddenly exclaimed. Great Myojin, is that Queen Hua? The black-robed men immediately became restless. Look again. The great Myojin said gravely. The appearance of the tens of thousands of cloud beasts immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the world. The natives of this area all widened their eyes in disbelief. How can this be? This has never happened before. How can a golden ghost stone summon a group of cloud beasts? Am I dreaming? Is this a joke? Exclamations could be heard everywhere in the world. Countless outsiders also widened their eyes at this moment. Some of them had already been eliminated and were swallowed by the cloud beasts in the first round, so they had lost the right to compete for the golden ghost stone. Some of them had never obtained a golden ghost stone. However, when they saw this scene, the faces of the outsiders who were not qualified twitched. At the same time, they rejoiced and said in unison, "Freak! Rumble!" The group of people fighting in the sky had the deepest impression of the tens of thousands of cloud beasts galloping over. Although this group of cloud beasts was only 1,000 feet long, there were too many of them. There were nearly 10,000 of them. How could there be so many of them? The cultivators were at a loss for words. Montez's expression also changed. Montez already knew that Gu Hai's Go skills were amazing, but he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. How could this be called amazing Go skills? This was simply cheating. You can snatch it by yourself? Why should others snatch it? Organize the army and fight against that magnificent army. Montez shouted. The ninth young master's expression also changed. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Montez's group of cloud beasts was no longer a threat. The greatest threat was the army. Stop attacking. Defend against the army with all your might. The ninth young master shouted. Yes. In the blink of an eye, the two opposing forces that had been fighting to the death immediately united against the invading army. Gao Xinji's eyes were full of surprise. Has the branch leader become old man Guanqi's body? Am I dreaming? Qin Tianshan rubbed his eyes excitedly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Gu Hai used a golden ghost stone to control the vast army as they charged towards the century lifespan Immortality peach tree in the sky. Before Gu Hai entered closed-door cultivation, he would not have done this. However, during his closed-door cultivation, Gu Hai understood the Go Dao and formations. Although he was still weak and could not bring out the strength of his Go Dao, he had a golden ghost stone in his hand. This was the proof that he could use the power of this world. The golden ghost stone represented power. Gu Hai understood the Go Great Dao, using the Great Dao to control the power of the Great Dao. In an instant, Gu Hai could execute a Dao that others did not understand. This vast army was a killing Go game formed from a Go state. The vast army pressed forward with an unstoppable momentum. If God blocked them, they would kill God. If Buddha blocked them, they would kill Buddha. They were unstoppable, sweeping through everything before them. Roar! The vast army roared in unison, shaking the 9 heavens. Kill! The general holding the halberd surged with murderous intent, showing a ferocious look in his eyes. As for Gu Hai, he controlled the vast army while hugging Xiao, who was in his embrace. Xiao, don't sleep. Listen to me. Don't sleep. We will save you soon. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Gu Hai anxiously woke Xiao up. Xiao opened and closed her eyes at times. It looked like she had reached her limit. Her eyes turned dark at times. Then she could see again. She saw Gu Hai's incredibly anxious face. When Xiao saw that face, she revealed a sweet smile. However, she was too weak. She could not open her eyes. Xiao, don't sleep. Gu Hai kept shaking her. Benefactor. Xiao muttered weakly. Quick, quick, quick. Gu Hai shouted anxiously. The general holding the halberd slapped his horses butt and roared with surging murderous intent. Kill, kill, kill. Rumble. The vast army galloped even faster. Boom. Soon they arrived in front of the army. The 1,000 or so cloud beasts in front of them seemed to have a common enemy at this moment. They rearranged their formation to welcome the thousands of soldiers coming from below. The vast army radiated murderous intent. When Montez and the 9th young master saw this, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. In the blink of an eye, the two armies clashed. Stop them! Stop them! Montez shouted. Roar! 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 The 10-odd huge cloud beasts at the front roared and charged over, biting and tearing. Kill! The general glared and swung his halberd. Boom! The huge cloud wolf immediately stumbled. The army behind it followed closely behind. The huge cloud wolf roared. Boom! 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 Many sabers landed on the huge cloud wolf's body. Bang! Immediately, the cloud wolf at the very front exploded. The army of thousands did not even think about devouring them, and they were instantly killed. Ah! A Xiuzha suddenly fell down, falling from 10,000 zhang high in the sky. As for the golden ghost stone, it instantly shattered along with the cloud beast. Rumble. The huge cloud beasts at the front were surrounded by the army. The army regrouped and charged. Although the cloud beasts were much smaller, it did not matter. The combined attacks of the army were too strong. The vast army immediately tore a hole in the huge cloud beasts and charged into the hole. Kill, 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 kill. Roars that shook people's hearts resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The organized slaughter was incomparably ferocious and invincible. Everywhere the vast army passed, anyone who dared to block them got chopped down, dying under the hooves of the horses. Ah! 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 There was a series of miserable cries. The cultivators in the sky fell down like rain. The miserable cries did not stop. Block them! Block them! Block them! Montez shouted, his expression changing dramatically. Wherever the army passed, the giant cloud beasts were instantly annihilated, and all of them were thrown off their feet. What kind of joke is this? We are all elite cloud beasts that survived the earlier massacre. Could it be that we cannot compare to your cloud beasts? Kill, kill, kill. Brr, brr, brr. As the large army charged forward, the battle between the two sides intensified. Gu Hai, Gu Hai, how dare you? The 9th young master roared while glaring. Back then, the 9th young master showed disdain for Gu Hai, saying that Gu Hai was not worthy of knowing who he was. However, when he saw Gu Hai's vast army, the 9th young master lost his initial confidence. Shock and anger filled his eyes. However, at this moment, Gu Hai did not look at anyone. Instead, he stared at the century lifespan Immortality peach tree. He stared at the golden peach on the Immortality peach tree. Xiao, hold on. You will be able to eat that peach soon. You should be fine soon. Xiao, don't sleep. Don't sleep. Gu Hai urged anxiously. Benefactor. Benefactor. Xiao slowly closed her eyes. Gu Hai's expression changed, revealing a ferocious expression. Quick. Kill. Charge. Gu Hai roared while glaring. Kill. The halberd-wielding general roared, and the entire army's morale soared. They charged forward without any regard for their lives. Rumble. Rumble. Roar. Ah. Ah. The rain of people fell faster and faster. Montez goggled at the scene before him. How am I to block this? This vast army is too ferocious. This is an all-out suppression. Like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable? Block. Left wing, right wing, all of you charge to the center. Quick, quick, quick. Montez roared. Rumble. Large swathes of cloud beasts were sent flying. The killing sabers continuously chopped down, knocking cloud beasts off their horses. Block. Montez roared. Boom. The halberd chopped down on the huge dragon that Montez was riding. Brr. The huge dragon roared in pain. Rumble. The rolling sabers slashed down, instantly riddling Montez's huge dragon with wounds. Kill, 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 kill. Bastard. Montez's expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, the army's killing power was too great. Everywhere they passed, they were unstoppable. With the army pressing down, everything was destroyed. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the army broke through the outsiders' defense and entered the interior to fight against the natives' defense. Block. Block for me. The ninth young master roared. Everyone kill! The halberd-wielding general roared with a ferocious expression. Roar. The army roared in unison and crashed into the natives' army. The ninth young master's expression changed drastically as he stared at Gu Hai. He controlled the nine-headed snake and one of the heads bit at Gu Hai. As long as they killed Gu Hai they would win? However, the general that Gu Hai rode was extremely ferocious as well. With a glare, the halberd in his hand chopped down. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my might unrivaled. Break. The halberd-wielding general roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. A gigantic snake head suddenly flew out. The halberd-wielding general chopped down the snake head. What? The ninth young master exclaimed with wide eyes. How could that halberd strike be so strong? One of my nine-headed snake heads got chopped off? Roar. Roar. The army following behind charged over, charging at the eight-headed snake along with the general at the very front. The eight-headed snake waved its large tail frantically, trying to shake off the generals and horses. However, there were too many generals and horses, densely packed as they charged at the eight-headed snake. Kill. 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 The general was ferocious but so were the soldiers. If one could not defeat the eight-headed snake, there were 100 of them. In the blink of an eye, the eight-headed snake was riddled with wounds. Boom. Another head was chopped off. A seven-headed snake. No. No. You are a monster. Gu Hai. You are a monster. The ninth young master roared anxiously. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle was decided. The allied army possessed great might. However, the vast army was even more ferocious. It pushed forward, crushing everything in its way until it reached the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Countless people fell from the sky. The ferocious protagonists now fell to the side in horrible states. The vast army surrounded the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the blink of an eye. Less than 300 of the nearly 1,000 beasts remained. All of them were riddled with wounds as they retreated to the side, stunned as they watched the sudden change in the battlefield. The fate of the people who fell from 30 kilometers in the air was unknown. Now the nine-headed snake only had 2 heads left. It fled riddled with wounds. Montez's huge dragon also had 4 legs, its tail and its horns broken. It retreated to the side riddled with wounds. Aside from Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan who had retreated long ago, most of the people fled to the side bearing terrible wounds. They watched as this monstrous army suddenly appeared and occupied the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Montez's heart bled. Previously he had done so much, playing so many schemes. However, in the end he could only flee to the side and watch. Gu Hai. Meng Tai's gloomy voice was filled with resentment. Gu Hai, the ninth young master roared riddled with wounds. Chapter 47. The vast army occupied the century lifespan immortality peach tree. This unstoppable scene not only put the defending cloud beasts in a sorry state, but also caused countless pairs of eyes to watch from all over the world. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the vast army act without fear. Everyone stared at Gu Hai, feeling shocked. It was like they wanted to carve Gu Hai's appearance into their hearts. At a plaza, the first elder and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng remained silent. Gu Hai, the first elder said coldly, Guanqi's ninth son. This ninth young master is this generation's ninth son, right? He seems somewhat disappointing, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said, feeling curious. The first elder remained silent, not saying anything. At this moment, a group of people rushed over from behind. First elder, what should we do? An outsider occupied the century lifespan immortality peach tree. First elder, let's make a move. First elder, the century lifespan immortality peach tree is my Sky Chess Pavilion's only lifespan plant. Everyone felt anxious. Now that the century lifespan immortality peach tree was snatched, they felt shocked and enraged. However, the first elder did not allow them to make a move, so they could only beg the first elder. The first elder looked at the sky, remaining silent for a while. Little Nine found the century lifespan immortality peach tree himself. The first elder said coldly, rejecting the request of his people. First elder, that is the century lifespan immortality peach tree. We. All right, withdraw. The first elder shouted coldly. Everyone exchanged glances, showing dissatisfaction. Then they looked up at Gu Hai in the sky with resentment. Hey, what is Gu Hai doing? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng revealed some shock. At the summit of a mountain peak, the great Myojin led a group of black-robed men to look at the sky. They really look alike. Great Myojin, that person really looks like Queen Hua? Indeed. Furthermore, it looks like Queen Hua is about to die. What should we do? Great Myojin, should we make a move? Great Myojin. The group of black-robed men shouted impatiently. Shut up. The great Myojin shouted coldly. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Yes, we spoke too much. The great Myojin's all-seeing eyes can see more clearly than us. A black-robed man immediately said in shame. The great Myojin ignored him and continued to stare at the sky. Everyone looked at the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Seeing Gu Hai's action, the group of black-robed men was shocked. What is that person doing? Montez, the 9th young master, and the others who had been eliminated stared at Gu Hai with resentment. Did he manage to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach tree just like that? Everyone was filled with unwillingness. But in the next moment, Montez's eyes widened in surprise. What? Was Gu Hai crazy? What is he doing? Everyone saw the vast army surrounding the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The general that Gu Hai sat on lifted Gu Hai onto the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Xiao, don't sleep. Wake up. Don't sleep. Gu Hai roared. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand to pluck a watermelon-sized golden immortality peach. Bang! When the golden immortality peach was plucked, the tree branch immediately released a dazzling, multicolored light. Gu Hai ignored the multicolored light. Instead, he brought the golden immortality peach to Xiao's mouth. Benefactor. Xiao muttered weakly. Open your mouth and eat. Gu Hai called out. Xiao closed her eyes and opened her mouth unconsciously. When the golden immortality peach entered Xiao's mouth, it seemed to melt in her mouth, turning into a golden liquid that flowed into her mouth. Whoosh! Xiao drank the immortality peach like it was water. Xiao's figure trembled, and her body released a multicolored light. Is Gu Hai crazy? That is a golden immortality peach? He is giving it to a spirit servant to eat? Montez stamped his feet and beat his chest in the distance. Gu Hai, how bold. The 9th young master also felt anxious. The century lifespan immortality peach tree bore only 10 fruits every century. Only 10 fruits every century. Yet he gave it to a spirit servant to eat? The lowliest spirit servant? Division master, that is a century lifespan immortality peach. Chen Tianshan watched anxiously from nearby, feeling very anxious. However, Gao Xinji suddenly entered deep thought. Perhaps following Gu Hai is not a bad choice? Countless cultivators in the surroundings goggled. Countless outsiders looked at Gu Hai with envy. This Gu Hai was too extravagant, right? The extravagance was yet to come. The century lifespan immortality peach was a spirit herb for increasing lifespan, not for treating injuries. When Gu Hai saw Xiao's figure tremble slightly, she seemed to be getting better, joy immediately appeared on his face. Then he reached out and plucked a second golden immortality peach. Bang! After plucking the second golden immortality peach, Xiao Chen delivered it to Xiao. In a daze, Xiao opened her mouth and swallowed. The immortality peach did not have a pit, so it melted in her mouth and quickly entered her stomach. Another one? Another one? Gu Hai, you wastrel. Montez muttered curses as he glared from afar. Even after fighting to the death and scheming, Xiao Chen could not obtain a single century lifespan immortality peach. To think that Gu Hai repeatedly fed an insignificant spirit servant that he casually saved. That was the century lifespan immortality peach. It was worth cities outside. Many people would go crazy for it. Yet Xiao Chen fed it to an insignificant spirit servant. You wastrel. The countless cultivators below felt stupefied. Could Xiao Chen be any more extravagant? At a plaza below, First Elder. If you still don't make a move, all the century lifespan immortality peaches will be gone. First Elder, make a move. Shut up. The First Elder shouted coldly. Everyone bitterly shut their mouths. As they looked at the sky, resentment flashed in their eyes. Even the disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion would have a hard time obtaining a century lifespan immortality peach. However, an outsider kept wasting it. Could this scene not be so upsetting? This is Gu Hai. He has a demonic heart and a benevolent heart. He is truly a complicated person. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng shook his head, unable to see through Gu Hai. At a mountain peak, the great Myojin, that person is saving her? The century lifespan immortality peach? To think that he is willing to part with it. Indeed, two already. That's the third one. How unexpected. The great Myojin, if she is really Queen Hua, then this person? The group of black-robed men looked at the sky, not knowing what to say. Xiao Qin extended his hand and touched the century lifespan immortality peach tree's trunk. Suddenly, Gu Hai said coldly, "Sky Chest Pavilion disciples, listen up." After Gu Hai spoke, the cloud beast under him suddenly spoke as well. "Sky Chest Pavilion disciples, listen up." The cloud beast general shouted, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. The sound waves spread everywhere. Everyone stared at Gu Hai. "From today onward, I, Gu Hai, will give the Sky Chest Pavilion 10 days. If I don't see the century lifespan immortality peach tree by its roots, I will chop it into pieces and burn it." The cloud beast general's shout reverberated throughout the world. "What?" the 9th young master suddenly exclaimed. Montez also goggled. "Gu Hai, are you crazy? That is a lifespan plant. Division master, that is a lifespan plant." Qin Tianshan suddenly exclaimed. Startled cries rang out everywhere. Was this Gu Hai crazy? There were only a few lifespan plants in the world. Was he going to destroy them? Uproot them and chop them into pieces? What kind of joke was this? Chapter 48. He is going to destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Shatter and burn it? He is going to burn the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Is he crazy? Is Gu Hai crazy? That is the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Is he going to destroy it? 10 days? If he does not see the unborn man for 10 days, he will destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree? What kind of joke is this? All the cultivators in the world immediately clamored, feeling jealous of the prodigal Gu Hai. That was the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Outside, all the factions in the world would act immediately upon hearing this news, wanting to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The century lifespan immortality peach tree was much more precious than the century lifespan immortality peach tree. With the century lifespan immortality peach tree, one would have an endless supply of century lifespan immortality peach trees. However, this prodigal wants to destroy it? Can you not be so willful? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Countless people stared at the sky with bloodshot eyes. Qin Tianshan stared at the division master in confusion. At this moment, Qin Tianshan felt like his worldview had been shattered by Gu Hai. Why can't I understand the division master? Gu Hai, how dare you? The 9th young master roared, glaring. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the 9th young master, revealing a faint smile. Then he touched the century lifespan immortality peach tree and took a deep breath. Then he closed his eyes. Golden Go Stone, you can make me understand Tongtian's laws. The stronger one's Go skill is, the stronger the law energy. Since that is the case, I will use the law energy of the world to rearrange the ritual array that old man Guanqi left behind. Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. Suddenly, countless white clouds rolled over in the sky. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, the thousands of soldiers and horses suddenly separated, forming a huge chessboard with 28 horizontal and 28 vertical lines. Clap, clap, clap. Vaguely, one could see that the vast army on the chessboard seemed to turn into chess pieces, slowly disappearing into the rolling clouds. A large Go board was slowly arranged. This Go board wasn't any other Go board, but the programmed Go board he saw on the white crystal in Gu Hai's glabella space a few days ago. It was the chessboard with 28 lines. At this moment, the 28 chessboard was spread out horizontally, forming a monstrous formation. Rumble. Clouds and mist covered a radius of several hundred kilometers in the sky. Faint rumbling sounds came from within the clouds and mist, spreading throughout the world. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. It was a Godao formation. Qin Tianshan and Gao Xinji goggled in horror. How could this be? The division master came in with us. How long has it been? How could he? Qin Tianshan muttered to himself in disbelief. The division master is a peerless talent in the first place. All he lacks is an opportunity, a fulcrum. Once the division master is given the opportunity, he can go with the wind and soar for thousands of kilometers. Gao Xinji sighed emotionally. On the other side, Montez gaped in shock. The vast army is actually not Gu Hai's cloud beast's strongest form? Is this for real? Laying a formation? Using the golden ghost stones to drive the power of the world to lay a formation? How can that be? What is Guhai's background? Who can tell me where he came from? The ninth young master exclaimed with wide eyes. Rolling clouds and mist covered the sky. No one could see what was going on inside. Gao Xianji Qintianshan, come in. Guhai shouted from the rolling clouds and mist. Yes, the two answered. The winged dragon flapped its wings and suddenly carried the two into the clouds and mist. Below, countless cultivators stared at the sky. Is he really going to wait for 10 days? Is he going to destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree after 10 days? Who is Guhai? Who can tell me who the fuck is Guhai? When did such a person appear? He is looking for the unborn man? Who is the unborn man? The entire place immediately burst into an uproar, becoming incredibly noisy. At a vast plaza, the first elder and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng stared at the sky. Ah, it looks like your sky chess pavilion is in trouble this time. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng shook his head and smiled. The first elder remained silent as he stared at the sky. First elder, that lunatic said that he will destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree after 10 days. Are we still not going to make a move? First elder, the pavilion master personally planted that century lifespan immortality peach tree back then. First elder, what should we do now? Who is the unborn man? Many people came over anxiously. Inform little Nine and have him come to see me immediately, the first elder said, suppressing his anger. Yes. One day later, in a large hall, there were 2 seats to the north of the hall. The first elder sat on the left and a sickly youth sat on the right. The sickly youth wore white robes embroidered with red peonies. He looked handsome and somewhat similar to the ninth young master. At this moment, this sickly youth did not show any respect as he sat beside the first elder. Instead, he held a handkerchief and gloomily looked at the ninth young master, who stood across from him. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth coughed, covering his mouth with a handkerchief. First elder, I did my best, the ninth young master said with a bitter expression. The first elder took a deep breath. I know you did your best. However, you lost the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the end. This is no small matter. In that case, Guhai wants to meet the unborn man. The ninth young master said in anticipation. Trash. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth shouted coldly. Then he covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. The ninth young master showed an unsightly expression, but he did not dare to reply. This matter is urgent. Otherwise, we would not have disturbed you. Are you all right? The first elder looked at the sickly youth. It's an old illness. It flares up every 200 years. I will recover soon. The sickly youth shook his head. After speaking, the sickly youth stared at the ninth young master. However, the ninth young master lowered his head as he faced the sickly youth. You lost the century lifespan immortality peach tree, so you are responsible for getting it back. The Sky Chess Pavilion disciples are not allowed to interfere. This is the pavilion master's rule, even if it is because of the century lifespan immortality peach tree, the sickly youth said coldly. But I, the ninth young master said with an unsightly expression. Aside from the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, the others will be at your disposal. As for the outer sect disciples who just joined the Sky Chess Pavilion, we will remove their identities as Sky Chess Pavilion disciples and demote them to ordinary residents. You will be at your disposal, the sickly youth said coldly. Yes, I will do my best, the ninth young master promised. The sickly youth stared sullenly at the ninth young master and asked, What are you going to do? Cough, cough, cough. I will definitely organize the outer sect disciples and use them to break the ritual array's defenses and snatch back the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The ninth young master promised through clenched teeth. How foolish. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth said coldly. The ninth young master felt slightly stunned. You cannot act recklessly. Don't you know how to use your brain? Now that the century lifespan immortality peach tree has been exposed, we are not the only ones who want it. All the outsiders want it. All the outsiders are a vast force. Yet you do not know how to make use of them? You drove the outsiders to attack the ritual array. My Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, even if they are outer sect disciples, are very precious. How can you send them to their death so easily? Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth said coldly. Yes. The ninth young master said, feeling incredibly ashamed as his expression immediately changed. "All right. Go then," the sickly youth said sullenly. "Yes." The ninth young master could only withdraw from the hall. Now, only the first elder and the sickly youth remained in the hall. "Will the unborn man know about such a big commotion?" the first elder asked with a frown. The sickly youth shook his head. "I don't know. Given the unborn man's capabilities, no one can hide anything from him if he wants to know. However, he rarely pays attention to the world. I don't know if he is paying attention this time. Furthermore, we lost something this time. How can we ask him for help? However, who is this Guhai? Why does he know how to control this world's laws? He is an ordinary person, 70 years old. He just joined Elite Hall. I don't know anything else," the first elder said with a frown. "Perhaps the ghost stone explosion at the 9-5 position on the energy storing go board above the pavilion master's coffin has something to do with this person. After all, this is too much of a coincidence. We need to quickly investigate his background," the sickly youth said sullenly. "It has something to do with him? In that case, we need to capture him and interrogate him," the first elder said sullenly. The sickly youth shook his head and said, "No, don't touch him." "What? Don't touch him. It is best if nothing changes. Wait until all the ghost stones are fully charged. If it is not him, it is pointless to touch him. If it is him, he is already involved. If we touch him now, it will ruin things," the sickly youth said sullenly. The first elder remained silent for a while before nodding. On the third day, suddenly all the outsiders were shocked to find a golden ghost stone. Golden ghost stones were very rare and hard to find. Even though close to 10,000 people found golden ghost stones in the past, there were more than 10,000 outsiders in this world. Many factions from the Thousand Islands Sea came, resulting in a large number of outsiders. In the past, only 10% of the golden ghost stones appeared, perhaps even less. However, it seemed like the Sky Chest Pavilion was intentionally guiding them. More and more people found golden ghost stones. Slowly, more and more people could control cloud beasts. Tens of thousands of golden ghost stones, even 100,000 golden ghost stones appeared. As more cloud beasts gathered in the air, the cultivators who were shocked by Guhai's vast army earlier, suddenly felt excited. "Guhai might have a vast army, but we have many cloud beasts as well. With tens of thousands of cloud beasts, we can already destroy the vast army." The countless cultivators did not soar into the air. However, they were already very restless. Cloud beasts soared into the air again and again, patrolling the ritual array that Guhai laid. It seemed like they were trying to find openings and weaknesses. Qin Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Guhai, and Xiao stood inside the ritual array, looking outside. While the people outside could not see inside, the people inside could see the outside clearly. As more cloud beasts appeared, Qin Tianshan gulped. "Division Master, the situation is not good. It has only been a few days. Why did so many golden ghost stones suddenly appear?" Gao Xinji said with an unsightly expression. Guhai looked outside coldly. "Ah. The Sky Chest Pavilion interfered in the end." "The Sky Chest Pavilion guided this?" Qin Tianshan exclaimed in shock. "The Sky Chest Pavilion drove 100,000 outsiders to attack my ritual array as a group. Although not all 100,000 outsiders will be used, they will definitely use tens of thousands to attack my ritual array. Ah. The temptation of the century lifespan immortality peach tree is indeed too great. Did the Sky Chest Pavilion learn to be smart this time?" Guhai said coldly. "Doesn't that mean that we will be facing tens of thousands of cultivators later?" Qin Tianshan gaped in shock. "For people against tens of thousands? Is this a suicidal move? Is there a need to go so far?" Chapter 49. Outside the cloudy ritual array, tens of thousands of cloud beasts flew about, investigating the array. With the encouragement of some people, the tens of thousands of cultivators no longer feared Guhai's vast army. Instead, they felt great anticipation. The temptation of the century lifespan immortality peach tree was simply too great. In everyone's eyes, they wished that they could take away the century lifespan immortality peach tree and worship it. Only Guhai would be so wasteful. To think that he even wants to destroy this tree. As the tens of thousands of cultivators watched from outside, their eyes gradually turned red. Perhaps if we charge over together, we will have a chance to obtain the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Inside the cloudy ritual array, Qin Tianshan, Gao Xianji and Xiao looked at Guhai together. Gu Hai gently picked the remaining 7 immortality peaches and placed 6 of them in a jade box. Then he carefully placed them in the compressed space in his authority token. Only 1 golden immortality peach remained. Gu Hai looked at it before opening his mouth and swallowing it. Indeed, the golden immortality peach melted in his mouth, and a comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Gu Hai's entire body trembled as he released a multicolored light. Rumble. Suddenly, a large amount of spiritual energy in the surroundings rushed towards Gu Hai. Qin Tianshan goggled as fervor flashed in his eyes. That was the century lifespan immortality peach. What would happen if the division master ate it? Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in Gu Hai's body. Once again the 9 veritable essence energies merged. The innate realm's 4th layer? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. 1 golden immortality peach actually allowed me to break through to the innate realm's 4th layer? Of course, there was another energy in Gu Hai's body that gave Gu Hai a vigorous life force. However, that was not important. Breaking through to the innate realm's 4th layer was already Gu Hai's greatest satisfaction. Gu Hai smiled. At the side, Qin Tianshan exclaimed, "What? He only broke through to the innate realm's 4th layer?" Gu Hai looked at Qin Tianshan in confusion. Qin Tianshan looked at Gu Hai in confusion. How could this be? That is the century lifespan immortality peach, the most precious lifespan treasure in the world. If one were to sell it, one would be able to exchange it for a mountain of spirit stones. Division Master, your cultivation only increased by a little? This is a life plant, not a spirit plant. Didn't you say that a life plant might not be able to help people break through their cultivation? Gao Xinji shook her head. As Qin Tianshan looked at Gu Hai, his expression became even more conflicted. Division Master, that is the century lifespan immortality peach. Isn't it too extravagant to waste it just to raise one's cultivation? Previously he had given 3 to Xiaoro, and that could still be considered a lifesaver. However, he had used 1 just to raise his Xiantian realm cultivation. Could he not be so wasteful? How many spirit stones do you want? I'll give them to you. Why don't you just give me 1? Extravagant? There's no such thing as extravagance. As long as it can help me increase my cultivation, no matter how precious the treasure is, it's nothing. Gu Hai shook his head. Alright. You have a lot of lifespan immortality peaches. You can be willful. Qin Tianshan said bitterly. Division Master, there are more and more cultivators outside. What if tens of thousands of cultivators charge into the ritual array? We might not be able to defend against them, Gao Xianji said worriedly. My ritual array is extraordinary. That's why I called you in to help me manage it. Blocking them is not difficult, Gu Hai said, shaking his head. The 4 of us against tens of thousands of them? Qin Tianshan asked with an unsightly expression. Clearly, Qin Tianshan was somewhat reluctant. In Qin Tianshan's opinion, this was clearly seeking death. They had a vast army, but the other side outnumbered them by several times. Was this not seeking death? Don't worry. No matter the result, just do your best. After this battle, I will give each of you a century lifespan immortality peach, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Gao Xinji's eyes lit up. Benefactor, there is no need to give it to me. I already ate 3. Xiaoro immediately shook her head. Really? Qin Tianshan's eyes immediately lit up. No matter the result? As long as they did their best, they could obtain a century lifespan immortality peach? Qin Tianshan's earlier troubled expression immediately vanished. He immediately said excitedly, Division Master, rest assured. I will definitely do my best. Gu Hai nodded. Division Master, if the unborn man does not appear after 10 days, are you really going to destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Gao Xinji frowned as she looked at the tree. Then she stretched out her hand to touch it. Buzz. Gao Xinji's figure trembled and she felt dazed. Slap. Gu Hai extended his hand and struck, immediately knocking away Gao Xinji's hand. What happened to me earlier? Gao Xinji's expression changed. Qin Tianshan also looked at the century lifespan immortality peach tree in shock. Do you still remember Carefree Valley's cave? That circular jade plate from back then? Gu Hai asked seriously. Oh? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said that it was a ritual array diagram. That circular jade plate from which we obtained the golden ghost stone? At that time we entered the dream when we touched it. Division Master was the last to enter. However, that circular plate suddenly shattered? Gao Xinji asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai nodded. It is the same for this century lifespan immortality peach tree. If I had not interrupted you, you would have entered an illusion as well. Illusion? What's going on? Qin Tianshan exclaimed in shock. I think that old man Guanxi tampered with this century lifespan immortality peach tree, just like that circular jade plate. Entering an illusion is not a good thing, Gu Hai said seriously. Oh. Gao Xianji's and Qin Tianshan's expressions changed. I don't know what old man Guanxi wants to do, but it should not benefit us. Although he died, he left behind so many strange things. He definitely has a plan. This century lifespan immortality peach tree is even more important. There must be an even greater scheme involved. I sensed it earlier. However, since I could escape unscathed, I did not investigate it. It is not that I do not want to, but my current strength, status, and faction are too weak. I do not have the ability to get involved in this overwhelming karma. Given that, I might as well not investigate it, Gu Hai said, shaking his head. But, Gao Xianji said with a frown. There are no buts. Gao Xianji, you have to remember my advice. The most important thing is to see yourself clearly and do what you can. Otherwise, if you exceed your limits, your life and death will no longer be in your control, Gu Hai said seriously. Gao Xianji's expression turned solemn as she shivered. She immediately nodded. Yes. Many thanks for Division Master's guidance. Qin Tianshan, who was at the side, did not understand. He looked at the two in confusion. Division Master, destroying this century lifespan immortality peach tree is too much of a pity, Qin Tianshan said regretfully. Pity? Even if I give you the century lifespan immortality peach tree, can you take it away? Gu Hai smiled. Give it to me? Qin Tianshan's eyes lit up. Are you sure that you can leave Tenjin Island alive? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Qin Tianshan suddenly shivered and his expression changed. Then he revealed a bitter smile and said, Division Master's lecture is right. This humble one was blinded by greed and let this huge treasure get to my head. So, as I said earlier, the most important thing to do as a person is to look at yourself clearly. Although treasures are important, it also depends on the owner's luck. If you don't have the ability to protect it, then it is not a treasure but a disaster that will bring death to you. Gu Hai explained. Yes. Everyone nodded. Gu Hai waved his hand. Rumble. Suddenly, 3 soldiers on horseback appeared in the middle of the army. As the 3 soldiers rode over, their figures changed. Pieces of armor suddenly appeared on the bodies of the cloud beasts. The soldiers became stronger and stronger, and the weapons in their hands became more and more illusory. Changshan's Zhao Zilong greets the overlord. One of the cloud beasts suddenly roared. Gao Xianji, enter this cloud beast. This is the ferocious general form in my heart that I condensed with my ritual array. This is Zhao Zilong. He is good with the spear. Wherever he points with the spear, he will be unstoppable, Gu Hai said. Yes. Gao Xianji answered. Then Xiaoqun put away his golden ghost stone and stepped on the Zhao Zilong's head. Then he slowly sank into the Zhao Zilong's head. Boom. A strong wind erupted from the Zhao Zilong's body, radiating a ferocious aura. Jialiang Guanyunchang greets the overlord. Another cloud beast suddenly roared. Qin Tianshan, enter this cloud beast. This is the ferocious general form in my heart that I condensed with my ritual array. This is Guanyunchang. He is good with the azure dragon crescent saber. Wherever he points with the saber, he will be unstoppable, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered. Qin Tianshan leaped onto the cloud beast Guanyunchang's head. Then he sank into the cloud beast's head. Boom. Guanyunchang stroked his beard, and a ferocious aura surged out. Division Master, your general cloud beast's aura is too ferocious. It is even stronger than my huge ox from before? Qin Tianshan exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Gu Hai ignored Qin Tianshan. Instead, he looked at the last transformed cloud beast. Yan Nation's Zhang Ida greets the overlord. The last transformed cloud beast roared. Xiao, enter this cloud beast. This is the ferocious general form in my heart that I condensed with my ritual array. This is Zhang Ida. He is good with the snake spear. Wherever he points with the snake spear, he will be unstoppable, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Xiao said excitedly. Xiao could finally help her benefactor. She excitedly leaped onto the cloud beast Zhang Ida's head and slowly sank into the cloud beast's head. Boom. Xiao immediately gained control of the snake spear. As she swung the snake spear around, it was like she saw a huge snake dancing in Zhang Ida's hand. Zhang Ida moved the snake spear skillfully, radiating a murderous aura. This is the 28 horizontal world formation. I split it into 4 positions. The four of us will each take charge of one position and lead the army to prepare for battle against the surrounding cultivators. Remember, until the very end, try not to make a move personally. Just control the army to battle. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The three answered solemnly. Don't worry. Unless something happens, your ferocious cloud beast generals will not make a move. With me around, they will not be able to attack. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. The three nodded. Rumble. After that, Gu Hai taught the three how to use the three ferocious generals to control a large number of soldiers and arrange formations. The three of them were extremely excited as they manipulated the army. This was a feeling of satisfaction and contentment. Chapter 50. The century lifespan immortality peach tree belongs to the virtuous. Since the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples do not care, we all have a chance. Why does it have to be Gu Hai's? So what if his group of cloud beasts is strong? In terms of numbers, we have more. He still wants to destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree. He is not worthy of it. Senior brothers, junior brothers, let's attack together and break his ritual array. That's right. Let's take revenge for my senior brother and break his ritual array. It belongs to whoever snatches it. Kill. Kill. Suddenly shouts rang out in the surroundings. The tens of thousands of cloud beasts flying around the periphery suddenly roared and charged at the fog ritual array. Roar. 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 The tens of thousands of cloud beasts roared in unison, their auras soaring into the sky. This battle was more than 10 times more ferocious than the one a few days ago. The surging cloud beasts charged at the fog ritual array. Kill. The tens of thousands of cloud beasts roared in unison within the fog ritual array, radiating killing chi. Boom. The tens of thousands of cloud beasts charged into the fog ritual array. Sounds of killing immediately rang out from within. The cultivators watching from the periphery could no longer sit still. They immediately charged over. More and more cultivators charged into the ritual array and started killing. Kill. 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 Roar. Rumble. The intense battle caused the sky ritual array to churn endlessly. However, the people outside could not see inside the ritual array. They could only hear the intensity of the battle from within. A vast army? Tens of thousands of cloud beasts? The two sides clashed intensely. The ninth young master narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at the battle in the sky. Ninth young master, the battle in the sky is rather intense, right? With so many cloud beasts, will they immediately break Gu Hai's ritual array and snatch the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Indeed. Ninth young master, what if they hurt the century lifespan immortality peach tree? The group of black-robed men felt anxious. Send out the orders. Wait for my orders. When more outsiders charge in and mess up the battlefield, we will immediately enter, the ninth young master said. Yes. In another valley. Montez and the Class 1 Hall members watched coldly. Division Master, are we going to charge in? A Class 1 Hall disciple asked worriedly. Montez narrowed his eyes and said, This Gu Hai, we can't underestimate him anymore. The array shouldn't be broken so easily. But there are no buts. We've already suffered a loss before. Could it be that we still haven't learned our lesson? Gu Hai was an extremely shrewd person. If he dared to set up a formation, he definitely had a way to deal with it. All Class 1 Hall members, follow me closely. Don't attack. Slowly search for Gu Hai's weakness with me. Montez said gravely. Understood, the Class 1 Hall members answered. At the peak of a mountain. The great Myojin held the five-colored scepter in his hand as he quietly watched the fierce battle in the sky. Behind him stood a group of black-robed men. Great Myojin, you have the world-piercing vision and can see through the fog. Do you know what's going on in the battlefield? A black-robed man asked out of curiosity. What an exquisite array. It looks like this Gu Hai does know how to drive the power of this world. Ah, interesting. The great Myojin said with a faint smile. What about Queen Hua? Is Queen Hua doing well? That black-robed man asked anxiously. She's fine. In the end, Queen Hua is still too inexperienced in this life, the great Myojin said indifferently. That's good. The group of black-robed men said with a smile. Bring over the divine coffin, the great Myojin ordered. Yes. The black-robed men quickly brought over the huge coffin, which landed behind the great Myojin. The group of black-robed men stood respectfully at the sides, looking like they were protecting the coffin. Oh, endless cycle? The great Myojin's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the sky. Inside the cloudy ritual array, boom, the two armies started fighting. Large batches of cloud beasts swarmed in and immediately started fighting with the army. The surging cloud beasts were incredibly ferocious, charging at the soldiers. There were many more cloud beasts than soldiers. However, the might of a battle formation was much stronger than that of a one-on-one battle. Kill, 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 kill. The various soldiers roared as they continuously killed the cloud beasts with their sabers. Boom. A soldier exploded along with his horse. The cloud beasts behind him did their best to charge forward. Boom. Ah. An outsider's cloud beast exploded, and that outsider fell from the sky. Both sides suffered casualties. As the two sides fought desperately, the battlefield intensified and ferociously intensified. Gu Hai, Gao Xinji, Qin Tianshan, and Xiaoro occupied the innermost position, overlooking the battle outside. Outside, the vast army was attacking the enemy. The four's gazes turned cold. Charge. Quickly charge. Gu Hai's soldiers are dwindling. Quick. Charge over. Gu Hai's soldiers are dwindling. He does not have as many people as we do. Charge over. Quick. 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 Gu Hai is going to lose. Quick. The more they fought, the redder the eyes of the outsiders became. They could already see their own victory and were about to win. Although Gu Hai's army did not retreat, their numbers dwindled. This was enough. Everyone charged towards the center, getting closer to the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Ah. Ah. More people fell from the sky. Fortunately, there were people below specifically responsible for catching them. As people fell like rain, no one died. This allowed the hesitant cultivators at the back to charge forward without any worries. Quickly charge. Gu Hai's vast army has already lost more than half. They will reach the front soon. Quick. The cultivators outside roared excitedly. Charge with me. The ninth young master suddenly charged in with a large group of strong cloud beasts. The cloud beasts behind the ninth young master were the strongest. They were like the strongest fresh army, sweeping through everything like a hot knife through butter. The moment they charged in, they immediately killed nearly 100 soldiers and charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai. Ah. Vast army? Have a taste of our vast army. How does it feel? The ninth young master controlled his nine-headed snake to charge at the front while laughing loudly. Charge. We will reach Gu Hai soon. The ninth young master roared. Roar. The group of cloud beasts roared. Gao Xinji, Qin Tianshan, and Xiaoro looked at Gu Hai worriedly. The ninth young master's army was too ferocious, sweeping through everything in its path. It looked like it would reach them soon. The three could already feel the fishy wind from the nine-headed snake. Seeing the ninth young master charging the most ferociously, Gu Hai revealed a cold smile and said, Ninth young master, don't you know that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment? The face of the ninth young master, who was charging at the front, sank. As a disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion, you have been in this world for many years. To think that your understanding of this world's laws is not even comparable to that of an outsider like me. Gu Hai sneered. Trying to mislead the crowd with lies. Your army will be wiped out soon. Watch as I swallow you up. What more do you have to say? The ninth young master glared. The nine-headed snake opened its mouth and roared. Each of its 8 heads immediately swallowed up a soldier cloud beast. Indeed, the vast army dwindled. Less than 10% remained. The cloud beasts outside grew increasingly ferocious. Not only did Gu Hai not feel afraid, but he even revealed a cold smile. How can you understand the 28-line pair world ritual array? So what if I have fewer ghost stones? As long as the heavenly Tao of this world is boundless, my ghost stones will be boundless as well. Boundless and endless. Endless and endless. Rumble. Suddenly, the formation which had been shattered by the cloud beasts outside trembled. As it trembled, the clouds suddenly swelled. Within the swollen clouds, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Shoo. The cries of horses came from the clouds. Then, before the countless cultivators' incredulous gazes, the soldiers that exploded came back to life, charging out of the clouds once more. Kill. The magnificent army had been completely restored. Coming back from the dead, endless and endless. What? How can this be? They came back to life? No, why can they come back to life? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The countless outsiders immediately found themselves trapped in the center of the vast army. The more ferocious the charge earlier, the more dangerous it was now. Previously, only the army was in front. Now the revived army was everywhere. Everyone was surrounded in an instant. We are undefeatable. Kill. Ha. The entire army roared in unison as they charged into the fray. Rumble. The battle became even more intense. The Xiozha who had been envious just now were scared silly in an instant. No. No. How can it be like this? Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Let me out. Oh no. A series of miserable shrieks rang out. Immediately, cloud beasts exploded one after another. Large numbers of outsiders dropped their golden ghost stones and fell down. A rain of people fell from the sky. This scene made the expressions of the hesitant people in the outside world change dramatically. What happened? What happened? Didn't they say earlier that they wanted to kill Gu Hai? Why did they all fall down? They are even faster than before. What happened in there? The countless cloud beasts in the outside world hesitated. The expressions of the cultivators on the cloud beasts changed dramatically. Boom. The ninth young master led his subordinates and fled. The cloud beasts suffered heavy losses, and the nine-headed snake lost another 3 heads. The situation was extremely miserable. Endless growth? Why is it endless growth? The ninth young master showed an extremely unsightly expression when he escaped. Earlier, victory was within grasp. However, the offensive and defensive positions changed in the blink of an eye. Outside, Montez's eyelids twitched wildly. What happened? What happened? Quickly capture a falling cultivator and ask him what happened in there. Yes, the group of elite hall disciples answered. Whoosh. Outside, the cloud beasts flew about. However, at this moment, the tens of thousands of cloud beasts did not dare to take another step forward. That cloudy ritual array was a land of death. Indeed, many people managed to escape. However, there were also people who failed to do so, shredded by the ferocious aura of the battle inside. Everyone looked at the cloudy ritual array with unsightly expressions. The intense battle finally came to an end. Countless people felt shocked and doubtful. Inside, Gao Xianji, Qin Tianshan, and Xiao all felt excited. At a distant mountain peak, the great Myojin grasped his scepter and said, "Endless growth? This is indeed starting to get interesting. Great Light Sovereign Deity, you said that the vast army in there was reborn? Doesn't that make Gu Hai undefeatable?" A black-robed man exclaimed in shock. Undefeatable? Not yet. The 28 unhindered worldly ritual array? Interesting. I have not seen such a ritual array in a long time. Prepare the divine coffin to welcome Queen Hua. I'll try breaking it. Unfortunately for this Gu Hai, it is not that I want to kill you. However, you are related to Queen Hua. Anyone related to Queen Hua has to die. The great Myojin said coldly. Whoosh. The great Myojin stepped up and floated up. The great Myojin did not use a cloud beast or any enchanted treasure. However, it seemed like the world did not restrict him as he slowly floated into the air. A person looked incredibly insignificant before a 300-meter-long cloud beast. However, at this moment, such a person slowly floated up, shocking everyone who saw him. Xiao Qin slowly floated into the air, to where the 28 horizontal world ritual array was. He wanted to use his own strength to break through the vast army. Chapter 51. Under the 28 line pair world ritual array, Gu Hai's army grew endlessly. Even if they were destroyed, they revived in the blink of an eye. The charging army immediately fell into a tight encirclement. Their cloud beasts fell from their horses and a rain of people fell. The cloud beasts at the periphery fled in panic. The cultivators surrounding the 28 line pair world ritual array immediately showed horrified expressions, their hearts pounding. They surrounded the ritual array, not daring to charge in for a long time. Inside the ritual array, Gao Xianji, Qin Tianshan, and Xiao stood behind Gu Hai. When they saw the earlier reversal, they all showed excited expressions. Division Master, this ritual array is too incredible. Gao Xianji said excitedly. Division Master, where did you learn this from? Qin Tianshan also felt excited. At this moment, Qin Tianshan's mentality had completely changed. Gu Hai's strength deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Xiao giggled foolishly in joy. Gu Hai looked around. The ferocious general seated below suddenly shouted, "Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, listen up. There are still 6 days. After 6 days, I will definitely destroy the century lifespan Immortality Peach Tree." The ferocious general roared. The tens of thousands of cultivators showed unsightly expressions. Where did this Gu Hai come from? How can he be so monstrous? Not far away, Montez showed shock and doubt in his eyes. Gu Hai? How can he lay such a ritual array? The ninth young master showed anger on his face. This time he did not act rashly. Instead, he drove tens of thousands of cultivators to charge at the ritual array. Why was he still unable to defeat Xiaoqin? Guhai. The ninth young master felt anxious and angry. At the plaza of a palace in a valley below, a sickly youth stood beside the first elder. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. The 28-line pair world ritual array? The pavilion master laid this many years ago. How did Guhai get it? The first elder said seriously. The sickly youth narrowed his eyes as he stared at the sky. In the end it still failed. This Guhai is very difficult to deal with. This is all because of the unborn man. Why don't we? The great elder was silent for a moment. No, haha, no one can force me, the Sky Chess Pavilion, to compromise. Guhai is not enough. The sickly young man sneered. In the end we can't count on them. Let me do it. Cough, 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 cough. The sickly young man coughed. Wait, look. The great elder suddenly exclaimed. The great Myojin? The sickly young man's pupils suddenly shrank. However, Xiaoqin saw a black-robed person in the distance slowly flying into the air. He did not use anything to support him or a golden ghost stone. He just flew up. As he flew, countless Xiozha in the surroundings cast astonished gazes. Doesn't this small world suppress one's cultivation base? He can only be in the greater heaven realm. Why is he flying? Who is he? What is he going to do? How can he fly? Countless cultivators cast startled gazes at the black-robed great light sovereign deity in bewilderment. Before the 300-meter-long cloud beasts, the great Myojin looked extremely small. However, this small figure shocked countless Xiozha. Even in the outside world, one had to be at least in the Yuaning state to be able to fly like this. However, this person could actually fly in this small world? Wherever the great Myojin went, the cloud beasts would make way for him. This seemed to form a chain reaction. The surrounding Xiozha moved aside, allowing the great Myojin to get closer to the ritual array. Buzz. The great Myojin suddenly stopped outside the vast ritual array. A gentle breeze blew and his black robes fluttered. The great Myojin stood there, quietly looking at the ritual array. The surging green light directly rushed towards the great formation. Boom. A loud boom rang out as the formation shook violently. 10 peacock plumes swept toward a group of soldiers. Kill. 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 A group of soldiers immediately slashed at the peacock plume. Boom. With a loud boom, the cloud formation shook violently. The group of dozens of soldiers only managed to block for a moment before they were completely shattered. The peacock plume was knocked back. Oh, interesting indeed. Kikiki. That's more like it. The great Myojin's voice carried a hint of malevolence. Swoosh. The peacock plume was like a peerless whip, and once again, it swept over fiercely. This time, it was even more ferocious than before, and the blossoming green light was even more dazzling. Inside, Guhai's expression changed. Under his control, another large group of soldiers charged forward. Boom. A resounding boom rang out as the formation shuddered violently, and close to 100 more soldiers exploded. Oh, it seems that it's not enough. How about we give you more? The great Myojin said excitedly. He put away the scepter in his hand and waved his left hand. Immediately, 10,000 long peacock feathers appeared behind him. The first 10 were transferred to his left hand. At this moment, the great Myojin seemed to be holding 10 peacock plumes in each hand, and flinging them out like 2 bundles of giant whips. Break! The great Myojin shouted. Shwa! Shwa! Boom! The great cloud mist array shook violently as the 2 peacock plume feathers swept over. The impact was incomparably huge. Immediately, 1/10 of the great cloud mist array was brazenly shattered. Close to 1,000 soldiers were blasted apart. What? Countless cultivators in the surroundings had their eyes wide open. There were nearly 1,000 cloud beasts, yet the black-robed man had wiped them out with just 2 swings of his hand? Who was he? How could he be so ferocious just by relying on his own strength? How is this possible? Isn't this world only limited to the innate realm? Eternal vitality. Guhai's expression changed as he shouted. Boom. The great cloud mist array in the surroundings quickly reformed, and a large number of soldiers were quickly reborn. Break. Shwa. 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 The great Myojin swung his peacock plumes faster and faster. As he swung them fiercely, They seemed to form a green storm that continuously destroyed the great cloud mist array. So what if it was a great cloud mist array? The peacock plumes flung out could break through 10,000 techniques. Eternal vitality? Let's see if your eternal vitality is faster than my destruction of your great cloud mist array. Break. The great Myojin shouted. Boom. The green light swept over and an earth-shattering sound resounded. The huge great cloud mist array was reduced by 1/5 in an instant. Eternal vitality. Guhai's expression changed greatly. Is it still not enough? This time my strength is even greater. Again, haha. The great Myojin laughed loudly. Swoosh. The two peacock plumes merged into one, as if wanting to completely destroy the great cloud mist array in an instant. Guhai's expression changed. Was this a madman? Gao Shinji, you guys guard the 4 directions. Guhai shouted. Nay. The horse Guhai sat on let out a loud roar and charged towards the peacock plumes. The fierce general that Guhai sat on waved the halberd in its hand and charged towards the peacock plumes. The thousands of soldiers in the surroundings suddenly charged towards the fierce general and seemed to merge with the fierce general, disappearing without a trace. The fierce general's body suddenly expanded by more than 3 times. As it stepped forward, it emitted a vicious aura. Looking at the peacock plumes flung towards it, the halberd charged towards it. You're finally going to battle? However, it's already too late. Under the green plumes, 10,000 techniques will be broken. The great Myojin shouted coldly as it exerted force. A monstrous killing intent rushed towards Guhai. The fierce general's expression was ferocious. The halberd in its hand suddenly emitted a black vicious aura and charged towards the peacock plumes. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. The fierce general roared. As the fierce general roared, the entire great cloud mist array shook. It seemed like boundless energy gathered in the halberd as it chopped towards the peacock plumes. Honk. A loud sound rang out, and a monstrous storm surged in all directions. The storm immediately knocked the nearby cloud beasts back. The loud sound caused the ears of countless cultivators to ring. The huge storm swept through the ground below. The vegetation on the ground suddenly grew shorter. The halberd and the peacock plumes clashed once. However, it seemed like neither could do anything to the other. Guhai's face sank. The people I want to kill have never been able to survive. I bestow upon you a battle to the death. Come again. Let's see how strong you are. The great Myojin said coldly. Under the green plumes, 10,000 techniques will be broken. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. Boom. The ritual array shook as the great Myojin drove the peacock plumes to clash ferociously with Guhai's fierce general. Every time they clashed, a ferocious aura spread out. Neither side gave in. The battlefield immediately turned into a stalemate. However, the great Myojin's strength grew increasingly stronger. Helpless, Guhai could only let the fierce general merge with more soldiers. As more soldiers merged with the fierce general, the battle continued. Guhai showed a ferocious expression, not giving in at all. He understood that this person was like a madman. If Guhai gave in, he would definitely die. The repeated clashes strengthened the great Myojin's fighting spirit. The sky shook violently, causing countless cultivators in the world to reveal shocked expressions. However, the shock in the eyes of countless cultivators soon turned into greed. That black-robed man pinned down Guhai. Didn't that mean that they could use this opportunity to obtain the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Montez, the 9th young master, and the countless other cultivators turned their gazes to the center of the ritual array. One more time. Use this opportunity to charge into the ritual array. Someone roared. Chapter 52. Under the azure plume, 10,000 techniques break. Chop. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my might conquers the world. Boom. Guhai's ferocious general and the great Myojin's peacock plume clashed ferociously in the air. Time after time, the collisions created overwhelming waves that swept out in all directions. The loud sounds hurt the eardrums of nearly all the cultivators. However, the temptation of the century lifespan immortality peach tree was too great. When everyone saw that the great Myojin held back Guhai, their eyes lit up. This was a rare opportunity. Earlier, Guhai controlled the ritual array, causing the tens of thousands of cloud beasts to retreat. Now Guhai was pinned down. The other 3 would not be able to make it. The century lifespan immortality peach tree was right there. Furthermore, without Guhai's protection, should they go? Come with me. The 9th young master shouted. Brr. Countless subordinates controlled the cloud beasts to follow the ninth young master to the other side of the ritual array. Nearly 1,000 cloud beasts appeared very ferocious. Although the nine-headed snake was injured, it was still brimming with fighting spirit. It was the first to charge into the ritual array. Chang Mountain's Zhao Zilong is here. Military formation kill. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the clouds. Boom. A large number of soldiers charged at the nine-headed snake's ninth young master. Kill, 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 kill. The two armies clashed, immediately starting a ferocious slaughter. The battle was extremely intense. Don't stop. They can't hold on for much longer. Charge. The ninth young master roared. Gao Xinji's face sank. When she saw the army charging over, she controlled Zhao Zilong to charge forward. Umph. Zhao Zilong snorted coldly, and the spear in his hand became like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Wherever the spear pointed, it swept through everything, wildly killing cloud beasts. A large number of soldiers followed closely behind Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong was like a meat grinder. Everywhere he went, cloud beasts exploded. Outside, as the ninth young master charged forward, the first wave of soldiers could no longer sit still. Countless Xiozha could no longer sit still. Charge. Guhai is pinned down. Now, the century lifespan immortality peach tree will belong to whoever snatches it. Charge. Rumble. Another large group of cloud beasts charged into the formation from another direction. Xiaoliang Pass Yunchang is here. Military formation kill. A loud shout came from the clouds. Boom. Like Gao Xinji, Qin Tianshan commanded his army to bravely kill the enemy. Guan Yunchang's green dragon crescent blade slashed wildly, sweeping everything in its path. More and more cloud beasts charged in from the outside world. The two generals took over most of the battlefield. It was as if they were taking care of Xiaoro, giving her only a small portion of the battlefield. Zhang Yida of Yen is here. Battle formation kill. Another shout was heard. Even though Xiaoro faced the fewest enemies, there were still many enemies charging towards her. Xiaoro had never seen such a scene before. After all, he was only 8 years old. In the past, he had been forced to fight at the entrance to this world. Later on, the Sea of Ants had also been forced to fight because of their willpower. The battle here had instantly become chaotic. Don't come over. Xiaoro felt so scared that she nearly closed her eyes. Kill, 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 kill. Under Xiaoro's control, Zhang Yida fought in a fluster. Although he still possessed powerful martial prowess, Xiaoro was too flustered. Zhang Yida's movements also appeared somewhat flustered. Rumble. More cloud beasts exploded in the surroundings and more cultivators fell. Zhao Zilong and Guan Yunchang blocked most of the cloud beasts that charged into the ritual array. A small portion of them faced the flustered Zhang Yida. Slowly they closed in on him. Ha! That little snake spirit does not dare to fight. That is the breach. Quick, quick. Charge over before others react. Quick. The cloud beasts charging at Xiaoro became increasingly ferocious, making it increasingly difficult for her. As Xiaoro watched the cloud beasts get closer, she felt so anxious that she wanted to cry. What should I do? What should I do? Benefactor Xiaoro is going to lose. Sop, sop, sop. Xiaoro cried in fear. Among the cloud beasts charging at Xiaoro were the elite hall disciples. Montez followed the crowd, confidence flashing in his eyes. Kill. That little snake spirit can't hold on much longer. Quickly charge. The group of cultivators immediately roared excitedly. Rumble. Indeed, the large number of cloud beasts forced Xiaoro back. The cloud beasts forced aside a large number of soldiers, and they slowly reached Xiaoro. Ah. Zhang Yida did his best to brandish his snake spear. However, Xiaoro had too little combat experience, especially mental experience. Her fluster put Zhang Yida in a sorry state, showing signs of defeat. It looked like Xiaoro would lose soon. Benefactor sorry? Xiaoro is too stupid. Xiaoro cried in fear. Ah! Die, little snake spirit. A lion-shaped cloud beast immediately swung its claw over, looking like it wanted to kill Xiaoro with one strike. Xiaoro was stunned. Boom. A loud sound rang out. That cloud beast's claw did not touch Xiaoro. Instead, it pierced a hole in its head. Bang! The cloud beast's claw stopped in midair. The cultivators above turned their heads to look in disbelief. They saw a huge dragon's claw piercing the cloud beast's head. Montez made a move. What? That person exclaimed. Break! Montez shouted. Roar! Boom! The huge dragon exerted force and blasted apart the cloud beast. Then it immediately arrived before Xiao. Elite Hall disciples attack. Montez shouted. Roar! Roar! The large number of cloud beasts in the surroundings roared. Suddenly they stopped attacking the soldiers. Instead they charged out of the cloud beast horde and charged at the other cloud beasts, looking like they were killing each other. What? Bastard! What are you doing? Montez, you are going back on your word. Furious roars came from the cloud beast horde. The elite hall disciples turned around and helped Xiao block the attacks. Ah! Xiao revealed a shocked expression. Why is Montez saving me? Snake girl, are you alright? Montez asked. I'm fine. However you. Xiao could not wrap her head around the situation. We are the same as Guhai elite hall disciples. Don't you know? Montez smiled. That seems to be the case. Xiao nodded. Guhai laid the ritual array to search for the unborn man. That is the purpose of my elite hall coming here. Naturally, we are also looking for the unborn man. We are all elite hall disciples. How can we help outsiders deal with our own people? Earlier, I was just hiding among the outsiders, waiting to coordinate with you at the last moment, Montez said with a smile. Really? Xiao's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. Snake girl, let's fight side by side. Once Guhai wins, these rascals will no longer be able to charge in. Let's block the outsiders together. Montez called out. Xiao looked at Montez and wiped away her tears. Then she happily answered, all right. Meng Tai smiled faintly and turned his head to look at the intruder. The moment he turned his head, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He thought excitedly, this little Yao is really naive and easy to deceive. Kill. The chaotic battle started again. The elite hall disciples helped Xiao deal with the outsiders. The pressure on Xiao's side immediately lessened. Xiao felt incredibly happy. Beat them up. Beat up these bad people. This is great. With help, Xiao immediately calmed down. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, Xiao slowly gained the upper hand in her battle. Xiao felt incredibly happy. Xiao turned her head and was about to thank Montez. Many thanks. However, before Xiao could finish speaking, a dragon claw suddenly appeared above Zhang Yida's head. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and Zhang Yida's head immediately exploded. Meng Tai had a discerning eye that many people did not have. The instant he charged into the formation, he discovered Zhao Zilong, Guan Yunchang, and Zhang Yida's peerless martial strength. While he was shocked, he was also thinking of schemes. Montez had been waiting for this opportunity. If he had fought with Zhang Yida at full power, he might not have been able to achieve a good result. However, the opportunity finally arrived. When Zhang Yida was caught off guard, that sure-kill sneak attack struck Zhang Yida's head. A loud sound rang out, and Zhang Yida's head exploded. Xiao also blasted into the air. Xiao screamed in horror as she flew up. Bang! Immediately, Montez stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao, who was flying in the air. Ching! The dagger in Xiao Chen's hand pressed against Xiao's neck. Don't move. If you move, the dagger will chop off your head. Montez sneered. You lied to me. You lied to me. Sup. You lied to me. Xiao reacted and immediately started crying. Xiao. The expressions of Gao Xinji and Chen Tianshan, who were in the distance, immediately changed. Rumble. However, the distant battlefield was also incredibly chaotic. At this moment, the two could not free themselves. You lied to me. You lied to me. Sup. Xiao trembled as she cried. Ah. You are too naive. I have never seen such a gullible person. You believe everything I say. Ah. Montez guffawed. Sup. Xiao cried pitifully. Elite Hall disciples, block them for me. I'm going to retrieve the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Montez laughed as he escorted Xiao to the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Benefactor, I'm sorry. Benefactor, I'm sorry. Xiao wept continuously as she was escorted away. Elsewhere, Guhai and the great Myojin fought ferociously. The halberd clashed with the peacock plume in a stalemate. Guhai showed a ferocious expression. On the other side, the great Myojin's hat fluttered continuously, looking like it would fly off. Guhai's expression suddenly changed as if he sensed something. He turned his head to look. Benefactor, I'm sorry. Benefactor, I'm sorry. Xiao cried in despair in the distance. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my might unrivaled. Scram. The ferocious general roared. Boom. Gu Hai and the great Myojin suddenly separated. Xiao got kidnapped? Bastard. Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. Gu Hai spun his halberd and pointed it at the great Myojin. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you later. If anything happens to Xiao, I'll skin you alive. Gu Hai roared at the great Myojin while glaring. If this were in the past, the great Myojin would definitely erupt with even greater hostility than Gu Hai. However, when he suddenly saw Montez kidnapping Xiao, his fighting spirit abruptly vanished. The great Myojin stared at the distant Montez and said coldly, "You are seeking death." Chapter 53. Montez held Xiao hostage and rushed to the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the center. Stop right there. That is mine. Bastard. Stop right there. The surrounding cultivators charging at the ritual array grew increasingly frenzied. The pressure on Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan intensified. The two fought tirelessly. The elite hall disciples helped Montez cover the rear, blocking the increasingly ferocious cultivators. However, no one dared to go to Gu Hai's place. Rumble. The ferocious general that Gu Hai sat on quickly rode over, arriving nearby in the blink of an eye. Montez, are you seeking death? Gu Hai roared while glaring. However, Montez had already arrived before the century lifespan immortality peach tree. When Montez looked carefully, he glared. Where are the century lifespan immortality peach trees? Where are the century lifespan immortality peach trees? Montez suddenly roared. Xiao Chen's dagger left a red mark on Xiao's neck. Sop. 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 Benefactor, sorry. Xiao is not good. Sorry, benefactor. Xiao cried as she looked at the furious Gu Hai charging over. Montez turned his head in rage. Then he suddenly saw Gu Hai charging over. Seeing Gu Hai's ferocious appearance and the ferocious general's halberd, Montez's heart skipped a beat. Why did the battle stop? Why did that black-robed man stop? The black-robed man slowly flew over from the distance. The battle between Gu Hai and the great Myojin had indeed stopped. Montez's expression changed when he saw Gu Hai's soaring aura. He immediately pressed the dagger in his hand a little closer to Xiao's neck. Blood immediately flowed out. Montez, how dare you? Gu Hai roared while glaring. Gu Hai, don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. Montez roared. Boom. Gu Hai stopped and looked at Montez coldly. Montez's eyelids twitched. Montez knew his limits. While he did not dare to lay his hands on the century lifespan immortality peach trees, he was determined to obtain the 10-century lifespan immortality peach trees. His original plan was to kidnap Xiao and take the remaining 7 immortality peaches. Then he would immediately flee. At that time, Gu Hai would not have the time to chase after him. As long as Xiao Chen left the innate puzzle world and recovered his cultivation, no matter how capable Gu Hai was, he would not be a match for Xiao Chen. However, the century lifespan immortality peach was gone. Leader, we can't hold on for much longer. A group of Class 1 hall members nearby said anxiously. Montez's expression changed. Gu Hai, stop them or I'll kill this snake demon. Gu Hai's face turned cold as he waved his hand. Rumble. A large number of soldiers were reborn, and they immediately charged at the surrounding cloud beasts. Kill. 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 A series of battle cries rang out. The ferocious soldiers immediately knocked back the cloud beasts. The ferocious momentum made Montez's expression change dramatically. Let go of Xiao and I'll let you go. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha ha ha. Xiao? The snake demon? Gu Hai, I think that you are extraordinarily soft-hearted. To think that you would be blackmailed for the sake of a snake that you just met. Since you care so much, how can I bear to let her go? Montez suddenly showed a sinister smile. Benefactor, sorry? Sorry. Benefactor. Sop. Sop. Xiao cried sadly. Xiao felt sad because she was so useless. She got tricked by bad people and got blackmailed by her benefactor. It was all her fault. Xiao, don't cry. This has nothing to do with you. It's fine. Gu Hai consoled. After consoling Xiao, Gu Hai turned to look at Montez again. Division Master Meng, you are also an elite hall disciple. We can be considered colleagues. Right now, I am willing to become enemies with the entire world to find the unborn man for elite hall. However, instead of helping me, you schemed against me. What is the meaning of this? Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, the ferocious general under his feet moved forward slightly. Don't move. Otherwise I will kill her now, Montez said while glaring. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, and the ferocious general stopped moving forward. Cut the crap. Gu Hai, I acknowledge your capabilities. However, you should not have appeared. Do you care about Xiao? Let's see how much you care about her. You picked the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach, right? Use the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach to exchange for Xiao. Give me the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach and I will spare her life, Montez said coldly. No. Benefactor, no. Xiao's life is cheap. No. Xiao immediately cried out as tears streamed down her face. Gu Hai stared at Montez silently for a while. What's wrong? You don't care now? Montez asked coldly. After taking a deep breath, Gu Hai nodded and said, there are a total of 10 Century Lifespan Immortality Peaches. Xiao ate 3 earlier and I ate 1. Now there are 6 left. Whoosh. As Gu Hai spoke, he flipped his hand, and the 6 jade boxes immediately landed on the ferocious general's head. Open them. Montez roared from afar, suppressing his excitement. Whoosh. With a flip, the 6 jade boxes opened, and the 6 dazzling golden immortality peaches appeared in them. Countless cultivators in the surroundings stared at the 6 jade boxes. Many of them could not help gulping. Clack. Gu Hai closed the jade boxes again. That's right. Ah. Gu Hai, it looks like I have to admire you. For the sake of a small snake spirit, you gave away 3 Century Lifespan Immortality Peaches earlier. Now you have 6 Century Lifespan Immortality Peaches. To think that you are willing to give them away without even blinking. Montez sneered. Let go of Xiao and I'll give them to you, Gu Hai said seriously. Do you think that I will believe you? Let go of Xiao? Would the Century Lifespan Immortality Peaches still be mine? Montez retorted in disdain. I, Gu Hai, am a man of my word. Let go of Xiao and I'll give you all 6 Century Lifespan Immortality Peaches. If anything happens to Xiao, I'll bury all of you. Gu Hai showed a cold look in his eyes. Rumble. A large number of soldiers immediately appeared in the surroundings, all of them pointing their sabers at the dozens of elite hall disciples. Montez's eyelids twitched. Give me the Century Lifespan Immortality Peaches and I'll let her go. Are you going to give it to me or not? Gu Hai stared at Montez coldly. Are you going to give it to me or not? Montez's dagger sank deeper into Xiao's neck. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Here. Gu Hai extended his hand, wanting to push out the jade box. The 6 elite hall disciples controlled their cloud beasts to fly over. No. Benefactor, don't give it to him. Benefactor, Xiao dragged you down. Sorry, Benefactor. Sup. Xiao screamed in despair. Cut the crap. Montez shouted angrily at Xiao. In the distance, the 6 elite hall disciples had already arrived before Gu Hai. Gu Hai was about to push the jade box to them. To save Xiao, Gu Hai did not hesitate. When Xiao, who was in the distance, saw that Gu Hai was willing to trade for her so directly, she stopped crying. Suddenly, she looked at Gu Hai in a daze and a sad smile appeared on her face. Benefactor. Meeting Benefactor in this life is Xiao's greatest fortune. Perhaps Xiao should have died that day at the entrance. Benefactor should not have saved Xiao that day. Xiao cannot help Benefactor guard the herb garden anymore. If there is a next life, Xiao can help Benefactor guard the herb garden again. Guard it for the rest of my life. Xiao said softly in a mournful tone. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed. Xiao, what are you doing? Gu Hai's expression changed and so did Montez's. However, it was too late. When Xiao finished her last sentence, she didn't know where she got the strength from, but her body suddenly slammed into him. Shing. The dagger in Montez's hand immediately chopped off most of Xiao's head. The dagger sliced across Xiao's neck, instantly reaching the deepest part. It looked like it nearly chopped off her head. Xiao. Gu Hai roared, his eyes bloodshot. What? Montez exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Montez had not expected Xiao to choose to commit suicide at this moment. Why did she commit suicide? Did she chop off her own neck? Xiao's eyes remained open until she died. Montez, I want you dead. Gu Hai suddenly roared. The ferocious general under Xiao Chen suddenly swung his halberd, and the 6 cloud beasts that came to receive the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach exploded. Boom. The 6 cloud beasts exploded. Arg. 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 The 6 elite hall disciples shrieked miserably as they went flying back. Kill. Kill. The cloud beasts in the surroundings immediately slashed forward. Boom. The 6 elite hall disciples exploded, and blood spurted everywhere. Kill. Roar. The surrounding soldiers suddenly turned crazy, charging at the group of elite hall disciples and Montez. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? Montez looked at Xiao's corpse in his arms in horror. Why did she commit suicide? Why did she commit suicide? Division Master, save us. What should we do? The remaining elite hall disciples cried out. The surrounding soldiers went berserk as they charged over. Montez's expression changed dramatically. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Montez screamed as he rushed outside. You want to leave? You still want to leave now? Die. Guhai roared. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my might conquers the world. The ferocious general swung his halberd. Boom. A halberd manifested and tore through everything, charging at the cloud beast under Montez. Block it. Block it. Boom. Boom. The halberd immediately blasted apart the 2 elite hall disciples blocking Montez. This halberd strike also chopped off the tail of the cloud beast under Montez's feet. What? Montez roared in horror. Die. Guhai roared ferociously. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my might conquers the world. Boom. Another halberd strike even more ferocious than the previous one headed for Montez. Seeing that halberd strike heading for him, Montez's expression changed dramatically. He immediately tossed Xiao's corpse towards the halberd. Stop. Guhai's expression changed. Boom. The halberd manifested suddenly stopped, kicking up a strong wind to prevent Xiao's corpse from being damaged. Rumble. The ferocious general charged forward, and Guhai grabbed Xiao's corpse. Xiao still had that dagger in her neck. However, she had already stopped breathing. Vast army, kill Montez and the elite hall disciples with all your might. Kill, 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 kill. Guhai roared at the sky. Roar. A magnificent army suddenly appeared, surrounding Meng Tai and the others with a loud bang. Guhai, how dare you? I am Elite Hall's Earth Division Master. Montez roared in shock. Kill? Guhai roared with a ferocious expression. Rumble. The vast army surrounded Montez. However, Guhai quickly took out a century lifespan Immortality peach and fed it to Xiao. Xiao already stopped breathing. Would the century lifespan Immortality peach still work? Guhai showed an anxious expression. Chapter 54. Foolish girl, why are you so short-sighted? Even if we give them the peach, they will not be able to take it away. I can still snatch it back. Guhai showed an anxious expression. The dagger was still in Xiao's neck, but she was no longer breathing. Guhai did not dare to pull out the dagger. He could only quickly take out a century lifespan Immortality peach and place it in Xiao's mouth. Rumble. The vast army surrounded the elite hall disciples. The elite hall disciples immediately found themselves in danger. Boom. A cloud beast exploded. Division Master, save me. Save me. That elite hall disciple roared in alarm. Kill. Ching. A cloud beast soldier chopped down with his saber. Boom. That cloud beast soldier immediately turned into a bloody mist that scattered everywhere. He died? Division Master, what should we do? We are surrounded. We can't hold on for much longer. The elite hall disciples exclaimed. Guhai, how dare you? How dare you? Montez roared as his expression changed dramatically. At this moment, a large number of soldiers charged at Montez. Montez was also in danger. The battle between Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan eased up slightly. It seemed like many cultivators noticed that something was wrong. Some people already retreated. The century lifespan Immortality peach immediately melted when it entered Xiao's mouth. Buzz. Xiao's body trembled slightly. Guhai's eyes lit up. It worked? Xiao gently pulled out the dagger, and her body trembled intensely. However, she still did not wake up. Guhai's expression changed. Without hesitation, he placed another century lifespan Immortality peach in Xiao's mouth. Buzz. Xiao's body suddenly gave off a golden light. Amid the golden light, her eyes trembled and she slowly opened them. Xiao, you're awake? Guhai showed joy on his face. Xiao stared at Guhai in a daze for a while. Then a sweet smile slowly appeared on her face. Blarg. As Xiao smiled sweetly, blood poured out of her mouth again. How can this be? Qin Tianshan, come over and check on Xiao's situation. Gu Hai shouted anxiously. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered from afar. Immediately the Guan Yunchang cloud beast was about to charge over. Charge quick. The eyes of the cultivators fighting Qin Tianshan immediately lit up. However, Gu Hai turned his head and looked over. His eyes turned cold as he said, if you dare to take another step forward, I will let you all die without a burial ground. Gu Hai's voice was bone-chilling. When his cold voice rang out, the cloud beasts that were about to charge over immediately froze in place. The expressions of the cultivators also changed. If it was a group attack like before, no one would be afraid. After all, it was impossible for Gu Hai to kill everyone. There was still a chance for them to escape. However, what if they were targeted by Gu Hai? Gu Hai is a lunatic. For the sake of a small snake demon, he did not even want the century lifespan immortality peach. What if he comes after us? Don't listen to him. This is a good opportunity. Everyone charge with me. One of the cultivators shouted. However, as he shouted, that person suddenly felt all his hair stand on end. It was Gu Hai's cold gaze. At this moment he was staring at that person coldly. There was a soul-stirring killing intent in his eyes. This murderous intent caused that person to stop speaking. His scalp tingled and he did not dare to take another step forward. Qin Tianshan immediately arrived. How is Xiao? Gu Hai asked as he stared at Qin Tianshan. Qin Tianshan also checked and revealed a shocked expression. Division Master Xiao should be dead. Her body is completely cold and her blood is no longer flowing. Her entire body is stiff. She is dead. What a bastard. Xiao opened her eyes. How could she be dead? Gu Hai roared while glaring. On the other side, the great Myojin slowly flew over. The vast army surrounded Montez's army. It immediately suffered heavy casualties. In the blink of an eye, half of the elite hall disciples had turned into a bloody mist. Division Master, what should we do? We can't escape. We can't escape. The group of elite hall disciples shouted in horror as they gathered around Montez. Montez was also fatigued from dealing with the army. At this moment he was also at his limits, showing an expression of dissatisfaction. Gu Hai, the other division masters of elite hall will not let you off. The hall master will not let you off. Montez shouted hatefully. Boom. The huge dragon that Montez sat on immediately chopped off its claws. It looked like Montez's cloud beast would die soon. Montez also reached the brink of despair. However, just at this moment the great Myojin arrived nearby. Montez's expression suddenly changed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right. I can ask him for help. He also wants to deal with Gu Hai. I remember that he said that he wanted to kill Gu Hai. Montez suddenly showed an expression of wild joy. We're saved. Come with me. Quick, come with me. Montez roared. Kill? The group of elite hall disciples did their best to follow Montez, blocking the vast army around them. Senior. Save me. I am Montez of elite hall. I have a death grudge with Gu Hai. Senior, save me. Montez shouted from afar as he flew towards the great Myojin. Senior, save us. The group of elite hall disciples also saw hope. The great Myojin suddenly stopped and looked at the group of elite hall disciples charging over. Kill. The group of soldiers charged towards the great Myojin. Bang! Suddenly, 20 peacock feathers appeared in the air and surrounded the great Myojin, blocking all the soldiers outside the peacock feathers. Senior, save us. Montez shouted in pleasant surprise. You want me to save you? The great Myojin's voice was very cold. As long as Senior saves me, I can give Senior everything. Montez shouted anxiously. What if I want your lives? The great Myojin asked coldly. What? Senior, didn't you want to kill Gu Hai? We have a grudge with Gu Hai as well. Montez exclaimed. Indeed. If it were before, I might have saved you in passing. However, you just killed Queen Hua, the great Myojin said indifferently. Queen Hua? What Queen Hua? I killed her? That little snake spirit? Montez exclaimed in disbelief. Shing. Suddenly, a peacock feather turned into a towering whip and swung it at the group of elite hall disciples. It looked like a beam of azure light flashed by. Bang! All the cloud beasts suddenly exploded. To the group of elite hall disciples' disbelief, they suddenly broke apart from their waists. That peacock feather chopped off all the elite hall disciples, including Montez, at their waists. Bang! A large amount of blood spurted out from the severed waists. The group of elite hall disciples lowered their heads in disbelief and looked at the parts below their waists. What? What? Montez glared at the great Myojin in despair. Little snake spirit? Ah. Even I am not qualified to talk about Queen Hua like that. You are seeking death. The great Myojin said coldly. Queen Hua? Queen Hua? Montez's severed body fell from the sky in despair. However, the great Myojin continued slowly heading to the center. Damn it. Xiaorou's eyes are open. How could she die? The medicinal effect must be insufficient. Guhai snarled. Then he extended his hand and sent another century lifespan immortality peach tree into Xiaorou's mouth. Buzz. Xiaorou's eyes trembled and her lips moved. Benefactor. Xiaorou suddenly said. You're alive? Guhai showed joy on his face. Benefactor, don't save me. Xiaorou is not worth your saving. Xiaorou said weakly. What nonsense are you saying? Didn't you recover? Guhai glared. I didn't. I can't feel my existence anymore. I don't know. I feel like the gates of the netherworld are calling me. I feel like I have to leave. Xiaorou said weakly. That's impossible. Didn't you wake up? Guhai said while glaring. I'm very tired. I have to leave. Benefactor, Xiaorou let you down. I will definitely repay Benefactor in my next life. I definitely will. 2 drops of tears fell from Xiaorou's eyes. Didn't you survive? Guhai's expression changed. Division Master, Xiaorou's blood has coagulated. Seems like she really died. Qin Tianshan said bitterly. No, she is already alive. She ate 6 immortality peaches and can live for 600 more years. Guhai said, feeling dissatisfied. Her 7 spiritual souls have already scattered, and she no longer has any life force. You continuously fed her the century lifespan immortality peaches, but you only sealed her 3 spiritual souls. If you want her to live, you need to reconstruct her life force. However, you clearly do not have that ability. Suddenly a voice rang out. Huh. Guhai glared at the nearby Great Myojin. Hand her to me, the Great Myojin said indifferently. Roar. The ferocious general that Guhai sat on roared. The surrounding soldiers quickly merged into the ferocious general's body, and it grew even larger. Then it pointed its halberd at the Great Myojin. You can reconstruct Xiaorou's life force? Guhai asked while glaring. I can't. What I cultivate is death, not life. The Great Myojin said indifferently. If you can't save Xiaorou, then what do you want her for? Guhai demanded while glaring. I can bring her back to life. However, it is in a different way. The Great Myojin said seriously. What is the other method? Guhai asked sullenly. Her earthly soul is Queen Hua's reincarnation. Queen Hua is already here. Her 2 spiritual souls and 7 spiritual souls are here as well. Let them merge again. The Great Myojin said indifferently. As Guhai spoke, he pointed at a distant mountain peak. At this moment, all the cultivators stopped fighting. After all, if Guhai was not restrained, fighting would be pointless. The Great Myojin pointed at the mountain peak. Everyone looked in the same direction as Guhai. Everyone saw that on a distant mountain peak. At this moment, nearly 1,000 black-clad men were kneeling on one knee, looking like they were kneeling to Xiaorou, who was in Guhai's embrace. However, there was a large coffin in the center of the group of black-clad men. Let her return to Queen Hua. Let her come back to life. Give her to me. The Great Myojin said solemnly. Earthly soul? Guhai's expression changed slightly. At this moment in a plaza below, Queen Hua? How can that be? Why is Queen Hua in this world? Furthermore, she even separated her earthly soul and reincarnated here? How can that be? The first elder exclaimed. Queen Hua? That snake spirit is actually Queen Hua's reincarnation? Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth's expression changed drastically. In the forest, Bodhisattva Lianxing also looked at the battlefield in the sky. Even now, Bodhisattva Lianxing showed shock. Queen Hua? Guhai seems to be involved in an overwhelming karmic conflict? Now, it looks like that little snake spirit's face really resembles Queen Hua's. 2 spiritual souls and 7 spiritual souls? How can the Queen Hua you speak of still have 2 spiritual souls and 7 spiritual souls waiting? If the earthly soul reincarnates, shouldn't the heavenly soul soar into the sky? Guhai said while glaring. I have no reason to lie to you. Quickly give it to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences if you miss the opportunity. The Great Myojin said coldly. Won't be able to bear the consequences? Didn't you want to kill me earlier? Why are you so willing to bear the consequences earlier? I don't believe you. Gu Hai retorted coldly. You bastard. The great Myojin shouted. Boom. The 20 peacock plumes in the surroundings immediately released a dazzling azure light. A destructive aura spread out. The surrounding cultivators immediately retreated in horror. Brr. The ferocious general under the great Myojin roared and pointed his halberd at the great Myojin. Gu Hai hugged Xiao. A huge battle between the two would break out at any moment. Division Master Gu. Suddenly a voice called out from below. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked down. Bodhisattva Liansheng? Gu Hai saw Bodhisattva Liansheng slowly flying into the air from the forest below. Division Master Gu, the great Myojin is right. Xiao, who is in your embrace, is indeed the reincarnation of Queen Was earthly soul. Furthermore, you cannot delay this any longer. You used the century lifespan immortality peach to trap Xiao's 3 spiritual souls. If this continues, the century lifespan immortality peach's medicinal energy will slowly dissolve her 3 spiritual souls. Benefactor, I feel very sad now. Xiao's voice contained some pain. Chapter 55. Benefactor, I feel very sad now. Xiao's voice contained some pain. Gu Hai's expression changed. He frowned deeply. No one in the surroundings charged over anymore. Even if they did, they would be seeking death. Clearly the great Myojin no longer fought with Gu Hai. Furthermore, Bodhisattva Liansheng appeared. Those who did not know the 3 learned of their identities from others. At this moment, anyone who charged in, no matter who they angered, would be seeking death. Bodhisattva Liansheng, what did you mean earlier? Can you save Xiao? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Bodhisattva Liansheng flew into the air. The great Myojin stared at Bodhisattva Liansheng and said, Liansheng? You are here as well? Amateus Buddha, great Myojin, it has been many years. How have you been? Bodhisattva Liansheng pressed his palms together. Explain it clearly to him. 6 century lifespan immortality peaches are too much nourishment. If this continues, Queen Was earthly soul will be injured, the great Myojin said coldly. Bodhisattva Liansheng, please take a look at Xiao. Can you help her rebuild her life force? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Bodhisattva Liansheng looked at Xiao and frowned slightly. The 3 spiritual souls have not scattered yet. It is not difficult to rebuild one's life force as long as there are strong spirit herbs. Although your century lifespan immortality peach is more precious than most spirit herbs, it is just a lifespan herb and not a spirit herb. Its medicinal energy is too strong. Not only can it not help Xiao rebuild her life force, but it will also be a burden to her. Division Master Gu, Xiao's earthly soul belongs to Queen Hua and will return to her sooner or later. How about using this opportunity to help her return? Bodhisattva Liansheng advised. Gu Hai stared at Bodhisattva Liansheng, clenching his fists tightly. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the rage in his heart. Although Bodhisattva Liansheng explained, how could Gu Hai not understand given his intelligence? Bodhisattva Liansheng could help Xiao, but he would not. Earthly soul? Earthly soul reincarnated? If Xiao's earthly soul returns to Queen Hua, will she still be the original Xiao? What about her heavenly soul and human soul? Gu Hai suppressed the anger in his voice as he asked. Xiao's heavenly soul and mortal soul will merge with Queen Was heavenly soul and mortal soul. However, Queen Was heavenly soul will be the main body. However, the earthly soul will not change. The great Myojin explained from nearby. Bodhisattva Liansheng pressed his palms together and nodded. The earth soul has not changed. Does Xiao still remember everything from the past? Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Liansheng. Bodhisattva Liansheng nodded. I still remember. Xiao's memories are Queen Was memories. How could Queen Hua forget? However, in the future we will follow Queen Was will again. Everything about Xiao is just a memory. Gu Hai hugged Xiao and looked at the crowd. A look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Benefactor, I feel terrible. Xiao said in pain. Gu Hai didn't like this feeling. He couldn't save the people around him. He could save them but he couldn't. Just like his wife, Chen Xian. The same thing again? The same thing again? Hurry up. Queen Was earthly soul is about to get injured. The great Myojin urged. Gu Hai ignored the great Myojin. Instead he looked at the weak Xiao and said, Xiao, did you hear what they said? Are you willing to become another person? You can keep your memories but your will has changed. Why are you still asking her about this? The great Myojin urged. If you are willing I'll send you over. If you are not willing I'll help you free yourself. Gu Hai said through clenched teeth. How dare you? The great Myojin suddenly roared. Boom. Suddenly, countless peacock feathers appeared in the surroundings. It looked like if Gu Hai dared to kill Xiao, the great Myojin would immediately charge over. Roar! Gu Hai sat down and ferociously swung his halberd, pointing it at the great Myojin with overflowing fighting spirit. Gu Hai looked coldly at the great Myojin. Even though he knew that the great Myojin was strong, he did not fear him. Xiao trembled. Live in a different way? That way I can see Benefactor again and think about Benefactor. I'm willing to become another person. Whoosh. The great Myojin immediately released a long breath. Gu Hai hugged Xiao, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. Then he turned his head to look at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng and said coldly, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, I hope you are not lying to me. Amateus Buddha, everything this humble monk said is true. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng pressed his palms together. Lead the way. Gu Hai roared at the great Myojin. Umph. The great Myojin snorted coldly. Then he turned his head and flew towards the distant peak. Rumble. Under Gu Hai's control, the vast army flew towards the distant peak. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng stood high in the sky, looking at Gu Hai's back. Then he sighed softly and said, Gu Hai, I am doing this for your own good. If Queen Hua cannot be revived today, you will face more than just one great Myojin. At that time the people chasing after you will have nowhere to run. The vast army left the century lifespan Immortality peach tree. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng still stood near the century lifespan Immortality peach tree. The eyes of the countless cultivators in the surroundings suddenly lit up. Perhaps we can snatch it now? Many people felt anticipation. However, most people did not dare to charge forward. After a while, someone could no longer endure. Whoosh! That person charged towards the century lifespan Immortality peach tree with an anxious expression. Oh no! The expressions of many cultivators immediately changed as they were about to reprimand him. Shing! A peacock plume flashed through the air. Bang! That person and his cloud beast got chopped in half. They fell to the ground. Gasp! Sharp inhales rang out in the surroundings. The great Myojin, who was flying down, turned his head and looked coldly at the sky. Then he said softly, I am still here. I will kill anyone who dares to move. Xiao Chen's voice was soft, but it strangely reached everyone's ears. Nearly everyone felt a chill spread from their feet to their heads. At this moment, no one dared to take another step forward. Even the ninth young master showed an extremely unsightly expression. Gu Hai's group quickly arrived at the summit. A large number of black-robed men knelt on one knee, respectfully welcoming Queen Hua's return. The group of black-robed men bowed respectfully. Open the coffin. The great Myojin shouted. Yes. Rumble. The group of black-robed men slowly opened the 30-meter-long coffin. At this moment, a large amount of white fog filled the coffin. When the coffin lid opened, surging spiritual energy surged out. That strand of white fog seemed to contain vast amounts of spiritual energy. Now the surging white fog nearly filled the coffin. Only a head connected to a snake's body could be seen at one end of the coffin, the head of a beautiful woman. This woman looked somewhat similar to Xiao but much more mature than Xiao. That woman opened her eyes slightly and looked at Xiao in an extremely weak manner. Xiao also looked at that woman in an extremely weak manner. Bus. Xiao's body trembled slightly. Xiao, how are you? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Benefactor, I feel a familiar feeling. The one in that coffin really seems to be me. Xiao sobbed. Right? Gu Hai nodded. Inside the coffin, the woman said softly, Enter my mouth and merge into one. As the woman spoke, her head suddenly changed, turning into a huge snake head. Then she opened her mouth wide as if waiting to eat Xiao up. Xiao looked at that mouth and started crying again. Benefactor. Xiao looked at Gu Hai with deep sadness in her eyes. Xiao, I'm sorry. This time, I do not have the ability to save you. Gu Hai also felt very sad. Benefactor, just put me in her mouth. Xiao sobbed. During this time Xiao kept staring at Gu Hai. Xiao understood that this might be the last time she looked at Gu Hai like this. This was the last time. Gu Hai nodded. Then he slowly placed Xiao in the huge snake's mouth. The huge snake's mouth slowly closed. As the mouth slowly turned dark, Xiao's tears suddenly gushed out. Benefactor. Xiao speak. Gu Hai looked at Xiao. If one day I turn bad you have to remind me. I was good before too. Xiao shouted. The snake's mouth closed completely. Xiao was swallowed up by the darkness. As she was swallowed up, she said, "I once loved you too." Unfortunately, the snake's mouth was already closed. No one could hear Xiao's final words. Perhaps only she could hear that soft voice. Xiao had wanted to say this final sentence for a long time. When Gu Hai first saved Xiao from Pang Tianlong, Xiao's heart was already completely tied to Gu Hai. That moment of despair, that moment of sorrow, no one could hear it. Everyone coldly watched as he died. Only his benefactor, descended from the heavens like a great hero and saved him. No one knew how moved Xiao felt at that moment. That was the feeling of her dying heart coming back to life. At that moment, her benefactor gave her a new lease on life, saving her dying heart. Xiao really wanted to tell her benefactor her heartfelt words. However, she was worried that her benefactor would send her away. She could only silently bury these words in her heart. Perhaps she did not need her benefactor to do anything. As long as she could stay by her benefactor's side every day and see her benefactor frequently, that would be enough. If her benefactor could smile at her frequently, perhaps she would be satisfied in this life. Xiao already felt that she was the happiest. Everything before her was already enough. She just needed to follow her benefactor. Just let those words be buried in the bottom of his heart. It was fine as long as she knew. She did not need her benefactor to say anything. As long as she could see her benefactor occasionally, that would be enough. However, why did the heavens not even give her this wish? Why did they not give her anything? Benefactor, I really like you. Soon I will become another person. Soon I will no longer like my benefactor. Xiao cried heartbreakingly in the snake's mouth. She hated her cowardice, hated her weakness. Even in death she could not say those words. Bus. Xiao's body slowly melted in the snake's mouth. With tears and sorrow, Xiao felt herself growing weaker. She grew weaker and weaker. Gradually she lost all feeling. Xiao vaguely felt like she had a dream. In the dream, Xiao turned into a human and calmly walked together with Gu Hai. The two held hands as they walked in an herb field. They talked to each other happily, telling touching stories. If one day I turn bad, benefactor, you have to remember that I was good before. I also loved you before. Chapter 56. Rumble. The 30-meter-long coffin suddenly trembled, and the surrounding black-robed men all knelt down. The great Myojin stared at the divine coffin. White fog suddenly erupted from the divine coffin, encasing the entire coffin. The surging white fog gathered a large amount of spiritual energy in the surroundings. High in the sky, countless cultivators controlled their cloud beasts to stare at the large coffin at the summit. Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan stood not far behind Gu Hai. They showed unsightly expressions, not saying a word. The two understood that they could not interfere. Bodhisattva Lian Xing stood in the sky with his palms pressed together as he stared at the divine coffin. In the distance, the first elder and the sickly youth also stared at the divine coffin. At this moment, the divine coffin shrouded in white fog became everyone's focus. Everyone stopped, waiting for the result. Gu Hai looked at the divine coffin shrouded in white fog. At this moment he clenched his fists tightly, showing an extremely unsightly expression. I was not strong enough. Again. Gu Hai muttered to himself with bloodshot eyes. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud bang in the white fog. One could vaguely see the divine coffin in the white fog explode. However, the divine coffin did not explode. Instead, it seemed to explode into rolling purple spirit chi that swept out in all directions. Boom. A wave of spiritual energy swept out. Everyone around the summit found themselves in a spiritual energy whirlpool. In the distance, the sickly youth covered his mouth with a handkerchief. Cough, 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 cough. A divine coffin made of spiritual progenitor? To nourish the physical body? Ah, how extravagant. The spiritual progenitor surged over, heading for Gao Xinji, Qin Tianshan, and Gu Hai. Boom. The surging spiritual energy was incredibly dense as it instantly entered Gu Hai's body. It seemed like the spiritual energy wanted to raise Gu Hai's cultivation. Gu Hai gritted his teeth, his gaze cold as he did his best to repel this spiritual energy. Not far away, the great Myojin suddenly discovered something strange and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Bang, bang. Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan made breakthroughs in their cultivation, sending out shock waves. It was unknown whether the two's expressions were joyful or sorrowful. However, Gu Hai did not. The spiritual progenitor Qi was exactly what Gu Hai needed. Gu Hai did not absorb the slightest bit of it. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Queen was rebirth and the gift of shattering the coffin, yet you refuse to accept it? The great Myojin asked doubtfully. Gu Hai looked at the great Myojin and said coldly, is this the reward for Xiaorou's death? Although I, Gu Hai, am in urgent need of spiritual progenitor Qi, I will definitely not accept it. I will never forget today's humiliation. Xiaorou is already dead. You've only sealed 3 of her souls. The great Myojin coldly snorted. However, Gu Hai ignored the great Myojin. Not far away, Gao Xinji's expression changed, and she immediately stopped absorbing spiritual progenitor Qi. Chen Tianshan looked at Gu Hai and felt conflicted for a while. Then he also stopped absorbing spiritual progenitor Qi. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and the surrounding spiritual progenitor Qi suddenly scattered. The surging white fog suddenly condensed into white clouds. Whoosh. A bright light shone from the white clouds, slowly supporting a woman. This was the face from the coffin earlier. Her upper body was that of a woman, but her lower body was that of a snake. The woman had her eyes closed and her body gave off beams of colorful light, making her look very beautiful. Slowly the woman opened her eyes. The instant she opened her eyes, it seemed like the most beautiful light in the world illuminated everyone's hearts. Countless cultivators suddenly held their breaths as they looked at that beautiful face in shock. The woman's upper body was extremely voluptuous and beautiful. She had slender arms and wore gorgeous robes. Even though her lower body was a snake's tail, it still made many cultivators blush. Xiaorou. Gu Hai called out. The woman turned her head and looked over. Her eyes were no longer as pure as Xiaorou's. A charming light flashed in them as a cold smile appeared on her face. She ignored Gu Hai. Congratulations, Queen Hua. Congratulations on your rebirth. The group of black-robed men said respectfully. Queen Hua turned her head and looked at the surrounding black-robed men. Then a cold light flashed in her eyes as she said, a bunch of trash. The group of black-robed men lowered their heads, not daring to refute. Congratulations, Queen Hua. The great Myojin also bowed to Queen Hua. Queen Hua looked at the great Myojin and smiled coldly. Great Myojin? You're quite bold, huh? Earlier, when Montes tried to kill my reincarnation, you had the ability to save her. However, you waited until my reincarnation died before making a move. Queen Hua needs to be reborn. Queen Hua's reincarnation needs to die. This subordinate is responsible for not saving her. However, it is better than being responsible for forcing her to die. The great Myojin said nongly. In the great Myojin's eyes, Xiaorou had to die. It was just a choice between dying at his hands or Montez's hands. Earlier he could have saved Xiaorou. However, if he killed her after saving her, Queen Hua's resentment would only grow. He had to choose the lesser of 2 evils. Hence, the great Myojin had been waiting for Montez. Good, very good. Queen Hua looked coldly at the great Myojin. Queen Hua, Master is about to come out of closed-door cultivation. Would Queen Hua please return early to preside over the situation? The great Myojin said respectfully. Humph. Queen Hua snorted coldly. The group of black-robed men at the side immediately stood up. One of them waved his hand, and a huge flying ship suddenly appeared in the air. This flying ship was much larger than the Long Wanqing's white cloud. It was much more exquisite, and the palace above it was much larger as well. Queen Hua, please, the group of black-robed men said respectfully. The clouds beneath Queen Hua carried her and slowly flew up the flying ship. Rumble. The group of black-robed men immediately followed respectfully. The huge flying ship slowly rose into the air. From the start to the end, Queen Hua did not look at Gu Hai's group. When Gu Hai saw Queen Hua's expression, he knew that she was no longer the same person. Xiaorou could not imitate that aloof expression. Queen Hua, are we setting off? A black-robed man asked respectfully. After landing on the flying ship, Queen Hua looked coldly at the great Myojin. What's wrong? Great Myojin, are you not leaving? Queen Hua asked coldly. This subordinate still has something to deal with. Queen Hua, please go ahead. This subordinate will catch up soon. The great Myojin said respectfully. Kill Gu Hai. Queen Hua looked coldly at the great Myojin. Not far away, the expressions of Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan changed. Gu Hai also frowned as he looked at Queen Hua. The great Myojin remained silent for a while but did not object. He nodded and said, yes, to prevent future problems. Queen Hua suddenly narrowed her eyes. Buzz. Cold chi suddenly spread out in the surroundings, and large amounts of frost and snow appeared out of nowhere. Countless cultivators goggled. That's impossible, right? This frost and snow is caused by the cold chi in Queen Hua's eyes? Be softer. Queen Hua can hear you. Countless shocked voices rang out in the surroundings. To prevent future problems? I would like to ask. What future problems? Queen Hua asked coldly. The great Myojin remained silent for a while before replying. It is master's instructions. Ah. Little Peacock, you are really bold. You are even starting to make decisions for me? Queen Hua said with an icy gaze. This subordinate does not dare. The great Myojin lowered his head. You do not dare? I think you are very daring. Do you want me to hand over the Taiwa Palace and let you take over? Queen Hua's voice contained a bone-chilling coldness. A strong killing chi surged towards the great Myojin. Crack, crack, ka-ka-ka-ka, crack. The group of black-robed men quickly knelt before this killing chi. However, no one dared to plead for mercy for the great Myojin. The great Myojin also suddenly dropped to one knee. This subordinate does not dare. It is best that you do not dare. It is not up to you to deal with my matters. You are also not qualified to deal with my matters. Do you understand? Queen Hua stared coldly at the great Myojin. Yes. The great Myojin said respectfully. Go to the front and pull the chariot. Queen Hua ordered coldly. Yes. The great Myojin answered, not daring to refute. Screech. Suddenly the great Myojin's figure changed, turning into a 300-meter-long peacock. The peacock spread its wings and kicked up an overwhelming storm. Countless beams of azure light shot out in all directions as the storm swept out. The countless cultivators' cloud beasts immediately swayed, looking like they would crumble at any moment. The 300-meter-long peacock flew to the front of the flying chariot and pulled it up, slowly soaring into the air. As the flying chariot flew, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng and the distant First Elder did not say anything. It was like they were not qualified to speak to Queen Hua on equal terms. As Gu Hai watched the flying chariot slowly soar into the air, heading for the innate puzzle world's exit, he let out a long sigh. Queen Hua. Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. As the flying chariot flew past, no one in the surroundings dared to block it. Upon seeing the flying chariot flying over, the cloud beasts quickly dodged. Those that could not dodge immediately crumbled when the 300-meter-long peacock flapped its wings. The cultivators on the cloud beasts immediately fell, screaming miserably as they crashed into the ground. Everyone sent off Queen Hua with their eyes. The peacock dragged the flying chariot to a place not far from the center's exit. Suddenly, the shadow of a huge snake tail appeared above the flying chariot. It was 1,000 feet long, and the shadow of a gigantic snake tail slapped at the void. Boom. When the snake tail swatted at the air, it did not strike air. Instead, it seemed to strike water. A ripple spread out in all directions. Rumble. Everywhere the ripple passed, countless mountains crumbled. The huge shock wave shook the entire independent world. Gu Hai, on the other hand, seemed to have seen a figure in the area where the void rippled. Who is it? A strange, cold shout rang out in the air. However, Queen Hua ignored this cold shout. She let the peacock drag the flying chariot into the foggy area, leaving the innate puzzle world and vanishing from everyone's sight. Queen Hua alarmed the unborn man? Not far away, the ninth young master's expression changed. The unborn man? Gu Hai seemed to have guessed something. Queen Hua's final action was to help the division master find the unborn man? Gao Xinji's eyes lit up. Buzz. The ripple slowly calmed down and the figure in the ripple vanished. Rumble. Gu Hai controlled the vast army and charged into the air again. Soon he occupied the century lifespan Immortality peach tree. The cloud beasts looked down at the surroundings. However, at this moment the cultivators no longer wanted to barge in. The earlier scene was too shocking. Gu Hai's expression suddenly turned cold. Division Master, what's wrong? Gao Xinji asked, feeling confused. Montes? He is really lucky. The great Myojin chopped him in half at the waist, but he did not die. Take him down. Gu Hai glared as he pointed at a mangled figure in the forest below. Chapter 57. Boom. At Gu Hai's command, Gao Xinji extended her hand and took out her golden ghost stone. Then she suddenly summoned the winged dragon and used it to charge down. Whoosh. A large number of cloud beasts in the surroundings made way. In a valley below, the great Myojin's peacock plume chopped all the elite hall disciples in half at the waist and turned them into meat paste. However, there was a mangled figure that had not died yet. It was Montes. Montes continuously consumed medicinal pills. At the same time, he crawled to the lower half of his body. When he consumed medicinal pills, he actually managed to reconnect the two halves of his body. However, Montes still got chopped at the waist, draining his essence energy. At this moment, he struggled to crawl into the forest. Unfortunately, the place where he fell was a barren valley filled with rocks. Hence, there was nothing to block his path. Guhai saw him in the blink of an eye. Boom. The winged dragon swooped down. No. Montez's expression changed dramatically. Boom. The winged dragon swiped its claws and picked up Montez. Then it soared into the sky, heading for the dark clouds high in the sky. Let go of me. Let go of me. Montez showed an anxious expression. He had never been in such a sorry state before, never before. Just a little more. Just a little more and I could have dodged. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Montez was brought before Guhai. Ah. Division Master Meng. A cold light flashed in Guhai's eyes. Guhai, what are you trying to do? I am Elite Hall's Earth Division Master. If you dare to hurt me, you will not have a good end either. Montez said, his expression changing. I don't need you to tell me my end. I captured you just to tell you that I know everything you did. From the moment you instigated Song Qingshu, I knew. I gave Song Qingshu a chance, but Song Qingshu did not cherish it. Similarly, on account of us being colleagues, I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. I don't want to say any more. Guhai said coldly. Ching. Suddenly, the fierce general's halberd slashed towards Montez. Wherever the blade pointed, a powerful murderous aura rushed out. Montez's expression changed. Wait. Do you want your entire clan to die? The halberd suddenly stopped moving. 9-5 Island. 9-5 Island's first Song sect has an agreement with us. They are about to take action and unify 9-5 Island. Of the various large sects on 9-5 Island, those who submit will live, and those who defy will die. The Clear River sect will not be spared. If something happens to me, everyone in your Gu clan will die. Montez roared while glaring. What? Qin Tianshan's expression changed. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Shing. The Fang Tian halberd slashed down. No. Boom. Montez was split vertically into two halves. Blood and internal organs exploded with a loud boom. Bang. Yinglong tossed Montez's corpse away. At this moment, it was impossible for Montez to be resurrected. Bang. Montez's corpse fell to the ground, turning into minced meat. As the countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at Guhai, they felt a chill in their hearts. What exactly is Guhai's background? Isn't he Montez's colleague? Why is he so ruthless? Not far away, the ninth young master showed an unsightly expression when he saw the fearful expressions of the surrounding cultivators. There were 100,000 cloud beasts here. 100,000. Yet, only Guhai led 2 subordinates and 100,000 cloud beasts, yet he did not dare to charge forward. The ninth young master wanted to charge forward. However, the crowd had already lost their fighting spirit. Charging forward alone would not help. One man could hold out against 10,000. Division Master, what should we do now? Qin Tianshan looked at Guhai. We're almost done. Once we are done, we will immediately return to 9-5 Island and inform the Clear River Sect Master to guard against the schemes of the First Song Sect Master and the Elite Hall disciples, Guhai said coldly. Ah, Elite Hall? Then Hall Master. Qin Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. Hall Master probably does not know about this. Montez and the others made the decision in private. There must be some unspeakable scheme. Perhaps there is something in 9-5 Island that others do not know about that made them so diligent, Guhai said seriously. What is in 9-5 Island? Why did Division Master kill Meng Tai? Just now. Qin Tianshan said anxiously. Montez will not say. His gaze already told me. If I continued listening, he would just be making up lies. It would be better to just not listen, Guhai said seriously. Yes. Although Qin Tianshan did not believe it, he could only nod. Bodhisattva Liansheng, many thanks. Guhai said to the nearby Bodhisattva Liansheng. I hope that Division Master Gu does not blame me. In the future you will understand what kind of person Queen Y is. At the very least, even I am her junior. I already obtained what I wanted, so I will take my leave and leave the innate puzzle world. We should meet again soon. At that time, if I have any requests, I hope that Division Master Gu can help me out, Bodhisattva Lianxing said as he pressed his palms together. I can do it. I will do my best. Gu Hai nodded. Bodhisattva Lianxing nodded. By the way, Bodhisattva Lianxing, this humble one does not understand. Why can you and the great Myojin fly? Without using a cloud beast? Could it be that your cultivation is not restricted to the innate realm? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. Our cultivation is the innate realm. Bodhisattva Lianxing smiled. Huh. Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Lianxing in confusion. After all, the great Myojin's earlier combat prowess was simply too ferocious. The great Myojin did not use his full power earlier. His cultivation is the innate realm. However, when he fought with you, it was not his cultivation but his magic power. Magic power is also a kind of strength, Bodhisattva Lianxing explained. After saying that, Bodhisattva Lianxing flew to the distant exit. Magic power? Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at Qin Tianshan. Qin Tianshan felt slightly confused. Then he shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. I seem to have heard the sect master mention that animal spirits have innate magic powers. I don't know anything else. Gu Hai nodded. Then the 28 line pair world ritual array continued to wait for the unborn man. At a plaza, the first elder and the sickly youth had been watching everything that happened earlier. Queen Hua, why is Queen Hua in our independent world? The sickly youth asked with an unsightly expression. I'm not sure. However, it looks like we need to investigate thoroughly, the first elder said seriously. The sickly youth nodded. Then, he looked up at the cloudy ritual array in the sky and narrowed his eyes, preparing to make a move. Buzz. Suddenly, space rippled at the summit of a mountain peak in the distance. After the ripples spread out, they formed waves of air that rushed in all directions. The unborn man came out? The sickly youth's expression changed. Don't follow me, the first elder said seriously. As the first elder spoke, his figure flashed and he flew into the distance. Whoosh. Soon the first elder arrived at that mountain peak. Then a figure slowly walked out of the rippling space on that mountain peak. That figure wore long robes. However, this robe split vertically in half from the center. One half was black and the other half was white. The black and white robes covered the figure, and the hood covered the figure's head. Only a pair of hands could be seen. However, this pair of hands shocked the nearby cultivators. The right hand of the black robes was withered, looking like the right hand of a shriveled old man. Large numbers of old age spots covered it. The left hand of the white robes was tender, looking like the left hand of a tender baby. It was smooth, elastic, and tender. When the black and white robed figure appeared, the ripples in space vanished. Just at this moment, a black-robed figure flew over from the distance. Unborn man, why did you come out? The black-robed figure asked. The black and white robed figure looked at the cloudy ritual array in the sky. Then he looked at the black-robed figure. First elder, someone is looking for me. Why did you not warn me? After the black and white robed figure spoke, the surrounding cultivators goggled. This was because the black and white robed figure's words sounded like two voices. One as tender as a baby and one as old as a corpse. When one person spoke, there were two voices of extremes. The unborn man, someone suddenly reacted, exclaiming in shock. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators immediately looked over in shock. After all, wasn't the ultimate goal of Gu Hai's vast army formation to find this person? High in the sky, the eyes of Gu Hai, Qin Tianshan, and Gao Xinji lit up. Division Master, was it really Queen Hua's final tail strike that alerted the unborn man? Gao Xinji asked, her eyes lighting up. We finally found him. Qin Tianshan said excitedly. Now that they found the unborn man, they could immediately return to 9-5 Island. In the distance, the black-robed first elder remained silent for a while before saying, You have your own matters to attend to. It is not convenient for us to disturb you. I don't need you to decide my matters. The black and white-robed unborn man said indifferently. As the unborn man spoke, he looked up at the ritual array in the sky. The ritual array covered the inside. However, Gu Hai felt that the unborn man's eyes had already seen him through the ritual array. You used the century lifespan immortality peach tree to threaten me just to see me? Who are you? How did you know that I was in this world? The unborn man's voice rang out again. The overlapping voices of the old and the young sounded very scary. I am Elite Hall's Water Division Master, Gu Hai. This time, I am here on behalf of the Hall Master to seek out Senior Unborn Man, Gu Hai said solemnly. Elite Hall's Hall Master? Ah. She did not come to see me herself but had someone come to see me on her behalf? The unborn man's voice sounded somewhat lonely. Perhaps I am not the same person as the Elite Hall's Hall Master that Senior understands, Gu Hai said after a deep breath. Oh? Who is it now? The unborn man asked indifferently. Long Wanqing should be the daughter of the Hall Master that Senior spoke of. Right now, Long Wanqing is the new Hall Master, Gu Hai said solemnly. Daughter? Long Wanqing? That girl got married in the end. Who is her husband? The unborn man said with a trembling voice. Gu Hai suddenly became silent. What? You can't say it? The unborn man said in a deep voice. No. Long Wanqing asked me to come here to find Senior. She wants Senior to go out and help her. She asked me to bring this. Gu Hai took a deep breath and took out a small box. Whoosh! The small box suddenly flew out and flew toward the unborn man. It landed in the hands of the unborn man. Go out? Impossible. Unborn man, you promised the pavilion master. The great elder said in surprise. The unborn man opened the box and saw a hairpin sitting quietly in the small box. It was a very plain hairpin. It was very simple and ordinary. There was no fluctuation of magic power. It was even very rough. I gave this to that girl back then. Didn't she throw it away back then? So it was just to anger me. She still kept it? Still kept it? Ah. The unborn man's voice contained a trace of pleasant surprise. Senior, please restrain your grief. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. The unborn man, who was holding the hairpin, paused and suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Long Wanqing said that her mother died 20 years ago. Until now, she still can't find the murderer. That's why she wants Senior to go out and help her find the murderer of her mother and avenge her mother who died unjustly. Senior, please go out and help her. Gu Hai said respectfully. Everyone around had already held their breaths. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and said, What did you say? Say it again. I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again. What happened to that girl? What happened to her? This hairpin should be something that Long Wanqing collected when she was packing up her mother's belongings. Based on how well this small box is maintained, her mother should have kept this hairpin very carefully when she was alive. Her mother was killed by someone. Furthermore, her death was very unjust. 20 years after her death, even the murderer could not be found. That is why she earnestly asked Senior to come out of seclusion and find the murderer for her mother and take revenge. The lass was killed? The undead man's body suddenly swayed as though he was about to fall. Chapter 58. Above a vast sea, two flying ships quickly flew high in the sky. The one in front was Long Wanqing's white cloud flying ship. A flying boat followed behind them and it was filled with armored soldiers. There was a large flag on the flying ship with the words Divine Strategy Battalion written on it. A handsome man in golden armor stood at the bow of the Shinji Battalion flying ship. This man was stout and had a valiant face. He held the railing with both hands and frowned slightly as he looked into the distance. Occasionally he glanced at the white cloud flying ship. A large group of people also stood on the white cloud flying ship. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and a yellow-robed old woman holding a walking stick stood at the bow. I wonder if the innate puzzle world is still open? Long Wanqing asked somewhat worriedly. Hallmaster, there is no need to worry. Normally the innate puzzle world opens for a year. It is still early, Venerable Lun Yen said with a smile. Long Wanqing nodded. Hallmaster, don't worry. Meng Tai has entered with a small group of Earth Division disciples. Although Meng Tai isn't calm enough, he should be stronger than most people. By the time we head there, we might already have news of the Weixing man. The old lady said solemnly. Hua Division Master is right. Aside from Division Master Meng, isn't there still Division Master Gu? Perhaps Gu Hai has some clues as well, Venerable Lun Yen said with a smile. When the old woman heard that, she frowned and said, Venerable Lun Yen, Hallmaster only met that Gu Hai briefly. Why did you encourage him to become the Water Division Master? Hallmaster has the authority to make such a decision, Venerable Lun Yen said indifferently. The old woman raised her eyebrows. Hallmaster does have the authority to make such a decision. However, Hallmaster is still young. Venerable Lun Yen should not have let her. My elite hall shook the world in the previous Hallmaster's hands. We cannot let the new Hallmaster. What is it? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. The old woman's expression changed slightly, and she immediately shook her head. Hall Master, please forgive me. I have misspoken. However, Class 1 Hall's glory did not come easily. Please be careful. I am Ding Rue, and the other division masters do not wish for you to make a mistake and damage Class 1 Hall's reputation. Humph, fame? Don't I have a reputation as the Hall Master? Long Wanqing stared at the old woman. I wouldn't dare. The old woman immediately lowered her head. Long Wanqing looked at Ding Rue for a while and took a deep breath to suppress the anger in her heart. Hall Master, is your younger sister fine now? Venerable Lun Yan asked, changing the topic. Taking a deep breath, Long Wanqing nodded. That damn brat. She courted death for no reason. She's much better now. Although it hasn't been completely purged, with grandfather by her side, that demonic spirit won't be able to hurt her. If it weren't for the fact that I had to rush back, I would have taught that damned brat a good lesson. In the end, your maternal grandfather dotes on your younger sister more. This time, after you went back to save her, your maternal grandfather actually mobilized the entire Shinji battalion to help you. Venerable Lun Yan looked at the nearby flying ship. The Shinji battalion's battalion commander? Li Haoran? This time, it was not maternal grandfather who mobilized them. He took the initiative to come. Long Wanqing showed a faint smile as she looked at the man at the bow of the ship in the distance. Li Haoran? He took the initiative to come? What is his motive? Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed as he turned his head to look at the flying ship with a frown. Long Wanqing frowned slightly as she looked at Venerable Lun Yan. Venerable Lun Yan, this is where you are wrong. Battalion Commander Li Haoran is just concerned about the Hall Master. What motive does he need for this? Don't think so badly of everyone, Ding Rue said with a frown. Indeed. Venerable Lun Yan, Li Haoran received my mother's favor in the past. He should not have any motive, Long Wanqing said as she looked at Venerable Lun Yan. Huh. Venerable Lun Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Venerable Lun Yan nodded and did not say anything else. However, he gave Li Haoran, who was on the other flying ship, a meaningful look. Innate puzzle world, someone killed that girl? The unborn man suddenly swayed as if he would fall. That should be it. However, the Hall Master is still in a dilemma. That should be the case. It has been 20 years already, and the murderer is still free and unfettered. However, the Hall Master is at her wit's end. This time, I caused such a commotion in the innate puzzle world because I wanted to ask Senior to help take revenge for her. All of the previous Hall Master's friends and family could not do anything, only you. Senior, did the previous Hall Master die for nothing? Senior, you have been in this world for 800 years. This humble one does not understand what the previous Hall Master experienced outside. However, it has been 800 years and the previous Hall Master still has this hairpin. I think that the previous Hall Master still hoped to see you again. Or perhaps she had been thinking about you all this time. However, she could not wait any longer. Someone killed her and she died very unjustly. Perhaps she was in despair. Senior, only you can help her take revenge now. Can you let her die in vain? Gu Hai asked again. The girl is dead? Ah, dead. The unborn man's body swayed. His voice was filled with great sorrow and a piercing chill. Whoosh, whoosh. With the unborn man as the center, the surrounding plants withered. Ah. The first elder at the side immediately leaped away in shock. Then he soared into the air and flew far away from the unborn man. The plants withered quickly. They withered quickly. The withered plants spread outward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They spread out in all directions like a flood. In the blink of an eye, all the plants on a mountain peak withered. However, the withered plants continued spreading. Countless cultivators showed shocked expressions. Why are those trees withered? There is a cheetah there. Look at that cheetah. Countless cultivators goggled at the valley below. A cheetah had been circling the valley. However, when that withered aura swept over, the cheetah instinctively felt threatened and fled. However, it could not outrun that withered aura in the end. The withered grass brushed past the cheetah. Suddenly the cheetah slowed down. Visible to the naked eye, the cheetah's fur suddenly turned white and withered. The cheetah became thinner and older. Gradually, it became as thin as firewood and fell to the ground. It did not make a sound. It died of old age? Someone exclaimed. It was not only the cheetah. Many animals in the surroundings were the same. Where the withered aura reached, they slowly became older and older. Finally they died. No. Let me go. A scream came from the woods not far away. A man ran out of the woods. After running a few steps, his youthful appearance became extremely old. It seemed that he was about to die of old age. That scream might have awakened the unborn man. The unborn man turned his head and looked. The withered aura around him disappeared instantly. However, at this moment, close to 10 mountains that were originally verdant and green all withered and became completely bare. All the animals in the 10 mountains died of old age. As for that unlucky youth, he had already turned into an old man. His movements slowed and he showed a horrified expression. Cough, cough, cough. Senior, let me recover. Let me recover. Cough, cough, cough. That old man coughed continuously. The unborn man ignored him. Instead he looked at the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless cultivators in the surroundings fled, looking at the unborn man on the mountain peak in horror. This was too horrifying. He turned old? He turned old? Is this his lifespan? Can he destroy a person's lifespan? Can he make a person old and destroy a person's lifespan? Who is he? How can he do this? Quick, quick, stay away from him. All the cultivators showed horrified expressions. Be it cultivation or snatching the century lifespan immortality peach, wasn't the ultimate goal to increase one's lifespan? Was it to increase one's lifespan to live longer? However, the person before them could destroy one's lifespan? Not killing them was even more horrifying than killing them. He is a demon. He is a demon. Everyone looked at the unborn man in horror. The unborn man remained silent for a while, as though he was trying to digest the discomfort in his heart. Unborn man, you promised the pavilion master back then. You cannot leave. The first elder called out. The unborn man remained silent for a while before slowly saying, First elder, I have to go. I did promise old man Guanxi, but I have to go. I cannot stay here for a moment longer. I do not want to stay here for a moment longer. But, the first elder said anxiously, there are no buts. There are some things that you do not understand that I have to do. The lass is dead? Ah. The lass is dead? Ah. Back then, I should not have agreed to old man Guanxi. I should not have agreed. If I had not remained in the innate puzzle world, the lass might not have died. She might not have died. The unborn man said, his voice trembling. The first elder remained silent, not knowing how to persuade Xiaoqin. The unborn man had already made up his mind to leave. There was no stopping him. The first elder turned his head furiously and looked at the ritual array. Guhai, look at what you have done. Now, you still want to chop down my Sky Chest Pavilion Century Lifespan Immortality Peach Tree? Guhai took a deep breath and said, Sky Chest Pavilion's first elder, since I already met with senior unborn man, naturally, I will not destroy the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach Tree. Now I will return it to the Sky Chest Pavilion. The first elder frowned as he looked at Guhai. This Guhai is so easygoing. However, according to the rules here, old man Guanxi left all the treasures of this world for the fated people among us outsiders. I will keep the 10th century lifespan immortality peaches, Guhai said solemnly. Humph, the first elder snorted coldly. Clearly he no longer cared about the peaches. As long as the peach tree remained, 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Division Master, what you said earlier. Chen Tianshan looked at Guhai somewhat anxiously. Guhai looked at Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji. Then he did not reject them. Instead he took out 2 boxes. This is what I promised you earlier. One each. Guhai handed over the 2 boxes. Chen Tianshan excitedly grabbed 1 box and opened it. Indeed, it was the peaches. Chen Tianshan immediately showed joy on his face. Gao Xinji received the box and did not look at it for long. Then she took out the peaches and ate them. Buzz. A golden light shone around Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji, you are really extravagant. Chen Tianshan looked at Gao Xinji in shock. Gao Xinji glanced at Chen Tianshan and said strangely, Chen Tianshan, you are in too much of a rush. What? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Since the division master promised to give it to us, he will definitely give it to us. How can you ask for it now? Gao Xinji said with a frown. What's wrong with asking for it? Chen Tianshan retorted, feeling unconvinced. It does not matter if you want it. However, can you guarantee that you will bring this century lifespan immortality peach back to the Clear River sect? Or do you want to bring it somewhere else? Gao Xinji smiled bitterly. Huh. Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Chen Tianshan turned his head and looked around. Countless cultivators looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Chen Tianshan's expression froze. He finally understood why Gao Xianji was in such a rush to eat the century lifespan immortality peach. If he did not eat it now, what advantage would his group have after leaving the innate puzzle world? The surrounding cultivators recovered their cultivations. If he wanted to protect the century lifespan immortality peach, he would be seeking death. Smack. Qin Tianshan slapped himself. Feeling depressed, Qin Tianshan opened his mouth and ate the century lifespan immortality peach. The surrounding cultivators only regained their clarity after eating this century lifespan immortality peach. However, many people looked at Gu Hai with anticipation and fear. This was because Gu Hai still had one final century lifespan immortality peach. Chapter 59. Senior Unborn Man, come with us. Gu Hai said in anticipation as he looked at the unborn man. However, the unborn man looked at the hairpin quietly, ignoring Gu Hai. Everyone waited patiently for the unborn man. After a while, the unborn man shook his head and said, "No need. You all will not be able to take the path that I want to take." Gu Hai looked at the unborn man in confusion. After taking a deep breath, the unborn man turned his head to look at the first elder. First elder, over the past 800 years, I have done enough for the Sky Chess Pavilion. However, what I have done is nothing compared to what I have lost. That girl cannot die in vain. No one can kill her. I'm leaving. The unborn man said with a cold, murderous tone. The first elder remained silent for a while. Then he sighed deeply and said, "Never mind. You have already done enough for my Sky Chess Pavilion over the past few years. What do you need? I will do my best to give it to you." "There's no need." The unborn man shook his head. As he shook his head, the space in front trembled slightly. Buzz. It was like a ripple appeared, giving off waves of illusory patterns. The illusory patterns surged and immediately formed a strong impact. Rumble. Countless cultivators moved out of the way under this force. The unborn man took a step forward and entered the rippling void. Then he disappeared. The space slowly regained its calm and everything returned to normal. However, the unborn man was no longer there. If not for the withered and dead animals in the surroundings, it would have looked like the unborn man had never appeared. What is this? Gu Hai looked at Qin Tianshan in shock. Qin Tianshan smiled bitterly and shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. Just like that, it mysteriously disappeared? Rumble. After Gu Hai left the sky, the ninth young master led a large number of Sky Chess Pavilion disciples to occupy the sky, occupying the century lifespan immortality Peachtree region. First elder, I've offended you this time. Farewell. Gu Hai said. The grand elder was still wrapped in his black robe. He stared at Gu Hai for a while, then took a deep breath. In the end, he didn't pursue the matter. Who? Gu Hai controlled the army to fly into a forest. Countless Xiozhi stared in that direction. Until they reached the forest. Bang! The endless clouds and the army suddenly disappeared. Gu Hai and his group hid in the forest. The three of them quickly shuttled through the forest. With the cover of the trees, it was difficult for outsiders to see their whereabouts. Of course, no one dared to investigate at this time. Branch leader, are we not leaving? What else are you looking for? Qin Tianshan asked curiously. We can't leave. Gu Hai shook his head. Ah. Qin Tianshan said, feeling confused. Division Master said earlier that you would leave with the unborn man. You were preparing to use the unborn man's momentum to leave. Unfortunately, the unborn man mysteriously disappeared. We can only leave by ourselves. However, do you think that we can still leave now? Gao Xinji said, shaking her head. Are you saying that someone is already blocking us? Qin Tianshan's expression changed. That's right. We caused too much of a commotion earlier. Not to mention the century lifespan immortality peach in Division Master's hand, how many cultivators were injured or killed in the earlier battle? At this moment, are their friends and family not preparing to take revenge? In the innate puzzle world, Division Master has a vast army. No one can do anything to us. However, what about after leaving the innate puzzle world? Gao Xinji explained. Qin Tianshan's eyelids twitched. Indeed, a large group of cultivators had already rushed to the entrance of the innate puzzle world earlier. Many cultivators had already lined up at the entrance, waiting for Gu Hai's group to go out and send themselves to their deaths to take revenge. However, fortunately, we completed our mission. Gu Hai said with a smile. Division Master, This is what this subordinate found on Montez when he was escorting him earlier. Gao Xianji handed over a medallion. This medallion looked very similar to Gu Hai's Water Division medallion. However, this medallion had an earthen medallion instead of a medallion. The medallion of the Earth Division's Division Master? Qin Tianshan's eyes lit up. Gu Hai nodded and received the medallion. Gao Xianji was a quick-witted person. With one order from Gu Hai, she could guess the meaning of Gu Hai's orders. This greatly satisfied Gu Hai. Montez is already dead. We should be able to reopen this medallion's space. Qin Tianshan said with some anticipation. Gu Hai dripped a drop of blood on the medallion. Then he immediately sensed a small space about 100 meters wide. There were 100 superior-grade spirit stones and several hundred inferior-grade spirit stones in this small space. There were also large numbers of medicinal pills, some herbs, and some miscellaneous items in some bottles and jars. Gu Hai quickly took out the items in the medallion and placed them in his Water Division medallion. Bang! Gu Hai used his veritable energy to wipe away his blood on the medallion. Gao Xianji used this medallion for now. I did not take everything in it, but I left 10 superior-grade spirit stones for you. Use them first. Gu Hai handed the medallion to Gao Xianji. Yes. Thank you, Division Master. Gao Xianji said excitedly. Envy flashed in Qin Tianshan's eyes. Qin Tianshan, here are 10 superior-grade spirit stones. Use them first. You have worked hard earlier. Gu Hai handed over 10 superior-grade spirit stones. Thank you, Division Master. Qin Tianshan immediately received them happily. Division Master, how do we go out now? Gao Xianji asked worriedly. There's no rush. Let's delay for a few days first. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he stared at the large number of cloud beasts in the sky. Indeed, a large number of cultivators were already waiting outside the innate puzzle realm. Gu Hai and the others are coming out. Watch closely. He tossed my junior brother and senior brother down from 30 kilometers in the sky. Although I saved my senior brother, my junior brother broke his leg. I have to take revenge for this. Revenge, my ass. I think you just want that century lifespan immortality peach, right? So what? Are you not? No matter what, that Gu Hai can forget about escaping. In the blink of an eye, close to 1,000 cultivators surrounded the innate puzzle realm. Furthermore, as soon as someone came out, a group of people swarmed over and carefully checked to see if it was Gu Hai, Qin Tianshan, or Gao Xianji. Gu Hai was incredible in the innate puzzle realm. However, what about after coming out? We have already recovered our cultivations. What can you do? It is impossible to bribe them, right? Furthermore, Division Master still has the century lifespan immortality peach. They want to rob us clean. Why would they send us back to 9-5 Island? It would already be good if they did not kill us. I believe that at least 10,000 people are waiting for us at the entrance, Qin Tianshan said with a bitter smile. I said that they will send us back to 9-5 Island. They definitely will. Gu Hai said with certainty in his eyes. Qin Tianshan appeared confused, still unable to figure it out. However, Gao Xianji trusted Gu Hai a lot. Division Master, what should we do? If 10,000 people surround us, it will not be enough. Hence, the first step is to get even more people to surround us. The more the better. The more the safer we will be, Gu Hai said with certainty. Hey! Qin Tianshan rolled his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. He really wanted to touch Gu Hai's head to see if he was feverish. Chapter 60. At the entrance to the innate puzzle world, nearly 10,000 cultivators gathered, divided into many factions. They surrounded the foggy entrance to the innate puzzle world. No matter where Gu Hai came from, they would be able to find him immediately. The cultivators' eyes turned bloodshot. Some wanted to take revenge, but most wanted the century lifespan immortality peach. Could Gu Hai escape with the century lifespan immortality peach? He came out. More people came out. Capture him. Search. Search. Boom. Before the people who just came out could react, a large group of cultivators captured them. Countless gazes looked over. What are you doing? Why are you capturing us? My senior brother is sick in the first place. After Gu Hai severely injured him, his injuries worsened. He won't make it. We have to return to the island and seek Master for treatment. You want us to leave? What are you doing? The group of people who just came out felt anxious. So they are disciples from the 37 islands. I saw wrong. They're not Guhai. Someone recognized them. The disappointed cultivators immediately snorted coldly. The same scene kept repeating. More and more cultivators entered and exited. They did not care about those who entered, but they naturally had to check those who came out. However, the more they waited, the more frustrated they felt. Guhai is not coming out? Why is there still no news of him after waiting for a few days? He must know that we are guarding him here, so he does not dare to come out. If he does not come out, he will die in there sooner or later. Let's see if he will come out or not. Countless cultivators steeled themselves to guard this place, especially the Golden Core Realm cultivators. Golden Core Realm cultivators had no advantage in the innate puzzle world. Instead, their cultivation would be suppressed. The risks outweighed the benefits. Hence, they might as well guard Guhai. The countless cultivators waited patiently. Suddenly, 10-odd cultivators charged out from the innate puzzle world. The eyes of the cultivators at the periphery lit up as they examined these 10-odd cultivators, wanting to find Guhai. Oh no! Guhai is here! Guhai is here! The cultivators who charged out immediately shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The nearly 10,000 cultivators immediately stood up with wide eyes. Guhai is here? Where is it? Someone shouted. Inside, Guhai has gone crazy. He is controlling a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses inside. He is driving us out. We were driven out. A cultivator shouted. What? Controlling an army of thousands? Many people's expressions changed. He still remembered the ferocious might of that magnificent army. Since only Guhai could summon such a magnificent army, it was naturally Guhai. At this moment inside the innate puzzle world, rumble. Indeed, a large number of cloud beasts pointed their sabers and swords at the cultivators and cloud beasts as the vast army galloped through the fog. Guhai, what are you doing? Guhai, do you really want to fight us to the death? Guhai, how dare you? When the thousands of cultivators were chased away, even if they had cloud beasts, they could only be chased away. There was no stopping the vast army. Everyone excuse me for the offense. Guhai's loud voice rang out from the fog. Countless cultivators snorted as they were chased to the exit. The vast army roared ferociously. The countless cultivators could not block it. They could only resentfully be chased out of the innate puzzle world. The vast army spread out in the fog, looking exceptionally domineering. They immediately surrounded the exit. Many cultivators watched from the surroundings. However, no one dared to get close. They only looked at the churning fog from a distance. The cultivators chased out of the innate puzzle world all cursed. Guhai, humph. When you come out, I will teach you a lesson. I want to see how you are going to come out. Guhai, I will fight you to the death. After leaving the innate puzzle world, the thousands of cultivators cursed, feeling exceptionally ferocious. The cultivators guarding the outside gradually understood that Guhai was still inside. Furthermore, he was laying out the vast army formation. Hence, the cultivators chased out no longer doubted him. Of course, there were still some who doubted him, but they were no longer that intense. What is Guhai trying to do? Many cultivators frowned, feeling confused. Just like that, the stalemate lasted for one day. When the cultivators outside entered the independent world and saw the vast army formation, they were immediately frightened back. When the countless cultivators inside saw the vast army formation, they did not dare to provoke Guhai. However, the vast army remained inside, not showing any signs of activity. The countless cultivators grew increasingly confused and frustrated. What is Guhai trying to do? Is he not letting people in? Is he chasing people out again? Many cultivators appeared confused. Another 2 days passed. The vast army ritual array remained extremely calm. Guhai did not continue to move. Outside, an old cultivator's expression suddenly changed. Oh no! Quick, go in and take a look. We might have fallen for a trap. What? Many cultivators showed confused expressions. That old cultivator quickly rushed in, and a large number of cultivators followed. However, the old cultivator did not seem to fear the vast army formation and immediately charged in. Spirit stones? As expected, this is a formation laid out with spirit stones. The old cultivator exclaimed. Suddenly he smashed a spirit stone on the ground. Boom. The spirit stone shattered, and the entire vast army formation scattered. No, it was not a vast army formation at all. It was just a fog formation, an ordinary fog formation laid out with spirit stones. Looking at the empty surroundings, almost all the Xiozha sucked in a breath of cold air. Liar. Gu Hai set up the great cloudy ritual array to deceive us? Gu Hai is not here at all. All the cultivators understood. Gu Hai came here to lay the fog formation and then withdrew the vast army formation. This was just a trick. He used this trick to trick the cultivators inside and outside the formation into not daring to act rashly. For 3 days? Why did Gu Hai trick us? Where did Gu Hai go? Ah, liar. Liar. Gu Hai, you big liar. I got it. I got it. Gu Hai left the innate puzzle world 3 days ago with the first batch of people chased away. Did he lie and make us think that Gu Hai was here all along while he fled long ago? Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Ah. Furious roars rang out in the surroundings. All the cultivators felt enraged. Who would have thought that Gu Hai actually set up a scam and fooled everyone? Three days ago, Xiaoqun left with a few thousand cultivators, forcing them to wait foolishly here. Gu Hai already fled. Quick, quick, chase to the seaside. It's over. By the time we catch up, Gu Hai will have already set sail. Gu Hai already fled? After falling for such a big trick, everyone was no longer worried about the immortality peach. Instead they were angry. This hurt their pride too much. Rumble. After understanding the truth, the cultivators rushed out of the innate puzzle world. Quick, think. Where did the cultivators who came out go over the past few days? They definitely left the island. Quick, after them. Gu Hai and the others fled. However, where did they go? 9-5 Island? That can't be right. Would Gu Hai dare to return to 9-5 Island? Who remembers? Who remembers which direction the people who left went? The cultivators who rushed out of the innate puzzle world felt anxious and angry. I remember. There are people in that direction. After them. There are people in that direction as well. After them. It seems like there are people in that direction as well. Quick chase. Countless cultivators anxiously gave chase in various directions. When the cultivators in the innate puzzle world heard the news, they also gave chase. In many people's opinion, the chances of obtaining the immortality peach from Gu Hai were higher than obtaining the benefits in the innate puzzle world. In that case they might as well chase after Gu Hai. After leaving the innate puzzle world, what was Gu Hai? More and more Xiuzhi gave chase. An endless stream of people flooded the innate puzzle world's exit. At this moment, 3 figures slowly walked out of a small forest in the innate puzzle world. These 3 people had aged faces, but their voices sounded very young. Division Master, at first I really thought that you were luring us away. Unexpectedly, you told us not to leave. Qin Tianshan said with some excitement in his voice. Truth is false, falsehood is true. Let's go. Later, lower your voice and follow the crowd, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Qin Tianshan said excitedly. The group of 3 put on disguises. Although it was still difficult to disguise them completely, everyone thought that Gu Hai's group had fled the island long ago. Who would have thought that the 3 were still in the innate puzzle world? The group of 3 followed the crowd, chasing after the 3. After chasing for a few days, they arrived at the seaside. At this moment, several huge ships were docked at the seaside. Many ritual arrays covered the ships, clearly for navigation. They are on a ship to 9-5 Island to chase after Gu Hai's group. Get on my ship. When the seats are full, we will leave. A boatman shouted. Gu Hai chartered a ship to head to 37 Island. We will go to 37 Island. When the seats are full, we will leave. When the seats are full, we will leave. Gu Hai definitely went to 9-5 Island. Those chasing after Gu Hai, get on our ship. When the seats are full, we will leave. Gu Hai went to the southern islands. When the seats are full, we will leave. A series of boatmen shouted out, continuously explaining the direction the first batch of Gu Hai had taken a few days ago. No one knew which direction Gu Hai went. Naturally, the boatmen did not know either. However, this did not stop them from soliciting customers. Who cares? As long as they could get on their ship and pay spirit stones, it would be fine. The cultivators chasing from the innate puzzle world frowned, feeling speechless. Never mind. I'll take the gamble. I'm going in the direction of 9-5 Island. Boatmen, quickly give chase. Don't let the people in front catch up to us. Boatmen, quickly give chase. I'll board your ship. Amid the commotion, Gu Hai's group paid 30 spirit stones and boarded a large ship heading to 9-5 Island. Furthermore, they even asked for a private room. The business of the ship heading to 9-5 Island was the best. It was full in the blink of an eye. The ship is setting sail. The boatman shouted. Gu Hai sat in the private room on the ship, leisurely waiting for the ship to sail to 95 Island. Qin Tianshan showed a strange expression. I thought that we would have to go through a life-and-death battle and carve out a bloody path to escape. Chapter 61. On a large ship in the Thousand Islands Sea, Gu Hai sat cross-legged in a private room as he sank his consciousness into his forehead. The black ghost stone still hovered at the highest point, looking down on the world. The white crystal hovered in the air below, unable to move as if it was suppressed by the black ghost stone. The 100,000 Go puzzles at the very bottom were still matching 4 of them into one. There were too many Go puzzles. Even Gu Hai could not match all of them immediately. Gu Hai only opened his eyes slowly when he heard a sound coming from the private room. Then he looked at Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan who walked in. How is it? Division Master, rest assured. Our ship is heading for 95 Island at full speed, Gao Xinji said with a smile. However, it might take some time. It will take about 3 months, Qin Tianshan said. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. I hope there will be no more mistakes. Division Master, we are already very safe. At most, we will run into some trouble on 95 Island. What could go wrong? Qin Tianshan asked, feeling confused. That day, I set up a cloud formation to guide the thoughts of a large group of cultivators. However, as time passed, naturally, some smart people would figure it out. After all, 3 months at sea is too long. I hope there will be no problems, Gu Hai said with some worry. Huh. Qin Tianshan felt slightly surprised. Division Master, most of them should be aiming for the golden immortality peach. Division Master had the last one. Why did you not? Gao Xinji asked worriedly. If Gu Hai had eaten the last immortality peach in front of everyone, there would not have been so much trouble. Gu Hai shook his head and said, You don't understand. It is precisely because it is the last one that it is even more precious. This one is even more precious than the previous 10. There is only one in the world. It is unique. It can move people's hearts. That is a double-edged sword. If you do not use it well, you will end up hurting yourself. However, what if you use it well? Gu Hai said confidently. Huh. Gao Xinji's expression changed. Qin Tianshan also appeared confused. Clearly he could not guess what Gu Hai meant. Gu Hai shook his head and did not explain. 10 days later, Tianyuan Island had been restored to its original state. Cultivators continued entering and exiting the innate puzzle world. Those who were willing to chase after Gu Hai already did so. Those who were unwilling to go naturally didn't go. Inside the innate puzzle world, boom. The great battle was still going on, but it had calmed down a lot. Even if all the century lifespan immortality peaches were gone, there was still the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Even if Shaoqin could not snatch the entire tree, he could snatch a branch and slowly plant it. Would that work? There were still many Xiuzha who were unwilling to give up. However, at this moment, the 9th young master led a large number of native cloud beasts and regained the initiative, occupying the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Roar! The Hydra roared. The 1,000 cloud beasts behind him roared as well. The thousands of cloud beasts at the periphery paused slightly. Humph! Everyone, it is time to calm down. The century lifespan immortality peach tree is not something that can be moved casually. Even if you snatch it back, it will be useless. The 9th young master shouted. Why? The group of Xiuzha asked in disbelief. Do you think that a lifespan plant can grow just by giving it some soil and water? The 9th young master retorted coldly as he stood on the Hydra's head. Many Xiuzha frowned slightly. Look at the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots. They are in space and not in soil. Even if you snatch it back, will you plant it? The nutrients it absorbs are the power of spacetime. Its roots are planted in spacetime. Even if it is given to you, will you plant it? The 9th young master shouted. Everyone looked over. That seemed to be the case. Even if they snatched it back, they could not plant it. Some people already gave up, but some were still unwilling. However, so what if they were unwilling? Without Gu Hai's vast army, the 9th young master would not be able to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach tree as soon as possible. The risk was too great, but the benefits were like the moon in water. Everyone hesitated. The two sides reached a stalemate. Boom. Just at this moment, a loud sound came from the distant exit. What a large flying ship! A loud sound came from the exit and a large number of Xiuzha got knocked back. Rumble. Slowly, 2 huge flying ships flew in from the entrance. Elite Hall is on business. Leave quickly. A shout came from one of the flying ships. It was Long Wanqing's White Cloud flying ship and the Shinji Battalion's flying ship. Elite Hall? Why is it Elite Hall again? Shocked cries came from the surroundings. On the flying ship, Long Wanqing showed some anxiety in her eyes. I wonder how Montez and Gu Hai are doing in their search? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. The Fire Division Master Ding Rue frowned and said loudly, Montez, where are you? Ding Rue's voice seemed to have a penetrating force, instantly echoing everywhere. The surrounding cultivators. The ninth young master high in the sky. Everyone in the surroundings seemed to fall silent as they stared at the two flying ships in a daze. Within that gaze there was a sense of conflict, a sense of loss and a sense of depression. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions on their faces. The flying ship flew higher and higher. Venerable Lun Yen slowly noticed something strange. Why does it feel like something is wrong? Why are they all looking at us with the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Cloud beasts? On another flying ship, the Shinji Battalion's battalion commander, Li Haoran, suddenly raised his eyebrows. The information about cloud beasts was not a secret to them. The century lifespan immortality peach tree was not a secret either. But, no matter in heaven or on earth, why was everyone looking at them strangely? Montez, are you still not coming out? The Fire Division Master Ding Rue demanded coldly. The surroundings were still quiet. The first elder and that sickly youth walked out of a palace in the forest. A few black-clad subordinates followed behind them. Cough, 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 cough. Class 1 Hall? Are you done yet? The sickly youth coughed. The first elder nodded and took a deep breath. Clearly he felt very uncomfortable as well. On the two flying ships, Long Wanqing, Ding Rue, Venerable Lun Yen, and Li Haoran discovered that something was wrong. Why did everyone in the surroundings, be it natives or outsiders, look at them strangely? Elite Hall? Elite Hall again? What do you want? Didn't you already invite the unborn man away? Why are you here again? The ninth young master suddenly glared. Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Venerable Lun Yen also revealed a surprised expression. From what he heard from the ninth young master, these people seemed to have suffered greatly at the hands of the Elite Hall people earlier. At this moment they all showed resentment. We invited the unborn man away? Elite Hall's people? The old woman Ding Rue lit up. It looks like it is Montez. He finally did something he should do. When a cultivator on a cloud beast not far away heard Ding Rue's words, his face twitched, feeling even stranger. Venerable Lun Yen also noticed the strange expressions of the crowd. He immediately said to that cultivator not far away, Fellow Taoist, what happened before we arrived? Did you see where my Elite Hall disciples were? Did you see Gu Hai? That's right. Where did Montez and the others bring the unborn man to? Is Gu Hai dead? Ding Rue asked as well. Gu Hai. That person said with a strange expression. What happened to Gu Hai? Gu Hai killed all the Elite Hall disciples including Montez, that person said. Ding Rue. Long Wanqing. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Gu Hai kill Montez and all the Elite Hall disciples? Ding Rue asked in disbelief as she glared. Why would I lie to you? I knew that Gu Hai was incredible from the start, so I did not participate in their great battle. That Gu Hai is truly incredible. He is already the person I admire the most. That cultivator immediately exclaimed. What great battle? Venerable Lun Yen asked out of curiosity. Just half a month ago. It looks like you really did not know. You were too late. At that time, Gu Hai fought against tens of thousands of people alone, forcing everyone including the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, not daring to get close. He snatched the century lifespan immortality peach tree, but no one dared to get close, that person said excitedly. What? Wait, Gu Hai fought tens of thousands of people alone? He forced the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples and everyone else to not dare to get close? Ding Rue could not keep up with that person's train of thought. Of course, that Montez was a good-for-nothing. In the end Gu Hai killed him. That was really satisfying. Gu Hai is also a real man. For the sake of a small snake, he gave her the century lifespan immortality peach tree for free. He even gave her 6 century lifespan immortality peaches. Gu Hai is the Water Division's division master. Is your Elite Hall still recruiting disciples? Why don't you recruit me? I'll join the Water Division and follow Division Master Gu. That person said excitedly. Long Wanqing. Ding Rue. Venerable Lun Yan. Li Haoran. Everyone listened to the surrounding cultivators talk about what happened half a month ago. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan exchanged glances. At first, Long Wanqing did not think highly of Gu Hai. However, who could have expected that Gu Hai would cause such a huge commotion? There were a total of 10 golden immortality peaches, but Xiaoqin snatched all of them. Then he casually wasted 9 of them. Even if it was wasted, he ate them too casually. It looks like we missed out on a lot. Venerable Lun Yan smiled bitterly. We found the unborn man. He came out of seclusion. That's great. Long Wanqing's eyes turned red. Queen Hua? The great Miujin? Not far away, Li Haoran raised his eyebrows slightly. Gu Hai killed Montez? He is really bold. Ding Rue said with a glare. Humph. Suddenly a cold snort rang out in the sky. It was the 9th young master. At this moment he stared at the 2 flying ships in extreme anger. Earlier, when the surrounding cultivators described the situation to Long Wanqing, their words were filled with worship for Gu Hai. At the same time, they belittled themselves, saying that they were just clowns before Gu Hai, insignificant characters that even Gu Hai could not be bothered with. The 9th young master was already very angry in the first place. Now he felt even more depressed. The elite hall disciples are all uneducated, killing each other. No wonder your previous hall master got killed. Serves her right. Humph. The 9th young master mocked coldly. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Long Wanqing glared. Rumble. The many elite hall disciples on the flying ship immediately glared and drew their weapons. I already said it. So what? Serves the elite hall master right for getting killed. The 9th young master said coldly. Whoosh. Suddenly, a golden sword shot towards the 9th young master. The moment the golden arrow appeared, it tore through space and gave off a sharp sound of breaking wind. Like a golden rainbow, it pierced through a large number of cloud beasts and arrived before the 9th young master. What? The 9th young master's expression changed. Roar. The 9-headed snake roared and suddenly blocked with its tail. Boom. The golden arrow clashed with the 9-headed snake's tail. A large hole appeared in the 9-headed snake's tail. The strong recoil instantly struck the front of the 9th young master. The threat of death instantly enveloped him. No. No. The 9th young master cried out in alarm. Walala. All 8 snake heads blocked in front of the 9th young master. Boom. The golden arrow's recoil was too strong. It instantly pierced through all 8 snake heads. No! The 9th young master screamed miserably. Bang! The 9th young master's head exploded. Hiss. 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 Countless cultivators in the surroundings sucked in sharp breaths. That was a 9-headed snake. One arrow pierced 9 holes and even shattered the 9th young master's head. Bang! The 9-headed snake scattered, and the 9th young master's corpse slowly fell from the sky. Everyone looked in the direction the golden arrow came from and saw a golden armored leader on another flying ship. He held a bow in his hand as he looked coldly at the 9th young master's corpse falling from the sky. You want to insult the elite hall master with just you? Ah. The golden armored man Li Haoran snorted coldly. He killed the 9th young master. He killed the 9th young master. The surrounding natives exclaimed. However, Li Haoran put away his bow and coldly looked at the group of cloud beasts guarding the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Then he said coldly, the sky chest pavilion? That is already a thing of the past. Know your place. In this world not just anyone can offend you. If not for old man Guanxi, I would have flattened your sky chest pavilion based on what you said earlier. Humph. When Long Wanqing, who was at the side, saw Li Haoran stand up for her, she immediately smiled. Li Haoran looked at Long Wanqing and said, Wanqing, since we have news, let's think about the unborn man's whereabouts, right? Long Wanqing's expression turned solemn. Then she nodded and said, before my mother died, the last place she went was 9-5 Island. The unborn man will definitely go there. Let's go. Li Haoran nodded. Rumble. The 2 flying ships did not linger, slowly flying out of the entrance. That startling arrow made the countless cultivators hold their breaths. Who is he? Who is that person? 1 arrow? The 9th young master died? The Shinji Battalion. I remember now. It is the Shinji Battalion. The Shinji Battalion's battalion commander, Li Haoran. What? Li Haoran came personally? Countless cultivators revealed shocked expressions. The atmosphere in the innate puzzle world immediately turned much stranger. At the entrance of a palace, the first elder watched as the two flying ships left. Then he took a deep breath to suppress the rage in his heart. Cough, 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 cough. The sickly youth at the side narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. The Shinji Battalion's Li Haoran? Ah, 9-5 Island? First elder, I'll leave this place to you. I want to go to 9-5 Island and see what they are capable of. To think that they can boast so shamelessly that they can level my sky chess pavilion. The first elder turned his head to look at the sickly youth and asked, Are you sure you want to go to 9-5 Island? Cough, cough, cough. That's right. I know that the pavilion master mentioned 9-5 Island. However, it's fine. My sky chess pavilion is no longer around. The Thousand Islands Sea is also considered my sky chess pavilion's property. How can I allow outsiders to act so presumptuously here? The sickly youth said coldly. That corpse. The first elder pointed at the ninth young master's corpse that fell to the ground. That piece of trash. He can't accomplish anything but is good at spoiling things. Just bury him. I'll just find a substitute. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth said. All right. Ninth young master, be careful along the way. The first elder nodded. Chapter 62. The speed of the flying boat was many times faster than the ships on the sea. A few days later, the two huge flying ships arrived at 9-5 Island. To the Clear River sect. Long Wanqing said. Yes. The subordinate behind her steered the white cloud towards the Clear River sect. At the side, the fire division master frowned and said, Hall master, I know that you think highly of Gu Hai and that you have the authority to decide the division master. However, my elite hall has elite hall rules. The previous hall master set the rules that we cannot kill each other. Hall master, are you really going to ignore it? Are you going to let that Gu Hai do whatever he wants and kill my elite hall's people? Montez asked for it. Long Wanqing said sullenly. The old woman Ding Rue shook her head and said, No matter what, Montez is the Earth Division Master. Gu Hai is not qualified to decide the life and death of the Earth Division Master. He is overstepping his authority. Montez is wrong, but who is not wrong? If Hall Master does something wrong one day, can Gu Hai kill Hall Master? Division Master Ding, we will discuss this matter again. Long Wanqing said with a frown. We can discuss it again. After all, we have not found Gu Hai yet. This subordinate is only reminding Division Master that Gu Hai killed Montez. According to my elite hall's rules, he will be severely punished. Furthermore, Gu Hai has not been registered yet. His crime is punishable by death, Ding Rue said solemnly. All right, I said that we will discuss this matter again. Right now, nothing is more important than finding my mother's murderer. Long Wanqing said coldly. Yes. Ding Rue felt somewhat unconvinced, but she could only nod. The two flying ships soon arrived at the Clear River sect. The Clear River sect was surrounded by mountains and forests. Many palaces and residences were scattered among the mountains, surrounded by countless foggy ritual arrays, looking dreamy. When the two flying ships arrived, the Clear River sect immediately burst into an uproar. Some of the disciples immediately wanted to reprimand the Clear River sect. However, the Clear River sect master took a closer look and immediately recognized the white cloud. There was also another flying boat of the Shinji Battalion. Everyone, let us welcome the arrival of the elite hall master and divine strategy battalion commander, the Clear River sect master shouted. Hua! The surrounding disciples burst into an uproar. Clearly, Elite Hall and the Shinji Battalion were extremely famous in 9-5 Island. As the flying boat descended, no formation dared to obstruct it. They slowly landed on a square. Clear River Sect Master, sorry for disturbing you again. Long Wanqing said with a smile. What are you saying? It is my Clear River Sect's fortune that Hall Master is here. This old man greets Elite Hall Master, Shinji Battalion Commander, Division Master Ding, and Venerable Lun Yen. The Clear River Sect Master said with a smile. Clear Stream Sect Master, my Shinji Battalion will be resting in your Clear Stream Sect for a period of time. Please assign a region for my Shinji Battalion to settle down. Li Haoran said in a deep voice. Of course. Everyone, please come in. The Clear River Sect Master said extremely politely. The arrival of the Shinji Battalion and Elite Hall's flying boat at the Clear River Sect quickly spread to the other sects on 9-5 Island. Cultivators from the various sects immediately came to greet them. Several days later, in a palace in the Clear River sect, Fire Division Master Ding Rui met the First Song Sect Master. "Division Master Ding, is what you said true?" the First Song Sect Master asked, his expression changing. Ding Rui leaned on her walking stick as she replied with a cold gaze, "That's right. Hence from now on spread the news. Not just 9-5 Island but the surrounding islands as well. Spread the news that Gu Hai possesses the century lifespan immortality peach. Get everyone to look for him." "Yes. We are not the only ones spreading the news. I believe that many cultivators should be chasing after him from Tenjin Island. In fact, the news should spread to every corner of the Thousand Islands Sea, right?" The First Song Sect Master nodded. "Don't be careless. Based on my understanding of Gu Hai, this Gu Hai is an expert at taking advantage of others. He is also a major variable. We cannot let him ruin our plans. Hence Gu Hai needs to die. Do you understand?" Ding Rui narrowed her eyes as she stared at the First Song Sect Master. The First Song Sect Master nodded and said, "I understand. I will send out all the First Song Sect disciples." "That is not enough. When spreading the news about Gu Hai, spread another piece of news," Ding Rui said seriously. Gu Hai consumed the century lifespan immortality peach, and the medicinal energy took effect in his body. Eating Gu Hai or using Gu Hai to refine pills would also increase one's lifespan, Ding Rui said seriously. "Ah, that can't be, right?" "I know that it can't be. However, as long as this rumor spreads, it will become true no matter how fake it is," Ding Rui said coldly. "Yes." Thousand Islands Sea, the large ship that Gu Hai's group of 3 traveled quickly on the sea. Ships were a profitable business. One needed to pay spirit stones to board a ship. After traveling for several months, the ship also needed spirit stones for food. This trip to the Thousand Islands Sea earned a lot. Gu Hai cultivated in his private room. Occasionally he would come out to get some fresh air. On this particular day the 3 went to the deck and looked into the distance from the bow. "Division Master, we have been here for more than 2 months already. We should be reaching 9-5 Islands soon," Chen Tianshan said excitedly as he pointed into the distance. "I don't know if returning this time will be a blessing or a curse. You can no longer address me as Division Master to prevent my identity from being exposed. In the future, address me as Milord," Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes, Milord," the 2 answered. The 3 continued looking into the distance. Suddenly a strong wind blew. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past. Suddenly the wind and clouds changed. The originally clear sky suddenly turned dark. Dark clouds covered the sky as if a storm was coming. However, everything happened too quickly. There was no process at all. As the strong wind blew, the waves started to swell. As the waves crashed, the entire ship bobbed up and down. "Ah, I fell to my death. What's going on? Why did the sky change? Is a storm coming?" The countless cultivators on the deck showed confused expressions. It had only been a while, so why did the sky turn dark? Buzz. The ritual array on the ship activated. Suddenly, it formed a blue light barrier that looked like a blue ball of light encasing the entire ship. Rumble. The Basha? That is the Basha. How can it be like this? Why is the Basha here as well? Countless cultivators showed expressions of despair. In the past, meeting one of the sea beasts would be over. Now both ferocious sea beasts were here. Everyone felt so hopeless that they wanted to cry. If they had known, they would not have chased after Gu Hai. Boom. The ship landed right in the middle of the 2 gigantic sea beasts. The 2 sea beasts did not seem to care about the ship. The flood dragon and the Basha glared at each other. Their ferocious cries seemed like they would not rest until they died. "It's over. They are in for it. What should we do?" Chen Tianshan's expression changed dramatically. "Put on your life vests. Quickly." Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, he quickly took out 3 life vests. Gu Hai had made these in the past. Although Gu Hai did not know if they were still useful, he still put them on. Chen Tianshan and Gao Xinji quickly put on their life vests. While the others were still in fear, Gu Hai's group tied each other with ropes. At the same time, Xiaoqin gestured to Gao Xinji to quickly stuff the Division Master medallion into the soles of her shoes and tie them. Indeed, as the flood dragon roared, it whipped its tail. Boom. As the dragon tail whipped out, it seemed to carry the boundless power of the sea. The huge ship exploded under this huge force. Ah! Help! Help! Help me! Cries rang out everywhere. However, a huge wave swept everyone up in the blink of an eye. Roar! The Wuxia roared. Boom! The two gigantic sea beasts began to fight against each other. Dark clouds churned in the sky and lightning fell. The huge fluctuations stirred the surrounding seawater. Before the countless cultivators could see anything, they were sucked into the underwater whirlpool in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Gu Hai felt impacts coming from all directions. This is too ferocious. These two sea beasts are using the power of the sea to fight. This is not something that ordinary people can contend with. Gu Hai and Gao Xianji are innate realm cultivators, and Qin Tianshan is golden core realm cultivators. However, even a golden core realm cultivator would appear so small and insignificant before these two sea beasts. Boom, 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 boom. Strong forces impacted Gu Hai's body. Even though Gu Hai was an external cultivator, he could not hold on for long. Gradually, Gu Hai lost consciousness and fainted. After Gu Hai fainted, Qin Tianshan and Gao Xinji fainted as well. As the surrounding waves churned wildly, everyone lost consciousness. After a few days, the flood dragon and the Wuxia left. The churning dark clouds scattered as well. The sea slowly regained its calm. Looking at the mirror-like sea, no one could imagine how intense the waves were earlier. The two sea beasts' huge force shattered the ship. All the people on the ship vanished, swallowed up by the vast sea. Everything was so calm. This continued until another large ship sailed past. A large flag with the character "For Feng" on it hung on it. A few black-clad men stood at the ship's bow. At this moment they looked into the distance and raised their eyebrows slightly. A flood dragon and a Wuxia? These two sea beasts usually mind their own business. Why are they fighting here? For the past few days the surrounding sea has been churning, forcing us to stop at a nearby island and wait, a person at the side said with a frown. Indeed. We were delayed for a few days. Will the gang master blame us? Another person said worriedly. Furthermore, a few people escaped due to the waves this time. How are we going to explain this to the gang master? Everyone remained silent. Look, there's someone there. One of the black-clad men said, his eyes lighting up. Then they saw 3 life jackets carrying Gu Hai's group floating on the distant sea, unconscious. Fish them up, one of the black-clad men shouted. Yes. Soon Gu Hai's group was fished up. The makeup on their faces was gone. However, after soaking in the water for a few days, their faces were somewhat swollen, making it difficult to distinguish them. The 3 wore life jackets strung together by ropes so they stayed together. One of the black-clad men sent veritable energy into the 3's bodies. Elder, they're not dead yet. 2 innate realm cultivators and 1 golden core realm cultivator. Although they are not dead, they seem to be severely injured, that black-clad man said. 2 innate realm cultivators? 1 golden core realm cultivator? Good, good, good. That elder suddenly laughed. Elder, what's good? The group asked, feeling confused. Didn't 5 people escape a few days ago? Just use these 3 to make up for it. At the very least, the losses will be halved. The gang master will not blame us too much. The elder said happily. Right, right, right. Elder is wise. The group immediately said excitedly. No one is to speak of today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The elder said coldly. Yes. Go to 9-5 Island at full speed. We will return to the gang master. The elder said happily. Yes. Chapter 63. News of the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach spread extremely quickly. In just a few months, it had spread to hundreds of islands in the Thousand Islands Sea. Between 10 Century Lifespan Immortality Peaches and 1 Century Lifespan Immortality Peach, it was not that people cared about the more they had. On the contrary, the fewer there were, the more they cherished them. There was only 1 Century Lifespan Immortality Peach left. A 2nd Century Lifespan Immortality Peach would not appear within 100 years. This Century Lifespan Immortality Peach was snatched by an innate realm cultivator? Just the Xiantian realm? The Golden Core realm experts of the various islands who had not entered the innate puzzle world came out of closed-door cultivation and rushed to 9-5 Island. 9-5 Island, Hulao Pass. Gu Qin and Gu Han sat in a large hall in the Gu residence, listening to the news brought by their subordinates. The 2 of them frowned and fell into deep thought. Big brother, more and more cultivators are approaching my Gu residence, constantly monitoring it. The situation is not good. Gu Han said with a frown. Gu Qin nodded and said, this time through the Clear River sect, I asked the Hall Master for instructions. The Hall Master agreed to protect my Gu residence. That is why the people outside do not dare to act rashly. They are only monitoring. They are waiting for foster father to return, but Gu Han revealed a bitter smile. There's no need to worry. Foster father is smarter than you. Right now there are countless cultivators around the Gu residence. Why would foster father rashly return? Don't worry, we'll do what we need to do and treat them as if they don't exist. Gu Qin said solemnly. I know. I'm just worried about foster father's safety. Gu Han said worriedly. Don't worry about foster father. Foster father is like a dragon. Now that he has entered the Xiantian realm, he is like a dragon entering the sea. Nothing can stop foster father. Gu Qin said solemnly. Gu Han nodded and could only console himself like this. Clear River Sect. As Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen played Go, Long Wanqing frowned slightly. Master, do you think Gu Hai will return safely this time? Long Wanqing frowned. Hall Master, there's no need to worry. In the innate puzzle world I saw how powerful Gu Hai is. How could he face tens of thousands of people alone? Do you think that a person who can fight tens of thousands of people alone will still be in danger when the enemy is in the open and I am in the dark? Venerable Lun Yen smiled as he placed down a ghost stone. This is different from the innate puzzle world. Everyone in the innate puzzle world is at the innate realm. Long Wanqing said with a frown as she placed her ghost stone. You are right. However, even in the innate puzzle world, Gu Hai is not a peak innate realm expert. Hall Master, you don't have to worry. Just send people to protect Gu Hai's 2 adopted sons. This could be considered as an explanation to him. After all, he really helped you find the unborn man. Venerable Lun Yen said while shaking his head. However, Division Leader Ding has always wanted to avenge Montez, but is it difficult? Venerable Lun Yen smiled. Long Wanqing nodded. Class 1 Hall had its own rules. This time, Gu Hai had found the unborn man and helped her a lot. However, he had killed Montez. Long Wanqing did not know what to do. Hall Master, just delay him. From what I can tell, Gu Hai is not an easy person to deal with. Since Division Leader Ding wants to kill Gu Hai, let them fight it out themselves, Venerable Lun Yen said with narrowed eyes. Long Wanqing's expression changed as she nodded. Right, that Shinji Battalion Commander Li Haoran, stay away from him. Venerable Lun Yen said with a frown. What? Venerable, I noticed that you have been targeting Li Haoran along the way. Long Wanqing frowned as she looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head and said, Hall Master, do you remember what your mother told you before she died? Long Wanqing bit her lip, feeling somewhat reluctant. However, she took a few deep breaths in the end and suppressed the depression in her heart. Then she nodded and said, My mother said to listen to Venerable in everything. Seeing Long Wanqing's depressed expression, Venerable Lun Yen sighed softly and said, Li Haoran? This person is an ambitious and ruthless character. Back then he pursued your mother but she rejected him in the end. He pursued my mother? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. That's right. Li Haoran achieved so much at such a young age. He led the Shinji Battalion everywhere. Everyone in the world knows about the Shinji Battalion. Naturally, such an outstanding man would attract countless people. However, this person is too arrogant and has too strong a goal. He is not infatuated with women. Naturally, your mother could tell that the women who followed him would not have good happiness, Venerable Lun Yen explained. I feel that this is the prejudice of outsiders. Long Wanqing looked like she wanted to defend Li Haoran. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head and said, Hall Master, I know your current state of mind. I also know that I cannot stop you for long. I only have one request. Before you take revenge for your mother, do not get too close to Li Haoran. Is that all right? Long Wanqing looked at Venerable Lun Yen and remained silent for a while. Then she nodded. Venerable, rest assured. The grudge of killing my mother is absolutely irreconcilable. Before taking revenge, I will not have any other thoughts. That's good. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. In a large hall in the Clear River sect, a large map laid out in front of the golden-armored Li Haoran. The map showed the detailed terrain of 9-5 Island and the surrounding islands. A group of Shinji Battalion disciples stood in front of him. Battalion Commander, more and more cultivators are gathering at 9-5 Island, a subordinate reported respectfully. Li Haoran looked at the map and said indifferently, "They are just jumping clowns. There is no need to fear them." Yes. However, we just received news that a flood dragon and a Baxia appeared in the northern sea a few days ago. The two sea beasts displayed overwhelming ferocious might and fought at sea for several days. Oh. Li Haoran raised his eyebrows as he shifted his gaze away from the map. This subordinate just found out as well. However, Li Haoran looked into the distance outside the hall. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did those two beasts sense something?" This subordinate does not know. Send people to keep an eye on those two beasts. As long as they appear, report immediately. Li Haoran ordered. Yes. In another large hall in the Clear River sect, the old woman, Ding Rue, leaned on her walking stick as she looked at the first Song sect master. Division Master Ding, more and more cultivators are coming. News of Guhai has already spread. The ships that set off from Tenjin Island have already arrived. However, there is no sign of Guhai, the first Song sect master said with a frown. Search slowly. Now that more and more people are searching for him, let's see where he can run to. A cold light flashed in Division Master Ding's eyes. We already sent people to monitor Guhai's family. Should we capture them? There's no need. They are bait. Sooner or later, Guhai will appear. He won't be able to run, Ding Rue said coldly. The first Song sect master nodded. By the way, I had you watch over him for the past few years. How's the interrogation going? Ding Rue looked at the first Song sect master. There is still no news. The first Song sect master shook his head. Ding Rue frowned and nodded. More and more cultivators entered 9-5 Island. As long as one entered 9-5 Island, they would be searched by other cultivators. After all, Guhai had disguised himself and escaped from Tenjin Island, so the surrounding cultivators were exceptionally careful in their search. However, there was still no news of Guhai. Everyone was searching for Guhai, waiting for Guhai to walk right into their trap. However, these cultivators did not know that Guhai had already arrived at 9-5 Island several days ago. However, his arrival this time was rather miraculous. Guhai wore a bronze mask on his head. His hands and feet were chained and his clothes were tattered. Someone whipped him and chased him away. Aside from Guhai, 100 other people were in the same situation. All of them were chained and had bronze masks covering their noses, revealing only a pair of eyes as they looked around. Clatter. Clatter. The sound of chains dragging on the ground sounded incredibly desolate. Slap. Quickly leave. Do you still want to be whipped? Quickly leave. The group of black-clad men swung their whips, whipping the group of bronze-masked men. Roar. Even though the bronze-masked men were whipped, they still showed ferocious expressions as they roared. Humph. What are you roaring for? Do you still want to be whipped? Go. Slap. The black-clad men furiously whipped the group of bronze-masked men. Guhai did not struggle following the group. "Milord, if I reveal my identity perhaps." Qin Tianshan's flustered voice came from behind. It was the same for Qin Tianshan and Gao Xianji. At this moment they were chained and wearing bronze masks. "If you reveal your identity, are you not afraid that they will silence you?" Gao Xianji asked from the side. But what should we do now?" Qin Tianshan seemed so frightened that he was about to cry. "Calm down and find another opportunity to escape," Guhai said softly. "We can't escape. You can't escape. You can't escape. Division leader, did you know that the masks on our heads will explode? If you run, they will detonate the masks. If you forcibly remove the bronze masks, they will also explode. It will explode. Furthermore, our cultivations are sealed. The Great Feng Mafia family's special sealing method makes us ordinary people," Qin Tianshan said in despair. "The Great Feng Mafia family? Qin Tianshan, do you know where this is?" Guhai asked seriously. Qin Tianshan nodded and smiled bitterly. "Yes, I have been here before. However, I did not expect that we would return like this today. This is 9-5 Island, and the Great Feng Mafia family is one of the 5 large sects of 9-5 Island." "The Great Feng Mafia family is one of the 5 large sects of 9-5 Island?" Gao Shinji asked, feeling confused. Qin Tianshan nodded. "The Great Feng Mafia family is also the richest sect in 9-5 Island. They do not need to mine spirit stones, but they have an endless supply of spirit stones. There are countless experts in the family. Oh. To be more precise, the Great Feng Mafia family is a large casino among cultivators. They invite cultivators from all over the Thousand Islands Sea to gamble. As for us, we have already become the Great Feng Mafia family's gambling tools. Qin Tianshan smiled bitterly. Gambling tools? Yes, gambling tools. One of the gambling projects of the Great Feng Mafia family is the Beast Arena. All the bronze-masked men are evil people from the Thousand Islands Sea. Of course, this is just a rumor. Now, I know that this is not the case. Otherwise, how could we have been captured? Beast Arena? What does that mean? It means that in a large plaza, people fight with people or beasts. The weakest of the competitors is an innate realm cultivator, and the strongest is a golden core realm cultivator. They are definitely the most ferocious group of people. They fight each other in the Beast Arena until the other side dies. The fight is extremely bloody and barbaric. There are specialized people in charge of helping you place bets. Back then I came to gamble. However, unexpectedly one day I would engage in a life-and-death battle for others to watch, Qin Tianshan said in horror. At this moment, the bronze-masked men were chased to the entrance of a large valley. Thick fog roiled around the valley. With one look, Gu Hai could tell that this was a vast ritual array. Evil Men Valley? This is Evil Men Valley? Qin Tianshan's expression turned extremely unsightly. Chapter 64. Evil Men Valley. As the black-clad man lashed out with his whip, all the bronze-masked men slowly entered this valley that they were unwilling to enter, Evil Men Valley. Like Qin Tianshan, nearly everyone knew of Evil Men Valley's name. This is where the Thousand Islands Sea's evil men are locked up. These evil men will eventually be sent to the Beast Arena to fight to the death. Qin Tianshan said with an extremely unsightly expression. However, Gu Hai remained silent. Gao Xinji followed behind Gu Hai, not saying a word. Division leader, my lord, what should we do now? Qin Tianshan asked worriedly. Calm down. Since we are already here, let's take things as they come. Right now we are not qualified to say what to do. Let's figure out the situation first, Gu Hai said softly. Yes. Qin Tianshan said bitterly. At this moment, if not for Gu Hai, Qin Tianshan would have despaired. Qin Tianshan knew what would happen to the bronze-masked men. They would either die in the Beast Arena or fight endlessly until they died in battle. The moment Gu Hai entered the valley, he immediately felt like someone was staring at him. He looked carefully. The valley was very dark and large. There were many small mounds and bunkers in the surroundings. However, there seemed to be many bronze-masked men waiting in groups of 2s and 3s. Although Xiaoqin could not see their faces clearly, he could see malice in their eyes. Were these the evil men who lived here long ago? When Gu Hai's group entered the valley, most of them showed ferocious expressions, not showing much fear. They looked like a group of evil men, ruthless people, as they gloomily sized up their surroundings. Smack. Smack. The black-clad man in the Great Feng Mafia family swung his whip and shouted, "Everyone gather here. Quick." Whoosh, whoosh. However, the evil men in the valley were very obedient, quickly gathering. The group of black-clad men watched coldly as they patrolled the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, 4,000 evil men had arrived. These evil men moved very quickly. After they arrived, they immediately stood in line looking very orderly. However, there were 10 people who arrived rather slowly. Humph? So slow? Very well, the 10 of you will go to the Beast Arena, then. The leader of the black-clad men said with a glare. No, senior, my stomach was not feeling well just now. Senior, I just went to the bestial battle arena and was lucky to come back alive. My injuries are serious, so I was slow. Me too, senior, I'm injured all over. The 10 evil men immediately begged for mercy. Humph, cuff him. The leader of the black-clothed men glared at him and ignored him. In the blink of an eye, the other men in black quickly stepped forward and handcuffed the 10 people. However, the 10 people did not dare to resist. Remove the handcuffs and shackles from these 100 newcomers. The leader of the black-clothed men said. Yes. The group of men in black quickly removed the handcuffs and shackles on Gu Hai and the others. In an instant, his entire body felt much more relaxed. The leader of the black-clad men coldly looked at Gu Hai and the others and said, I don't care what you were like in the past. However, now that you are in my Great Feng Mafia family, you have to listen to orders like dogs. Otherwise, we will take your lives at any moment. The insults from the leader of the black-clothed men made the 100 newcomers furious. Were you calling a dog? A newcomer shouted. The surrounding old evildoers all revealed cold smiles. Slap. Suddenly, a whip struck that person. The whip was infused with a large amount of veritable energy. When the whip struck, it cut that person in half at the waist. Blood splattered everywhere. The expressions of the surrounding newcomers immediately changed. They clenched their fists, not daring to talk back. Calling you dogs is already showing you respect. Don't not know the rules? The leader of the black-clothed men said coldly. No one dared to talk back. Everyone has a number. From now on just stay here in peace. When your number is called, come out. The leader of the black-clothed men said coldly. The leader of the black-clothed men turned his head and looked at the group of old evildoers. Then he said coldly, this group is new. Teach them the rules. None of the evil men dared to say anything. Let's go. The leader of the black-clothed men said coldly. The leader of the black-clothed men led the group of black-clothed men and the 10 unlucky evil men out of the valley. When the 100 newcomers saw the 4,000 evil men, they did not feel any fear. They thought that there would be a conflict between the old and the new. However, the 4,000 evil men, who had been standing in neat rows earlier, slowly scattered. They only glared at the newcomers before ignoring them. Teach them the rules? No one could be bothered to teach them. The 100 evil men exchanged glances. However, they did not say anything. Instead, they scattered and found a place to rest first. Naturally, Gu Hai and the other two gathered together, sitting under a large, secluded rock. Why did this group of old evildoers not seek trouble? Qin Tianshan felt somewhat confused. Why would they seek trouble for us? Gu Hai asked, shaking his head. There is no conflict of interest. As long as they have some brains, they will not seek trouble for no reason. Furthermore, everyone's cultivation is sealed. They are just ordinary people. If they die fighting here, it will not be worth it, Gao Xinji explained. Oh. Qin Tianshan nodded. As Gu Hai and the other two sat in a secluded spot, they sized up the surrounding evil men. The surrounding evil men sized them up as well. No one had good intentions in their eyes, only malicious intent. Indeed, it is Evil Men Valley. Gu Hai said coldly with narrowed eyes. Gao Xinji, do you still have the Earth Division Master's Authority Medallion? Gu Hai asked seriously. Yes, my lord. We've searched all over our bodies. Everything is gone except for the soles of our shoes. The tokens are hidden inside. The items are still there. Gao Xinji explained. Gu Hai nodded and said, keep it first. Yes. My lord, I heard that once we enter Evil Men Valley we can forget about leaving. Everyone's cultivation is sealed. What should we do? Qin Tianshan asked worriedly. Let me take a look at this seal, Gu Hai said seriously. Gu Hai closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into his dantian. Buzz. It was like a gray energy isolated his dantian. Gu Hai could not check his dantian at all. He could not circulate the veritable energy in his dantian either. After a while, Gu Hai opened his eyes with a sullen expression. Division Master, I am already a Golden Core Realm cultivator, but I cannot break the seal, Qin Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. Right now we have two major problems before us. One is the seal, and the other is the bronze mask on our heads, Gao Xinji said with an unsightly expression. Look, someone is trying to escape? Qin Tianshan's eyes lit up. Then he saw a newcomer in the distance. At this moment he was doing his best to climb the cliff. Although his cultivation was sealed, his movements were extremely nimble. He slowly climbed to a peak, looking like he wanted to climb over the peak to escape Evil Men Valley. That person fled, but the surrounding evil men did not stop him. The 4,000 old evil men watched coldly, occasionally revealing cold smiles. They saw that person quickly reach the middle of the mountain. Then his head moved up a little. Buzz. Suddenly, a blue ripple appeared high in the sky, looking like a transparent cover covering the entire valley. Only when one touched it would a blue light appear. Boom. That evil man did not even have time to scream before the bronze mask on his head exploded. In the blink of an eye, even his head was gone. Bang! That headless corpse fell to the ground. Hiss. The newcomer sucked in cold breaths. Once this bronze mask is put on, it cannot be removed. If one tries to forcibly remove it, it will explode. If one activates the mechanism while fleeing, it will also explode. We can't escape. We can't escape. Qin Tianshan revealed a horrified expression. Calm down. Gu Hai said coldly. My lord. Qin Tianshan looked at Gu Hai bitterly. If the mask can be worn, there is a way to remove it. Calm down. There will be a way. As long as one is alive, there will be a chance. Only when one is dead will there be no chance, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Qin Tianshan and Gao Xinji answered. The night passed silently. Gu Hai, Qin Tianshan, and Gao Xinji sat quietly in a corner, doing their best to communicate with their veritable energy. However, this seal was too strange. Nothing worked. In the dead of the night, Gu Hai took out some food from the compressed space in his authority token for the three to carefully consume. After all, with his cultivation sealed, he was no different from an ordinary person. Although his physique was strong and he could last for a long time, Gu Hai did not want to weaken himself. On the morning of the next day, bang! Suddenly a large number of rats fell from the sky. They fell from above the valley. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rats in the air let out miserable squeaks. The eyes of the 4,000 old evil men in the valley immediately lit up. Boom. All the old evil men busied themselves, quickly charging at the rats that were thrown at them. Clack. The first person to snatch a rat immediately opened his mouth and placed it in, chewing it with all his might. Qin Tianshan's expression changed. This is food for the evil men? Rats? Quickly snatch it. Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. Ah, my lord, we are eating rats? Qin Tianshan's expression changed. Eating or not is one matter. Snatching or not is another matter, Gu Hai said coldly. Boom. Gao Xinji immediately executed the order and quickly went to snatch the rats. Gu Hai also jumped into the center of the plaza and went to snatch the rats that were falling. Qin Tianshan followed closely behind, showing an extremely unsightly expression. Perhaps after staying here for so long, the evil men no longer rejected eating raw rats. The most important thing was that they could preserve their stamina and live longer. As long as they lived, they would have a chance. If they died, there would be nothing left. In the blink of an eye, Gao Xinji managed to snatch a handful of rats. Boom. Suddenly, a person attacked Gao Xinji. It was a man with a scar on his face. Gao Xinji staggered and immediately fell. The dead rat in her hand also fell out. That scarred man showed a ferocious expression as he immediately charged at the group of dead rats. You are seeking death. Gu Hai suddenly appeared and threw a punch. Ha! The scarred man's expression turned ferocious as he clashed punches with Gu Hai. Boom! There was a loud clash. Gu Hai stomped on a rock and managed to stabilize himself. However, that scarred man moved back 7 or 8 steps. After all, Gu Hai cultivated external cultivation. Naturally, he would not find a match for him in terms of physical body. Brat, are you seeking death? The scarred man demanded ferociously. What is not yours will never be yours. How should I address you? Gu Hai asked coldly. Gu Hai's earlier punch caused the evil men snatching the rats to narrow their eyes as they looked coldly at Gu Hai. The scarred man revealed a cold smile and said, Remember, I am Scar. Brat, I will remember you. Gu Hai smiled coldly, ignoring the scarred man. Gu Hai, Qin Tianshan, and Gao Xinji returned to the side with the 10 dead rats. He could sense the scarred man continuously turning his head in the distance. That cold gaze looked like it was about to devour someone. The evil men who managed to snatch the rats were all chewing on them, dripping with blood. All the evil men had only one thought, to live. Chapter 65. 9-5 Island. More and more experts gathered at 9-5 Island, searching for Gu Hai. It was not just 9-5 Island. Countless cultivators searched the surrounding sea region and the many islands. The various islands mobilized their various small factions to search for Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. After another month, there was still no news of him. More cultivators gathered at 9-5 Island. As the only gambling den in the surrounding sea region, the Great Feng Mafia family was favored by the surrounding cultivators. Many cultivators gathered there, earning the Great Feng Mafia family countless spirit stones. Countless cultivators vented their frustration at not being able to find Gu Hai by gambling again and again. However, these cultivators did not know that Gu Hai, whom they could not find, was hiding right under their noses. Great Feng Mafia family Evil Men Valley, Gu Hai and Gao Xinji leaned in a small corner. It had already been more than a month, but the two still could not find a way to break the seal. My lord, it has already been more than a month. The people outside should be anxious from waiting. Will your family? Gao Xinji asked worriedly. The more we do not appear, the safer my son will be. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes. My lord, it is good that your family is fine. This subordinate is all alone, so there is no one for me to worry about, Gao Xinji said while shaking his head. Speaking of which, sometimes having a family member threatened is a good thing, Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh? This subordinate does not understand, Gao Xinji said, feeling confused. If an enemy seeks trouble for you, you can lure them into your trap, Gu Hai instructed. Oh. Gao Xinji's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's not talk about this for now since we are trapped. After we get out, you can set up some family members for yourself. If you have enemies, you can deal with them easily, Gu Hai said softly. Gao Xinji thought for a while and then his eyes lit up. He nodded. Yes, thank you for your guidance. If you have any orders in the future, I will do my best and will not slack off. Gu Hai looked at Gao Xinji and faintly smiled. Because Gao Xinji's words had made Gu Hai understand that Gao Xinji was truly willing to follow him. "Milord, it's been more than a month. Could it be that we've been wasting our time here? Then wait until the animal fighting arena and fight to the death?" Gao Xinji asked worriedly. "The situation is not good for us. What did you see in Evil Men Valley during this time?" Gu Hai asked as he looked at Gao Xinji. "They are all a group of ruthless people and they are all ruthless people with brains. I can't say that they are bad, but because of the environment, everyone here is vicious and sinister," Gao Xinji said in a deep voice. "Indeed. When we first arrived, if we were not ruthless enough to snatch food, we would have been bullied," Gu Hai said seriously. "According to what Qin Tianshan said earlier, this group of evil men are all villains from all over the Thousand Islands Sea. They are all criminals who committed major crimes and were captured by the various sects of the Thousand Islands Sea. Then they were sold to the Great Feng Mafia family," Gao Xinji recalled. "They are all ruthless people who made enemies of the various large sects by themselves? Those who make enemies of the sects are not necessarily evil. Who says that the sects have to be good people? The victor is king while the loser is in the wrong. Furthermore, after experiencing countless battles, those who can survive are the most ferocious people," Gu Hai said seriously. "Milord, are you thinking of?" Gao Xinji looked at Gu Hai. "Wait first. All of them are unruly and not easy to deal with. Let's wait for Qin Tianshan to return first," Gu Hai said softly. Qin Tianshan was chosen to go to the beast arena. "I wonder what will happen to him?" Gao Xinji said worriedly. "There is no need to worry about him. He is a golden core realm cultivator. Furthermore, he ate that peach before. Did you not sense the benefits of that peach?" Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes, this subordinate sensed it. That peach contained a flourishing life force. Milord's life vest played a huge role in us surviving that shipwreck. Perhaps that peach had a huge effect as well," Gao Xinji said softly. Gu Hai nodded. "Milord, that man is looking over again," Gao Xinji suddenly said. "Oh." Gu Hai turned his head and looked. "Scar. It's him. Ever since Milord beat us back when we first came to snatch the rat, he has been opposing us for the past month. Unfortunately, he is not a match for Milord. Now his grudge is growing," Gao Xinji said with narrowed eyes. Gu Hai looked at Scar in the distance. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, "It's fine. He won't be able to cause any trouble." Rattle. Rattle. Suddenly, the sound of chains came from the entrance of the valley. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. They saw a group of black-clad men entering the valley again. Only one person followed behind these black-clad men, Qin Tianshan. Qin Tianshan wore shackles on his hands and feet. His entire body was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. His hands looked like they had been scratched, revealing white bones. "Release him," the leader of the black-clad men shouted. Rattle. Qin Tianshan's shackles quickly came undone. "Gather," the leader of the black-clad men shouted. Rattle. Rattle. The surrounding cultivators quickly gathered. This time no one dared to be slow. Even Gu Hai and Gao Xinji quickly joined the crowd. Qin Tianshan weakly walked into the crowd and stopped beside Gu Hai and Gao Xinji. "Milord, I'm still alive." Qin Tianshan's eyes flashed with bitterness and despair. "Of the 20 people who left, you are the only one alive. You can feel proud." Gu Hai consoled softly. "However, they are all innate realm cultivators. This is too cruel, too ruthless. I nearly could not return." Qin Tianshan trembled. "You returned in the end. Rest well and recuperate," Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Qin Tianshan nodded weakly. The leader of the black-clad men looked at the 3,000-odd evil men and said coldly, "All members of the Jiazi group, step forward and follow me." "What?" Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan goggled. This was because Gu Hai's bronze mask had the serial number Jiazi on it. Gu Hai was chosen? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The expressions of many of the evil men with the serial number Jiazi on their masks changed. However, no one dared to resist. They could only walk to the very front. "Milord," Gao Xianji said anxiously. When Gu Hai walked past Gao Xianji, he handed a small bottle to Gao Xianji. The bottle flashed by and no one noticed it. "Treat his injuries and wait for me to return," Gu Hai said softly. As Gu Hai spoke, he followed the group to the very front. There were a total of 16 people. Crack, 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 crack. A group of black-clad men quickly shackled the 16 people. "Hee, brat, do you still remember me?" A ferocious voice came from beside Gu Hai. It was Scar, who had suffered at Gu Hai's hands during this period. "Loser, scram to the side," Gu Hai said coldly. "Humph. Let's see how you die in the beast arena." Scar glared. Slap. Suddenly, a whip landed on Scar's body. "Cut the crap. Come with me," a black-clad man shouted. Scar lowered his head, not daring to resist. The group of 16 slowly followed the black-clad man out of the valley. After the black-clad man left, Gao Xianji helped Chen Tianshan back to where they were earlier, a corner away from the crowd. "What should we do?" "Gao, the Beast Arena is a chaotic battle between innate realm cultivators and golden core realm cultivators. What should we do when Milord goes there?" Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. "Milord gave this to you. Quickly eat it. Recuperate and wait for Milord to return." Gao Xianji handed the small bottle to Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the medicinal pill in the small bottle. Immediately, Chen Tianshan's complexion improved significantly. Flesh quickly grew on his body and scabs formed. A chaotic battle between golden core realm cultivators and innate realm cultivators in the beast arena? Weren't your cultivations sealed? Gao Xianji looked at Chen Tianshan. The seal was undone shortly. Regardless of your cultivation, whoever is assigned to fight will fight. Aside from me, everyone in our group is in the innate realm. That is why I survived until the end, Chen Tianshan said bitterly. You recovered your cultivation to the golden core realm, yet you were injured so miserably by a group of innate realm cultivators? Gao Xianji glared at Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan said bitterly, you don't understand. The beast arena is not just about cultivation but also about life. They do not care about their lives. They are all ruthless people. Their ruthlessness is too scary, too scary. Once they touch you, even if they lose their hand, they will rip off a piece of your flesh. When their faces are close to your body, they will bite off your flesh and bones without any regard for their lives. They might even swallow you whole. Gao Xinji's eyelids twitched. She turned her head to look at the evil men in Evil Men Valley. They rarely fought here, they were like sheep. Who would have thought that they would be so ruthless after they went out? Milord will be fine, Gao Xinji said after taking a deep breath. Chen Tianshan nodded and said worriedly, Milord is extremely intelligent. However, in the beast arena, strength, ruthlessness, and life are all useless. No matter how intelligent you are, it is useless. I hope Milord will be fine. The Great Feng Mafia family's guards were extremely careful. Even though the evil men's cultivations were sealed, they were still chained to enter and leave. Gu Hai followed the group as they slowly made their way through the forest. Soon they arrived outside a huge mountain. The mountain looked like it had been hollowed out and carved with formations, making it incredibly sturdy. There were doorways, and the group slowly walked along a dark, long corridor. The interior was divided into many rooms for different purposes. The 16 people were divided into 16 small cells. The small cells had windows that allowed them to see a huge plaza in the valley outside. The mountain above the plaza had been carved into a large seating area. This shape really looks like the ancient Roman beast arena. However, it is more than 10 times larger than the ancient Roman beast arena. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked outside. There was a small table in the cell filled with beef. This might be your last meal. We will enter the battle arena tomorrow. Eat your fill and die a full death. The black-clad man escorting Xiao Chen said coldly. Clang. The black-clad man closed the door to the cell and left. At this moment, the 16 evil men received the same treatment. Their cells were filled with food. The group of evil men quickly swallowed the meat. In Evil Men Valley they had no choice but to eat dead rats. They had not eaten such good food in a long time. Of course, the evil men no longer cared about the beauty of the food. As long as it could replenish their energy, they had to eat it. Even if it was a table full of dead rats, they had to eat it. Tomorrow was the day of life and death. The more energy they had, the better their chances of survival would be. A few of the evil men ate with tears in their eyes, showing ferocious expressions. Chapter 66. The next day, "You are the first." A black-clad man called out to Gu Hai. "Of the 16 evil men, Gu Hai is the first?" Gu Hai did not say anything. He was escorted out of the cell with shackles and handcuffs. The black-clad men behind Gu Hai held onto their weapons. Clearly, although the black-clad men did not treat the evil men as humans, they were aware of the evil men's ruthlessness. Hence they were extremely cautious. Gu Hai did not say anything as he slowly followed the black-clad men. They slowly walked to a large exit. "Whoosh! He is out. He is the first evil man." Shouts came from the huge spectator stands. Countless cultivators had already sat on the spectator stands, calling for Gu Hai to hurry up. Black-clad men stood at the exit. This place was the most heavily guarded. As Gu Hai was escorted over, the black-clad men watched carefully. "Release him," the leader of the black-clad men said. "Yes." Soon the black-clad men loosened Gu Hai's shackles and handcuffs. Gu Hai loosened his grip and looked at the black-clad men around him. "Brat, listen well. I believe you understand the rules. Fight well. If you win, you still have a chance to live," that black-clad man said coldly. As that black-clad man spoke, he waved his hand. Buzz. Suddenly the entire beast arena gave off a large amount of blue light. The moment the blue light appeared, Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had seen this blue light more than 1 month ago. As long as the mask came in contact with the blue light, it would immediately explode, exploding along with the mask. Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. A blue light barrier slowly appeared between the spectator stands and the beast arena. This light barrier was like a prison barrier, isolating the evil men in the beast arena. All of a sudden, patterns of formations appeared on the surrounding mountain walls. Whoosh! Suddenly, red energy ropes shot out of the ritual arrays and instantly bound Gu Hai's limbs, immobilizing Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed, but he didn't cry out in alarm. Instead, he carefully sensed. Boom! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning shot out from one of the array patterns. It instantly rushed into Gu Hai's body. Bang! Gu Hai felt an explosion in his dantian. A sharp pain came from his dantian. Gu Hai's expression changed, but he was bound by the red energy rope and could not move at all. "Throw it out," the leader of the black-robed men said. Gu Hai was instantly thrown into the center of the Colosseum by the red energy rope. Bang! Gu Hai fell to the ground and curled up in pain. The pain in his dantian lasted for a while before it slowly subsided. However, Gu Hai had been paying close attention to his dantian. Just now, the gray energy that was isolating his dantian seemed to be slowly dissipating. It was visible to the naked eye as it slowly emerged from Gu Hai's navel. Buzz! A stream of true qi emerged from his dantian and immediately ran through Gu Hai's entire body. "My cultivation has recovered?" Gu Hai's expression changed. Slowly Gu Hai stood up. Indeed, his true qi had recovered. Gu Hai could feel his own strength. Electric current? So the key to breaking the seal is electricity? A strong voltage to break the seal? Gu Hai's eyes lit up as he took a deep breath. He turned his head to look at the exit. At this moment, the exit seemed to be blocked by a blue light wall. The black-robed men were on the other side of the light wall. Blue light wall? The defense is really tight. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said coldly. The blue light had detonated the bronze mask. Gu Hai naturally would not touch that unlucky person at this time. All of a sudden, a loud shout came from the spectator stand. "A new round has begun. The first one to appear is this round's number 1. Do you see him? This is number 1, an evil man from an island in the Thousand Islands Sea. He once massacred a civilian city, leaving no survivors. As for his cultivation and strength, you can judge for yourselves." The host's voice spread to the surroundings of the plaza. Brr. Suddenly, a roar came from the other end of the beast arena. Crack. Ka. Crack. An iron door appeared at the exit, and the iron door slowly opened. Rumble. Slowly, a huge wild boar that was over 10 feet tall walked out from inside. The wild boar revealed 2 blood-red fangs. As the wild boar stepped on the ground, it gave off rumbling sounds. At this moment, its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Gu Hai. Everyone, do you see that? This is the wild boar spirit that ate the evil man in the previous round. It is a 5th layer innate realm cultivator. Although it is only a 5th layer innate realm cultivator, the wild boar spirit's specialty is its thick hide. This is especially so for a wild boar of its strength. Even an innate realm cultivator would not be able to cut through its thick hide. Although the wild boar is ugly, it is a ferocious spirit of the forest. The host's voice rang out again. Evil man number 1, fight this wild boar spirit until one of you dies. Now place your bets. Bet on who will live and who will die. How long will it take for the evil man to die, and how long will it take for the wild boar to die? The more accurate your guess, the greater your harvest. Start placing your bets. It's this wild boar spirit again? It's it again. Ah, I bet on it winning last time. It already ate 4 evil men in a row. Someone shouted. I bet that the wild boar spirit will win. Eat that evil man. Eat him. I bet that evil man number 1 will win. Kill that beast. Kill it. I bet that the wild boar will kill the evil man in 15 minutes. Quickly place your bets. Loud cheers rang out in the surroundings. Clearly there was not much time to place their bets. Many people were in a rush to place their bets. Many great Feng Mafia family disciples were scattered around the spectator stands, helping the spectators place their bets. The surroundings clamored. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen as he revealed a cold smile. I'm the evil man who slaughtered an entire city? You really know how to slander me. However, Gu Hai did not refute that. He only sized up the surrounding gamblers. There were close to 10,000 spectators, but only 3,000 odd people were betting. Clearly, many people were watching, not wanting to bet on luck from the start. Good. The bets are over. The host's voice rang out again. Gu Hai continued looking around. He looked at the structure of the beast arena, searching for any possible opportunity. Roar. The wild boar spirit's eyes turned bloodshot as it suddenly charged at Gu Hai. When the wild boar spirit charged over, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He twisted his body and quickly dodged the wild boar spirit's charge. With one look, Gu Hai could tell how horrifying that strong charge was. Pah. The wild boar spirit was not a kind person either. It suddenly swung its tail. Although the wild boar spirit was huge, it was not clumsy. When it swung its tail, it moved extremely quickly. Gu Hai glared. He knew that he could not avoid it, so he immediately smacked it down. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and the strong collision kicked up a whirlwind. Gu Hai moved slightly, and the wild boar turned around, coldly sizing up Gu Hai. However, just at this moment, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. The first song sect master? Xiao Chen saw a white-clad man looking down with interest from the widest spectator stand in the distance. This white-clad man seemed to be here to gamble as well. This white-clad man was not a bystander. He was the first song sect master that Gu Hai knew. Gu Hai wore a mask. Furthermore, with his sudden identity, the first song sect master could not guess that he was Gu Hai. Quick. Quick. Kill it. Kill this beast. Wild boar spirit, kill him. Quickly eat him. The spectator stands bustled with noise. When Gu Hai saw the first song sect master, his face sank. Then he dodged the wild boar's charge again. Bang. The wild boar was a veteran. The instant Gu Hai dodged, it slammed into him. Boom. Gu Hai took a step back. The wild boar staggered back. Brr. 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 The wild boar roared as if it was thoroughly enraged by Gu Hai. Then it turned its head and charged at Gu Hai even more ferociously. When the wild boar opened its mouth, a ferocious aura surged out. Veritable essence energy infused its body, making it look like countless veritable energy spikes erupted from its body, looking incredibly ferocious. However, Gu Hai dodged again and again. Since Gu Hai saw the first song sect master, he naturally did not dare to use the true dragon innate cultivation technique. He only used ordinary veritable energy to deal with the wild boar spirit. More importantly, Gu Hai wanted to size up the spectator stands around. It would be good if he could see other familiar faces. Rumble. Gu Hai dodged again and again. In the eyes of others, it looked like Gu Hai was fleeing miserably while the wild boar kept winning. Ah. Quick. Eat him. Kill evil man number 1. Wild boar spirit. 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 The gamblers in the spectator stands cheered wildly. When it came to spirit stones, even cultivators were no exception. All of them shouted with bloodshot eyes. After fighting for 1 hour, the wild boar spirit failed to injure Gu Hai. At this moment, it felt incredibly frustrated. The wild boar spirit slowed down and slowly closed in on Gu Hai. The wild boar spirit was smart. It knew that the evil men would not be willing to touch the beast arena's blue light. Hence, it wanted to force Gu Hai to the entrance of the blue light. The wild boar spirit pressed on Gu Hai step by step. Gu Hai's face sank. "Evil beast, are you really tired of living?" Gu Hai said coldly. This time Gu Hai could not dodge. Seeing that the wild boar spirit was within attack range, the wild boar spirit suddenly exerted force. Suddenly the wild boar spirit charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not dodge this time. In the blink of an eye, the two fangs were in front of Gu Hai. There was no way for him to dodge. "Aha, he's finished. Tear him apart. Tear that evil man apart. He has nowhere to hide now. At this distance, no one in the innate realm can escape. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him." Countless gamblers shouted excitedly. Boom. With a loud sound, Gu Hai and the wild boar spirit collided head-on. However, this head-on collision made everyone in the spectator stands feel as if they were suddenly stuck in their throats. They stared at the Colosseum in shock. The wild boar spirit that everyone expected to send Gu Hai flying did not appear. Instead, Gu Hai's hand suddenly blocked the wild boar spirit's two fangs. Gu Hai jumped back with his right foot and exerted force. A cloud of dust rose from the ground below and blocked the wild boar spirit. He blocked the wild boar spirit? How is that possible? Did the wild boar spirit not eat? Stab him to death with its fangs. The spectator stands were filled with wild cheers. However, in the Colosseum, Gu Hai stared at the wild boar spirit. Gu Hai shouted loudly. "Ow, ow, ow, ow." While the wild boar was screaming, Gu Hai held its fangs up vertically. "What?" Surprised cries rang out from all directions. "Beast humph." Gu Hai shouted coldly and exerted force in his hands. Boom. The wild boar's head suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Under Gu Hai's powerful force, the wild boar spirit's two fangs were forcefully pulled apart. The roots of the fangs crushed the wild boar spirit's head in an instant. Bang! The huge wild boar spirit fell to the ground. Its head was already smashed. The head of the ferocious beast that was so arrogant just a moment ago was actually torn apart by Gu Hai. The scene was extremely bloody. Those who bet on the wild boar spirit looked at Gu Hai in surprise. As for those who bet on Gu Hai, they suddenly started cheering wildly. "Number one! Number one! Number one!" Cheers filled the spectator stands. Countless people who won continuously shouted Gu Hai's code name. It was like this number one was a hero returning in triumph. Everyone who bet on him cheered endlessly. At the VIP spectator stands, first song sect master, "Sorry, we are not clear on this evil person's strength," a black-clad man said softly. "It does not matter. It is just some spirit stones. I can still afford to lose," the first song sect master said indifferently. "Number one. Number one. Number one." Countless people cheered. Chapter 67. Number one. Number one. Number one. The countless cultivators who won spirit stones immediately cheered, turning the spectator stands lively. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, red energy ropes came out of the formations on the surrounding walls. Bang, bang. The energy ropes instantly shot towards Gu Hai from a distance and bound Gu Hai's limbs again. Although Gu Hai had recovered his cultivation, he could not break free. The blue light disappeared from the exit. The black-clad men controlled the formations, and the red energy ropes quickly dragged Gu Hai back and tied him to a stone platform covered in formations. Boom. Suddenly, gray energy came out of the stone platform and rushed to Gu Hai's dantian. Buzz. Gu Hai felt a sharp pain in his dantian. He could no longer feel his veritable energy. His dantian's veritable energy was sealed again. Gu Hai's expression turned unsightly. At this moment, the red energy ropes withdrew, and Gu Hai's hands and feet were shackled once more. "Take him away. Bring over evil man number 2. The leading black-clad man ordered. Yes. The black-clad men escorted Gu Hai back to the prison cell. However, one could see the scene outside through the small window of the prison cell. The wild boar spirit from earlier had been dealt with. Evil man number 2 also appeared. However, this evil man did not act according to common sense. It was like he saw someone familiar. The instant he recovered his cultivation, he shouted to the spectator stands. Jianghu, it's me, Jianghu. Evil man number 2 suddenly shouted. Humph! One of the black-clad men snorted coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of blue light shot out of a formation heading for that evil man's mask. Boom! Evil man number 2's head exploded. Alright everyone. This evil man number 2 is not obedient. He kills people like scything flax and is full of lies. To think that he wants to lie in the beast arena to mislead everyone. Clearly he cannot be today's competitor. Let us look forward to evil man number 3. The host's voice rang out again. Jianghu? That's impossible. Is that Jianghu? Someone among the gamblers exclaimed. But soon a group of black-clothed men took the gambler away. Gu Hai stood at the small window and looked coldly at the beast arena. The Great Feng Mafia family? What a tight organization. The first day, the second day, for 2 days they were all humans fighting beasts. The 16 evil men fought separately. However, after one round, some evil men and some demonic beasts died. Only 8 evil men remained. However, one of them made Gu Hai's pupils shrink. That Dao Ba, the Dao Ba who went against him in Evil Men Valley. He was actually at the Golden Core realm. Dao Ba's cultivation base had recovered, and he released his aura, suppressing a leopard demon to the point that it did not dare to resist. Dao Ba stepped forward and tore the leopard demon apart. Scar was number 8. Number 8's aura was violent, and the gamblers in the stands shouted even more ferociously. There were more and more spectators in the stands. Gu Hai watched as the first Song Sect master remained seated in the VIP stands. Occasionally he would place bets. Clearly he enjoyed gambling. On the third day, as evil man number 1, Gu Hai was the first to be brought to the exit. Alright, fellow Taoists, all of you should have seen most of the battles from the past 2 days, right? Everyone should have an idea of the strength of the 8 evil men. Now it is time for the battle between the evil men. Prepare your spirit stones. It is about to begin. The first battle is between evil man number 1 who tore apart the wild boar and evil man number 16 who split the ox spirit. Please place your bets. The host shouted again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once again, countless gamblers started placing their bets. This time, there were many more people placing their bets than there were 2 days ago. After all, spirit stones were incredibly precious to every cultivator. Since they did not know the situation 2 days ago, they naturally did not place their bets casually. Now that they saw all the evil men fighting, they naturally knew what was going on. They had to bet on winning. Whoosh. Gu Hai and another red-clad evil man were tossed into the plaza. Electricity struck them again, breaking their seals. The two clutched their dantian in pain. Whoosh. The red-clad evil man raised his head and looked at Gu Hai. It looked like he was enduring the pain to launch a sneak attack. However, Gu Hai also raised his head at the same time. The 2 sneak attack was broken for now. Number 1. Kill him. Kill him. Number 16, I bet on you to win. Kill him. Number 1. Number 16. The cries of the gamblers who placed their bets came from the spectator stands. The first Song Sect master looked coldly at the beast arena from the VIP stands. Place a bet on 10 medial grade spirit stones on number 16 winning. The first Song Sect master ordered coldly. Yes, the Great Feng Mafia family dealers answered. In the past 2 days, the first Song Sect master had placed many bets. He had lost money on number 1 and won money on number 16. Naturally, he placed his bet on number 16. The first Song Sect master was biased against number 1. Gu Hai recovered his cultivation. He slowly stood up and coldly eyed the red-clad evil man across him. Like Gu Hai, the red-clad evil man stared at Gu Hai. The 2 evil men faced each other, trying to find an opening in each other's defense. Hee. Brat, you're new, right? The red-clad evil man suddenly let out a horrifying cold laugh. So what if I am new? You are not. Before Gu Hai could finish speaking, the red-clad evil man suddenly launched himself at Gu Hai like a cannonball. In a battle of life and death there were no rules. It was either you die or I die. The earlier question was just to distract the other party. However, given Gu Hai's intelligence, how could he be distracted by the red-clad evil man? As Gu Hai spoke, he gathered his strength. The instant the red-clad evil man charged forward, Gu Hai placed his left foot in front and his right foot behind. Then he stomped on the ground. Boom. Similarly, a strong force surged out. Gu Hai also shot out like an arrow from a bow. In a short instant, Veritable energy wrapped the two's bodies as they clashed intensely for the first time. In a battle of life and death, one would never hold back. In an instant it looked like two afterimages clashed. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and a cloud of dust kicked up from the ground below. The cheers in the surroundings stopped abruptly as everyone goggled at the beast arena. Bang! The red-clothed evil man was forced to take 2 steps back from the impact. Clearly, Gu Hai's strength was greater in the first round of attacks. Before the people who bet on Gu Hai in the spectator stands could cheer, the red-clad evil man reacted very quickly. The red-clad evil man reacted extremely quickly. He instantly pushed off the ground and arrived before Gu Hai. To think that you are so strong. That should not be. The red-clad evil man roared while glaring. Boom, 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 boom. The red-clad evil man punched very quickly. The spectators could not see where his fists were, only the afterimages of his fists. His punches tore through the air, looking like meteors as they charged at Gu Hai. Boom, 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 boom. Fighting speed with speed, Gu Hai punched even faster. The fight between the two startled countless cultivators, causing them to goggle. This is the innate realm? So fast? You must be joking. I am an 8th layer innate realm cultivator, but my punches are not that fast. Indeed, he is an evil man, a ruthless person. The two evil men fought with all their might. There were too many afterimages of their fists. It looked like they suddenly grew 10 more arms as they clashed. The more Gu Hai fought, the faster he fought. The red-clad evil man showed a ferocious expression. I am undefeatable in the innate realm. Roar. The red-clad evil man roared. Save some strength for death. Gu Hai retorted coldly. Rumble. The two fought extremely quickly. They separated in the blink of an eye and clashed again in the blink of an eye. Smoke and dust rose from the ground below the beast arena. Gravel flew everywhere. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Number 16. Number 16. Number 16. The eyes of the countless gamblers in the spectator stands turned bloodshot. This kind of gambling was the most hot-blooded. Watching the evil men they placed their bets on fight to their heart's content felt like they were there. It was like they were one of the evil men fighting ferociously. The two fought fiercely. They fought to their heart's content. Gradually the two's speed and strength reached their limits. After fighting for a while, the red-clad evil man's forehead was already covered in sweat. Boom, boom. Suddenly 2 loud sounds rang out. Gu Hai's right palm wrapped around the red-clad evil man's left fist, and the red-clad evil man's right palm wrapped around Gu Hai's left fist. The two's berserk battle came to an abrupt end. Suddenly they entered a stalemate, competing in strength. The originally berserk battle stopped. Now the two were like bulls pushing against each other. Neither gave way. They both knew that this kind of bull pushing was the most dangerous. As long as they slacked off, the other party's full force would land on them, and they would be severely injured. What fast speed! This is the first time I've seen someone move as fast as me. I should be the fastest among the innate realm cultivators. The red-clad evil man said with a glare. Gu Hai looked coldly at the red-clad evil man, not saying anything. Crack, 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 crack. The two's fists and palms gave off cracking sounds. The two's strength grew increasingly stronger. How can this be? You are so fast, yet you are still so strong? The red-clad evil man exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai showed a sullen expression. He did not answer, continuing to exert force. Countless gamblers in the spectator stands clenched their fists tightly, calling out the evil men they placed their bets on. This was the most exciting gamble. Even the first song sect master arched his back and stared at the beast arena, muttering, Number 16. The red-clad evil man's strength seemed to have reached its limits. The red-clad evil man showed a ferocious expression. It looks like you can't make it, Gu Hai said coldly. The red-clad evil man glared, and his lips suddenly curled up. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Suddenly, the red-clad evil man shot out a clump of white needles from his mouth. Oh no. Gu Hai's expression changed as he quickly turned his head to dodge. At the same time, he exerted force with his hand. Boom. Xiao Chen's right palm knocked aside the red-clad evil man's left fist. At the same time, it turned into a hand knife and stabbed into the red-clad evil man's heart. Bang! The sound of bones shattering rang out, and blood spurted out from the red-clad evil man's heart. The two immediately separated. A bloody gash appeared on Gu Hai's face. As for the red-clad evil man, he clutched his heart and fell to the ground. Gu Hai's strength had shattered his heart. He could not hold on any longer. Your strength increased threefold. You did not use your full strength? The red-clad evil man looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. However, Gu Hai wiped the blood off his face. Then he walked to a nearby spot and picked up the hidden weapon that the red-clad evil man spat out. A bone? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Over the past few days, the red-clad evil man had secretly sharpened a bone knife from the food provided in the cell. Then he hid it in his mouth, preparing for a fight to the death. That was a close call earlier. Just a little more. Number 16 is dead. Number 1 wins. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. The gambler's shout soared into the sky. Number 1? The first song sect master snorted coldly, showing a displeased expression. Gu Hai carefully put away the bone knife. Then, he turned his head to look at the red-clad evil man, who was no longer breathing. If this bone knife was poisonous, perhaps I would have died. Thank you for reminding me that I cannot be careless at any time. Once I am careless, I will lose my life. I will keep this bone knife well to remind myself at all times, Gu Hai said after a deep breath. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.